This is Atomic Shinobi and today I am going to narrate What If Naruto Returned from Realm of Darkness. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
Naruto's entire world had turned into a dark place. If he was honest with himself, it would be the majority of his world. He had been imprisoned in the realm of darkness for what felt like an eternity, surrounded by the broken remains of his former world, the elemental nations, as well as numerous other worlds he was unfamiliar with. The fight with Kaguya had gotten worse, and he and Sasuke were on the verge of locking her away for all eternity when the three-eyed rabbit goddess made a last-ditch effort to stop them. One that ended the world as a whole. Before it spread and consumed everything, they had assumed that the darkness that had sprung forth from the ground where her final blow had landed was merely an easy attack to avoid. No matter how hard they tried, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Kaguya were all engulfed by the darkness. Naruto found himself standing on a piece of the battlefield, floating in a pitch-black void, but he had no idea what had happened or how he got there. The more concerning fact was that Kurama was the only member of the Biju left, despite the fact that he could hardly speak anymore and claimed to be too weak to attempt. In this world, time was meaningless, and Naruto had no way of quantifying it. He never experienced hunger and instead spent his time jumping and exploring the different shards of land. He slept when he was exhausted. Ultimately, his travels had brought him to the one thing that had provided relief from the never-ending devastation and gloomy emptiness. Aqua was her name. Aqua walked back into view of the small shelter they were using at the time and asked, "You ready, Naruto?" Naruto nodded and got up to follow the blue-haired warrior, saying, "You know it." She was a Keyblade master, as they called them. By sealing the world's keyholes and preventing their destruction, they reportedly traveled between worlds and assisted in preventing the darkness from consuming them. Since his heart was particularly strong and had drawn in black creatures known as Heartless, she was also his savior. They were small when Naruto first saw them, standing only a few feet tall if standing on their hind legs. They were all black, had tiny antennae on their heads, and had only golden circles for eyes as a facial feature. After some time, Aqua taught Naruto how to use his own Keyblade and taught him how to fight. They also taught him the value of their work, which was to protect the worlds from darkness and aid those in need. Naruto also gained more knowledge about Aqua, though it took some time. After receiving the title of Keyblade Master, she was dispatched to look into a disturbance in the worlds. However, her two friends had also gone, so she wasn't the only one. They had traveled through worlds where one of her friends gradually gave in to his own inner darkness while the other had to confront the copy made from his own inner darkness by his former master in his attempt to create the Kai Blade, the weapon upon which all other Keyblades were based. After Terra lost his body to Xehanort and Ventus eventually went into a coma, Aqua attempted to stop him and ended up stranded in the realm of darkness. As Sei called forth her own Keyblade Master's defender, Aqua grinned and said, "Okay Naruto. Let's try again." The Master's defender featured a boxy guard composed of two small light gray boxes and a copper rod, and a smooth, cylindrical, gray shaft that tapered outward at both ends. Both had multiple smaller indentations lining them, and the base of the guard attached to the grip. An E-shaped set of teeth complemented the grip's square form. The token was in the form of what Aqua called Terra's mark, a symbol that indicated where you were trained, and the keychain was composed of several basic chain links. It was very square and angular, with a heart-like shape and a sharp cross at its base. Naruto nodded and extended his right hand to call forth his Keyblade Kurama, saying, "I'm ready." Rather oval in shape, the guard resembled tails as it wound around the hilt, with the chain beginning where the 9 tails terminated. Similar to the weapon's guard and hilt, the keychain itself featured a smaller version of Kurama in his Biju form, with orange fur outlined in black. The key's teeth were shaped like claws and bent forward and inward to hook an enemy or slash through them. The base of the shaft was the Kitsune's body, which extended forward and stopped halfway up the weapon. The remaining portion of the shaft was completed by what appeared to be a paw coming forward. The teeth were ivory, but the shaft's entire length was orange, just like the guard, with the edges still nearly black. Although it was a little longer than Master's Defender, Naruto was well suited to it. As they always did in their little ritual, the two squared off before Naruto struck first. He moved forward with swift, accurate blows that Aqua easily parried, being careful not to get Master's Defender caught on Kurama's claws. As he began to take advantage of the debris from their current campsite, Naruto smirked and leapt on a fallen stone pile. He then leapt above her and struck her head quickly, forcing the older Keyblade wielder to block the blow and allowing Naruto to hook Kurama's claws into Master's Defender. Naruto realized that he had messed up by using a special skill first. He pulled himself forward, created his Rasengan with his free hand, and slammed the sphere into her stomach, knocking Aqua back a short distance. Blizzaga! She exclaimed as the huge ice fragments flew in Naruto's direction. He jumped back to dodge some of the flying icicles and used Kurama to break the others before they were too close as he raised his own hand. When she cast another spell at him, he yelled back, "Thundara!" and sent lightning bolts hurtling in the direction of the master, who blasted the spell away. Thundiga! Crap! Naruto swore as he hurried forward, cutting the gap in a flash, dropping into a roll to dodge the lightning strike. Aqua smirked as she swerved around his thrust and parried his first blow, taking his back and pressing the flat of her hand against his lower back, saying, "Won't be that easy. Fire." Naruto, who had finally charged up enough to use his ultimate attack, turned to face her and pointed Kurama in her direction as the fireball shot off, sending him flying a short distance and smiling. He yelled, "Bijudama!" and sent a ball of concentrated destruction hurtling in Aqua's direction. Aqua jumped back and unleashed her own unique counter. Ghost Drive. She grinned as she began to move quickly enough to depart after seeing pictures of herself moving around the area before vanishing from the blast zone. Naruto mentally swore as he heard her say, "Blade Charge." Her keyblade then started to glow and changed into a much longer weapon, which she swung to send Naruto hurtling through the wreckage of his own failed attack. After skidding back, Naruto was able to regain his balance just in time to see Aqua pursuing the attack and forcing him to try to avoid it. The only result of the dodge was that he bounced onto the edge of their floating piece of land after the glowing blade crashed into his back. Naruto moaned and pushed himself away from the edge, saying, "Okay, I give." As she sat down beside him, Aqua grinned and said, "You're getting better. You'd easily give my friends a run for their money." Naruto looked up at the darkness and sighed, "Maybe." Aqua said, "We're going to have to start moving soon." "Yeah." Naruto replied, "There haven't been too many Heartless lately. It's odd." "I've noticed it as well." Naruto questioned, "Do you think something's going on somewhere else?" "It is possible. There's no way of knowing how long it's been since you came here, let alone me," Aqua thought. Naruto smiled and said, "There is no doubt that we will eventually find a way out." "Yes." Aqua grinned as she took his hand and got to her feet. The two traveled the shattered shards of land for an indeterminate amount of time, constantly searching for a way out of the realm of darkness. They trained constantly during that time, with Aqua testing Naruto on a variety of topics, including the significance of the Hearts of Worlds, the various kinds of Heartless, and the various kinds of magical abilities. With these brief tests, Naruto always gave it his all, and after all the time they spent reviewing the material, it was beginning to stick in his memory. But Aqua absorbed Naruto's lessons just as much as he did. He was unwavering in his belief that true peace could be attained and in his determination to protect others and act morally. He was adamant about doing this, and after learning about the various worlds, he felt compelled to do even more good. To assist in putting an end to conflict and strife in all worlds and in promoting knowledge and understanding among them. Aqua had attempted to warn him against interfering in other worlds' affairs, but she eventually adopted Naruto's viewpoint that it was feasible to assist these worlds as an impartial third party without interfering or endangering the worlds collectively. One day, while they were sitting in their temporary camp, Aqua said, "So you expect me to believe that you were able to fly once?" They were sitting next to each other, gazing out over a small group of broken lands, after they had dealt with the shadows that had appeared around their campsite after they had been traveling for some time. "You better believe it," Naruto chuckled. "I was just as shocked when I learned I could do it." With a playful tone, Aqua said, "So why don't you now?" Naruto sighed, "I can't. I don't know why, but I can't trigger it." Aqua frowned and said, "Trigger what? Is this like when you claimed you can make copies of yourself?" "Yeah." Naruto murmured, "I don't get it. I should be able to do these things. I know that I have done them. But every time I try to." Aqua nodded and said, "Like a memory just out of reach." Naruto concurred, saying, "I just wish I knew why. Best way I heard it put." Aqua put a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "When the time is right you will." As the only thing keeping him from going crazy in the realm of darkness, Naruto simply found solace in her company without saying anything. The two sat for a while before they noticed something they had never seen before. Light. It resembled a gigantic door opening, and a shard of light could be seen on the horizon. "Aqua," said Naruto. Aqua jumped up and said, "I see it." Naruto followed closely behind her as they leapt across the opening to another floating piece of debris. "It's a way out." Naruto laughed and said, "Well, let's go," as they kept jumping until they came to rest on a pitch black plain where the enormous door was visible. Naruto recognized the shadowy figures as being from Darksides as he rushed towards it and caught a glimpse of them rising up between the two Keyblade wielders and their door out. It usually took Naruto and Aqua working together to take down one of the largest Heartless that Naruto had ever encountered, but now there were dozens of them slowly beginning to stand. Naruto yelled, "I think they want out as well," and called forth Kurama. Aqua responded, "Well, we won't let them." She then called forth Master's Defender, and the two of them started slicing down the enormous Heartless as they made their way closer and closer to the door. From what little Naruto could see, the door was slowly closing while being pulled by a young person from within and pushed from the outside. Naruto yelled, "Aqua," as he noticed the door was about to close. As she took Naruto's hand and drew him near to her, Aqua appeared to come to a decision. "Naruto, we aren't going to make it, we have to try." "I said we." She kissed him, breathtaking the blonde as she drew back. "Eroga." She cast the flight spell on Naruto, swinging her Keyblade as forcefully as she could, sending him hurtling toward the slowly closing door. "I love you," she exclaimed. Naruto roared, "No, Aqua," as he flew out the door, past the final few Darksides. The brown-haired boy held up a Keyblade and locked the door from this side as Naruto lunged towards it in an attempt to get back in and get Aqua out. However, the three people pushing on the door from the outside closed it. Just as Naruto got to the door, it vanished, and he collapsed there, knocking the duck and bipedal dog aside. "No!" Naruto yelled, slamming a fist into the gradually shifting ground. "Gwursh! Who's he?" the startled dog inquired. The duck frowned as he turned to face Naruto and said, "I don't know, Goofy. Was he with the king?" For a brief period, the blonde remained still, his heart in complete anguish and wanting to strike out at the people who had shut the door. Kurama reminded him, "That's not what Aqua would want." Naruto mutely concurred, "She did that to save me. We can't leave her behind." The open door was a threat. "The door is gone. Then we find another way." Naruto said, "I'm not leaving her trapped in the darkness." Naruto was startled out of his reverie with the Biju to discover that he and the three who had shut the door were now standing in a field. According to the boy, "So who are you?" As he called forth his Keyblade, Naruto uttered the words, "Naruto Uzumaki, Keyblade wielder and student to Master Aqua." After a few moments of the three staring at Naruto in disbelief, the blonde looked around the room. He said, "So where are we?" The boy laughed and said, We don't know. So you're a Keyblade master?" Naruto laughed and said, "Hey, I wield a Keyblade but I am no master. And what is your name?" According to the boy's smile, "I'm Sora." The duck nodded, "Donald." The bipedal dog laughed and said, "Goofy. It's a pleasure. Good work closing that door, though it's a shame it couldn't have stayed open longer." "You were trapped in the realm of darkness? Were you with the king?" replied Goofy. "No. The only person I was with was my master, Aqua. She was the one who found me in the shattered remains of my world." "Oh, you're probably going to want to go back to your world, huh?" Sora replied. "Unfortunately, that is impossible." Naruto breathed deeply. "My world wasn't lost to the Heartless but literally torn asunder by the darkness. An enemy of mine chose to destroy the world then be sealed away again." "Oh. So. Yes. I don't know if I am the only survivor or not, but I do know that as one of the Keyblades chosen I have a duty to the worlds." Naruto responded, "So who taught you Sora?" "No one really." Sora acknowledged. "No one? You were never taught to summon the Keyblade?" "No, I just did it when my world was swallowed by the darkness," Sora acknowledged. "Odd." Naruto murmured. "It doesn't happen often, but Aqua did say that a strong enough heart can summon the Keyblade." "Well, it looks like we have a common goal at least." Sora laughed. "Finding a way into the realm of darkness. The king and my friend Riku are trapped there too. Then we do have a common goal." Naruto gave a wink. "Though I hope you don't mind my asking you some questions about what has transpired out here." As a cricket leapt onto Sora's shoulder, a voice said, "I can fill you in. I'm Jiminy, Jiminy Cricket." Naruto nodded as he stepped closer, and the cricket leapt onto his shoulder. He pulled out a surprisingly large journal and started telling him about Sora's journey and what had happened with her. "That would be appreciated. Thank you." After a few hours, the group was strolling along the country road, with open grassland surrounding them. When they finally stopped for the night, Naruto was able to start a fire, and they sat around it for about an hour. Naruto sighed and got to his feet, gesturing for Sora to follow suit. Sora said, "What's up, Naruto?" as he got to his feet. "I'm feeling restless, and after hearing about your adventure I want to test you myself." "Test me?" blinked Sora. "Through the tried and true way of combat." Naruto replied, "Aqua and I did this every time we stopped to make camp, and it's a good way of testing your skills and a good way of learning who a person really is. He halted a short distance away from the fire, called out to Kurama, and gestured for Sora to do the same. The key-shaped weapon materialized in Sora's hand as he held it out. Wrapped in golden filigree that made Naruto think of fish bones, it looked like a short sword. The golden teeth bore a striking resemblance to the pendant that Sora was wearing, and a gilded heart, one near the teeth and another just above the guard, was attached to a golden thread. "Ready?" inquired Sora. "I am." Naruto nodded as Sora charged at him, holding his keyblade in a two-handed grip. He swung the weapon at Naruto, who sidestepped the attack and swung Kurama in a backhand blow that knocked Sora back a step but did not stop the younger keyblade wielder from charging in again. Recalling Aqua's lessons on using the keyblade to fight, Naruto blocked every blow and adjusted to Sora's pace. Naruto retreated half a step, bringing Kurama up and using the claws to hold Sora's keyblade in place. He then used his height to his advantage, slamming an open palm strike into Sora's chest to send him flying backwards, knocking the keyblade out of his hands and allowing Naruto to catch it as it fell. "Hey!" Sora exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Naruto brandishing his weapon. Then Naruto threw Sora's keyblade back to him, saying, "Again. What? You didn't know that you could do that?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "You are one of the keyblade's chosen. You can wield any keyblade if you can disarm your opponent. This is especially useful when fighting against another keyblade wielder or if working with another one against a particularly powerful enemy." Nodding, Sora clutched his weapon and attempted a quick strike, but before he could blink, Naruto had Kurama in its path. This time, Naruto slammed a fist down on top of Sora's head, causing the boy to yell in protest. "That hurt," exclaimed Sora. "Because you left yourself open," replied Naruto. "Your enemies aren't going to coddle you, and after what you have accomplished you can expect them to stop underestimating you as well." Astonished, Sora blinked. "Underestimating me? I read the journal. I know you have accomplished some amazing feats, but your greatest advantage throughout your entire journey was the fact that your enemies underestimated what you could do. They left themselves open for you to surprise and surpass, but now that you have proven yourself, they will not do so for much longer. They will come at you with everything that they can, and it could very well be your death." Naruto clarified. "This isn't to diminish your accomplishments, or to bring you down, this is to help you learn and grow." With a slightly wounded expression, Sora asked, "So they were going easy on me?" "No, they just didn't bring their full might to bear against you right away, and because of that you were able to overcome them a little at a time, at your own pace. You still defeated them and have still done great things, but enemies in the future might not give you that luxury, and so that's why you need to be aware." "Aware of what?" As he assumed his fighting stance once more, Naruto laughed and said, "Everything. We'll go one more time. I'm starting to get a good read on who you really are, Sora." "We'll see about that." Sora smiled as he swung his weapon at Naruto once more. When Naruto deflected the blow, he noticed a fleeting flash of magic and smiled as he disengaged and retreated. "Faraga!" Sora yelled, directing the enormous ball of fire at Naruto, who merely smiled while using his own magic. "Reflect!" Sora yelled in surprise as he leapt away from the blast and rolled to his feet, looking at Naruto in disbelief before charging in again in the hopes of defeating the older blonde. There was a flash of green light as the fireball struck where Naruto was, and it was then sent hurtling towards him. He stepped behind him as he tried to turn, and Naruto's foot exploded into the back of his leg, sending him flying. Now that the spell was over, the brown-haired boy bounced off the ground a few times, dazed and trying to understand what had just happened. "Slow," Naruto said as Sora approached, and the boy slowed down to a crawl. Goofy and Donald yelled, "Sora," as the young teen simply lay there. Naruto laughed and strode over, shoving Kurama aside as he assisted Sora in standing up. "He'll be fine." As they returned to the campfire, Sora questioned, "What were those spells?" Reflect was one of Aqua's go-to spells in a fight. It reflects all magic back at your enemy. The drawback is that healing spells bounce right off as well. Naruto clarified. But when fighting against an enemy that relies heavily on magic, this is the ultimate defense. Slow on the other hand is one that slows down the target, which allowed me to catch you unawares like that. "Man, those are so cool." Sora laughed. "How come you don't know them, Donald?" Donald answered, "I've never even heard of them before now." Not surprising. They aren't spells that you would see used very often. Slow is only useful in slowing enemies down, not damaging them. And Reflect is purely support-based, so not a lot of mages bother to learn it since it would hamper any healing that they would like to do. Naruto clarified. But for Keyblade wielders, those spells are incredibly useful. Sora laughed and said, "No kidding. I never stood a chance against you." Goofy smiled and said, "You tried your best though." "He did." Naruto agreed. "There is a massive experience gap between us. I've been trained to fight since I was 8. So even before I became a Keyblade wielder I was already a fighter. Add in being taught by an actual Keyblade master and that only adds onto the gap." Goofy said, "When you were 8? That's young." As he turned to face Sora, Naruto acknowledged, "To some. All right, time to review." Sora blinked. "Review? Review what? How you did, knucklehead?" Naruto exclaimed. "You seem to favor power in your strikes and using a two-handed style. Nothing wrong with that, but it makes it easy to counter for someone like me who uses one-handed styles combined with unarmed strikes. You're going to need to work on your perception of the battlefield, noting everything that you can in a single instant, or you could wind up in a bad spot against more agile enemies. You didn't use much magic, but casting a third-tier spell is a good sign of how strong you are in that front. Overall, the only thing you need is experience and learning to think outside of the box in a fight." Sora asked, "What do you mean?" "You either rely on your spells or your Keyblade. But you have other options in a fight as well. Never be afraid to use your fists and feet in a fight. That might let you catch an enemy off guard and give you an advantage," said Naruto. Sora said, "That doesn't really seem fair. Fair is for sport. What we do, this is about protecting others. If you can save a world by kicking someone in the shins to give yourself an edge, you better take that kick." Naruto laughed when he noticed the stars. "It's getting late. We should rest now while we can. We'll do this again every night. Next time Donald and Goofy can join in." Sora nodded as Naruto relaxed and closed his eyes, saying, "Okay, good night, Naruto." They were strolling along the path the following morning, taking in the pleasant weather, when they noticed a dog ahead of them, holding an envelope in its mouth that bore a symbol that appeared to be 3 circles. Donald cried out, "He's got a letter from the king." As they chased after the dog, who was able to stay ahead of them the entire time, Naruto laughed and said, "Well, let's catch him then." After a while, the little group stopped for the night at a crossroads where Naruto informed them that they would postpone another fight for a while he scouted the area because Kurama was bothered by something. The kitsune said, "I sense something." Naruto frowned and asked, "What is it?" It feels like one of the other Biju." Kurama barked. "But, it's like they're trapped or something." Naruto grinned and said, "This is great news, but if one of them is nearby then we find them and help them." Naruto remained silent when Kurama questioned, "Maybe. But who trapped them, and why?" Naruto blinked in surprise when he got back to the camp because there was a straight path instead of the crossroads. Naruto frowned as he noticed Sora and the others standing a short distance down the path. He jogged to join them, passing a sizable castle that only made him feel more uneasy. Naruto remarked, "That looks rather menacing." "Yeah, but some guy said that it might help us find Riku and the king," Sora replied. "Some guy? That doesn't strike you as odd?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, but it's a lead," Sora said with a smile. "What are your thoughts, guys?" Naruto asked, glancing at Goofy and Donald. Donald said, "If it will help us find the king, I'm all for it." Goofy nodded in agreement. "All right, then." As they made their way to the castle, Naruto said, "But let it be noted that I have a bad feeling about all of this." When they entered, Naruto's uneasiness doubled as he looked around and saw Kurama with the Keyblade trembling in his hand. "Are you okay?" Sora inquired. "It's Kurama." Naruto looked up to see a man standing in front of them, wearing a long black coat with the hood pulled back to show off his long, spiky red hair. "Something's got him irritated," he muttered. "What?" the man said. "There's one more of you now." He threw the card at Sora, allowing the younger teen to catch it. "If you want to traverse this castle, you're going to need to use that to climb higher." Naruto noticed a glint of something gold as he threw the card, and his eyes focused on a golden charm on his wrist that was shaped like Yonbi's son Goku. Naruto stepped forward and glared at him, saying, "Hold it. That charm. Where did you purchase it?" "This item." He raised the arm and showed it to him, and Axel blinked. "Why are you concerned?" "Goku, son," Kurama yelled. "Kurama?" With a growl, Naruto said, "Give him back." "Now what?" The man blinked. "Goku-san," Naruto reiterated, "or I will take him. Give him back." The man glared at Naruto and said, "That sounds like a threat." Naruto leapt across the distance and swung the weapon at the man with blinding speed, forcing him to jump back to avoid the attack and realizing that he probably should have gone in a different direction. Blizzara. When the man summoned 2 chakram in swirls of fire that blocked the ice as he landed and now stared at Naruto. Naruto yelled, sending the ice shards flying at him. As he clicked his fingers and a portal of darkness materialized behind him, he sighed, "You are going to be in pain, aren't you?" But I don't have time to play with you. Naruto ran towards the portal, which began to vanish as he entered. Naruto! Sora yelled. I will not allow him to escape. Naruto let out a roar and leapt into the remains of the portal, landing on a floor that was similar to the one he had been on but with stairs leading up and down. Kurama snarled, he's still here. Naruto vowed, no matter what, we will save our friend, and we'll find him. What a bitch of a son. As he came out onto the upper level of Castle Oblivion, Axel swore. What happened, Axel? Gazing at the red-haired nobody, Marluxia scowled. We have another Keyblade wielder in the castle, and he isn't playing nice, replied Axel. The aroma I detected upon Sora's arrival. Compared to Sora, he is older and far more powerful. However, his scent. Zexion trailed off. How about it? Lerxine scoffed. It's not the same. Not tainted by the darkness, but twisted by it. He seems to have been walking through the dark for a very long time. However, I am positive that his heart is pure light. Lexos trailed off, another one of the Keyblades chosen. He brought Sora with him, correct? So he must have some kind of tie with him, which means, Lerxine began. That his memories can be tampered with. Marluxia nodded. A second Keyblade wielder could be very useful. They turned and went through a door into a room where a young girl was sitting and creating a new drawing. There is another Keyblade wielder in the castle, Marluxia said. Namine, we have a new task for you. Please change his recollections. I see. Namine trailed off as she began to draw. It was a crude drawing at first, showing what appeared to be a blonde-haired man with an orange Keyblade, but it became more detailed until Axel was certain that it was the person he had fought. The paper flashed red before catching fire as she began her next drawing to alter his most recent memories. Whoa! What just took place? Axel questioned in disbelief. With an inquisitive frown, Vexen observed, how odd. His heart and mind. They're safe, Namine said softly. Safe. Marluxia now scowled. Namine nodded and resumed sketching, revealing a big, irate fox with 9 tails. This guards him. A fox? You want us to think you were stopped by a fox? Lerxine yelled. Gazing at the illustration, Zexion observed, that is no ordinary fox. Really? Axel snorted, I wouldn't have known. If I were to speculate on the subject, I would say that this creature's origins are comparable to those of the charm that Xemnas gave you, Axel. He has probably used it as a power source to protect himself from any manipulation, Vexen thought. It makes sense. He understood the charm. Axel nodded and said, I called it Sun something. So he is in possession of one of these charms as well. Marluxia nodded. This makes him a threat. Lerxine said, then we kill him. He's not with Sora, right? No, when I realized he was too close for me to come here directly, I dropped him on the 5th floor, Axel said. Then, this is advantageous to us. He is unable to use the corridors of darkness and lacks the cards necessary to enter the castle directly. He will have to use the side passages that are scattered throughout the castle, which will significantly slow him down. Vexen nodded. And allows us time to get to know him better. Is it possible for us to view his memories? Marluxia inquired. Yes. Namine replied, I can see them, but it seems like this force will stop me the moment I try to change anything. Lexos nodded and said, then we study this new enemy before we kill him. Who shall do the deed? Not me. Axel laughed. He's after the charm and I say we keep it far enough away from him so he doesn't get any bright ideas, or cause some kind of weird chain reaction between them. Zexion concurred, that would be a wise precaution. I'll take care of him. Lerxine responded, should be able to break the boredom for a little while. Once he realized he couldn't get the doors open to go up or down the stairs, Naruto rapped on the walls and eventually found a side door on the 5th floor. Entering the hallway, Naruto passed by a few doors here and there, peeking inside to find only empty rooms before continuing on his way. The passage curved inward, taking him in a slow circle around what he assumed was the entire castle perimeter, and he stopped when he heard Kurama growl. Is everything alright? Naruto inquired. The Biju snarled, someone just tried to assert their will over us. Now say what? Naruto blinked. I sensed a presence hovering over us. They were attempting to change how we saw the world. I stopped it, but I'm not exactly sure what they were trying to do, Kurama clarified. That is concerning. Naruto replied, this means that the same thing could be happening to Sora and the others right now. Perhaps, but if it were, we couldn't possibly assist them. Kurama suggested, we might be better off finding our way up to where this person or thing is and stopping it that way. With a nod of agreement, Naruto ascended the stairs at the end of the passage and pushed open the door to the same floor, moving around the opposite wall and beginning his rhythmic tapping again until he reached the next door. The slow pace took longer than it would have if he had stayed with Sora because it seemed that whoever was in charge of this castle wanted her to climb higher and probably become more entangled in whatever trap was inside. Naruto opened the door and entered the 13th floor. He blinked as he saw Sora, Donald, and Goofy, as well as a girl wearing a white dress and Riku lying on the ground. A woman with blonde hair and a savage smile on her face was standing across from them, and Naruto felt uneasy as he observed the scene. Naruto entered the room with Kurama in his hand and said, "Sora, take your friend and go." "Naruto. Are you?" Sora asked, blinking in surprise. "Get going." Naruto answered, unaffected. Sora and Goofy nodded, picked up Riku, and ran past. The woman's smile widened as she opened her mouth to hit them, but Naruto was in her way, his keyblade whistling past and making her take a quick step back with a loud laugh. "You're quicker than I anticipated. I suppose Aqua gave you good training." "How are you familiar with Aqua?" While maintaining his fighting stance, Naruto scowled. "No, I don't. However, I had plenty of time to peruse your recollections." "So sad. The little orphan that only ever wanted to be loved," she sneered. "Not telling me anything I haven't told myself," Naruto said, rolling his eyes. "I've triumphed over my own darkness." "With an autograph, of course." Now that she had laughed, she said, "How pitiful are you?" Naruto grinned and said, "And yet here I stand. How about I make you a deal? I'm not personally at odds with you. Get out of this castle. I'm willing to let you go now. Where is the man with the long red hair? That's all I want to know." "How kind. Unfortunately, though, I will not be doing that. After I leave your body here, I'll take the fox charm you're carrying and use it to murder Sora and the young witch." Naruto saw the yellow glint between her fingers as she rushed forward and swung an arm at him. He used Kurama to block in time to see the knives she was holding, and he caught her other arm with his free hand before she could bring them to him. He blinked when they both kicked simultaneously, knocking each other back a step, and she laughed at his actions. "Oh, you are much more entertaining than Sora. You're also not bad. In a battle, too many people forget to use their full body." Naruto acknowledged, "I never caught your name." "Hey, and I'm looking forward to breaking you, little orphan," she said, introducing herself as Lerxine, number 12 of Organization 13. "Go ahead and give it a shot. Stronger enemies than you have tried." Naruto countered as they clashed again, his keyblade moving in swift arcs that kept her knives at bay while her speed kept him on his toes as he was almost cut a few different times when she managed to get one of her blades past his guard. Twisting past her, he blinked when he saw the lightning heading for him and managed to send a Furor spell into its path to block the attack while using the smoke to mask his movements. Lerxine had the same idea as they both struck at the same time, both of their strikes just missing the other. Lerxine was faster on the rebound as she twisted once her feet hit the ground and launched herself towards Naruto again, who grinned as he held open his free hand and let the Rasengan form and smashed into her oncoming form only to blink when it disappeared and revealed itself to be a clone, just as 4 Lerxines emerged from the remains of the smoke. Leaping into the air to avoid the rush, Naruto grinned as he pointed Kurama downwards. "Dodge this. Bijudama," he yelled as he launched the sphere of concentrated destruction into the 4 fighters and launched the real Lerxine backwards, landing in a crouch before rising to her feet. "Not too bad. Without a doubt, you pose a greater threat than Sora. It's almost unfortunate that you must pass away. If we could turn you into a nobody, you'd be a great comrade," Lerxine laughed. "No one? What is a nobody, anyway?" Naruto, who had never heard of that term before, blinked. "Ah, did your beloved master Aqua never learn about them, or did she never teach you about them?" Lerxine laughed and said, "It's easy. A heartless person is made of their heart, but they also lose their body and soul. These are then rejected by both worlds and exiled from the world of light, turning them into a nobody. We seem more human and the lesser nobodies follow our orders when the people who become nobodies have a stronger will." Lerxine must have noticed the expression on his face as her little smile turned into a furious frown. Naruto blinked at this new information, and a part of him felt sorry for these nobodies because they didn't ask to be born, and if they didn't have hearts, it meant that they probably wouldn't have a moral compass, or one that is so badly broken that it wouldn't matter either way. "Don't feel sorry for us. You dare not," Lerxine yelled. "How am I unable to? You weren't asked to be who you are, and you're being punished for it," said Naruto. "What are you aware of? It makes sense why Aqua got rid of you. Oh, I'm sure she made it seem like it was the only way," she said, laughing cruelly now. With a growl, Naruto said, "Shut up. Sending you out that door, but I bet she was glad to be rid of you at last." Lerxine went on. "Also, she could sulk in the darkness forever." "Stop talking." As she made fun of Aqua, Naruto spoke more firmly, his rage growing. "Oh no, I'm stuck in the dark and I don't want to be here. but I'd rather be by myself than be with this moron for the rest of my life. Lerxine chuckled. What a dumbass. If she had simply had you throw her, she could have been free herself, but she was too much of a fool to do so. Lerxine tried to slash at him, but he stopped short, and as she finished her swing, he let Kurama disappear and let it reappear, now with the claws behind Lerxine's extended arm. Naruto pulled Kurama back towards him with a wordless howl, and a spray of blood appeared as Lerxine's severed arm fell to the ground as she screamed in agony. Naruto had already crossed the distance in a flash, his anger overwhelming him, his normally blue eyes turning into red slits. Faraga. Before she could approach the arm, Naruto hissed and used the strong fire spell to burn it. My arm. Lerxine screamed as her free hand held the wound and she looked at Naruto with absolute terror. You cut off my arm. I've told myself all of those horrible things at one time or another, Naruto said softly, his rage transforming from a raging conflagration into a lethal laser. I can take any insult you want to throw at me. However, saying that about Aqua, the woman I love and the greatest person I have ever met. You have gone too far for me to put up with, more than we can bear. She blinked. As he slammed the back of the keyblade into her knees, knocking her to the ground, Naruto said, Kurama and I are of the same opinion here. He then pointed the tip of his weapon at her face, saying, You don't deserve to live. You are not deserving of mercy. You only deserve to pass away here, by yourself, in this deserted castle. No, you're a decent man, a hero. You don't murder. As she attempted to get away from him, she yelled. Normally, you'd be right. Naruto replied, but right now, I just can't find it in myself to care. No. As he fired the blast point blank and allowed it to rip through the nobody, Naruto stepped back and watched as the rest of her body started to fade into darkness. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, he turned to go and saw the red-haired man standing there with a thoughtful expression on his face. Bijudama, Naruto said. That was brutal. He acknowledged, I came to make sure that she died, but man, you went all out there to make sure of it. Naruto scowled and said, so you betrayed them. In this instance, everything is relative. So you did part of my job for me there, he shrugged. The boss ordered me to remove all traitors, and she and Marluxia planned to try and overthrow the boss. Naruto said, then I'm sure you won't mind if I take Son Goku back. The man laughed and said, actually I kinda do. The boss gave me this and said it would give me quite the power. Up. And boy does it. I had to stop myself from killing Sora by accident, but I wouldn't have to against you. In response, Naruto said, I'm no pushover. I would concur if you were new. However, you were quite battered, and I doubt you could hold out for 5 minutes against me. And who are you? Have you committed the name Axel to memory? Axel smiled. As much as I hate to say it, you are correct. I do now. Naruto answered. I'm not in a position to argue with you or the other members of Organization 13. As Axel observed, smart choice. However, I haven't finished with any of you yet. Since you claimed that your boss gave you Son Goku, the other members of your organization are probably also imprisoned there. Naruto declared, I will hunt you all down if that is what it takes to rescue them. He wouldn't stop until he had saved them. Oh. Axel observed, I'm getting really attached to some jewelry there. Naruto shook his head and remarked, you don't even know what you are wearing on your wrist. You don't even know who that is. At this, Axel shrugged and glanced at Naruto while blinking at the golden monkey hanging from his wrist. Well, that gives you something to think about, and even though I would really like to talk to you more, I need to finish up a few things first. Axel, we'll see you again. I can assure you of that, Naruto cautioned. I am aware of it. Next time, I won't be so nice. Axel smiled as he opened the doorway of darkness and entered before it closed, leaving Naruto standing in the battle-scarred landing. Just as Naruto was about to ascend the stairs to the location where Sora had gone, he felt the whole castle tremble and scowled, realizing that Sora had probably engaged in combat with another nobody and that he had better check on him to make sure he and the others were okay, as well as find out who that girl with Sora was. After a while, Naruto made his way to the top floor and entered a room where he saw the girls standing in front of Sora, Donald, and Goofy, all of whom were inside crystal pods. What took place? He inquired. I will restore their memories, she uttered softly. So you were the one that tried to modify your recollections? She nodded, yes. I'm guessing that you didn't have much of a choice in the matter, said Naruto. No, I didn't, however, I shouldn't have done that. Since I'm probably the only one who hasn't had their memory jumbled, I seem to be asking this question a lot today, but who are you? Namine is my name. I am a nobody. Would you mind telling me whose? Kairi's. Naruto nodded in comprehension. So you're going to fix the damage then, from Hollow Bastion. Yes. But I have other things to do, and it will take some time. Would you remain with them? Naruto put a gentle hand on her shoulder and nodded, saying, of course. Thank you, for assisting Sora. Namine gave a sorrowful smile as she departed, and Naruto sighed and began speaking to Sora, more to himself, while sitting in front of the pods. I told you, child. They got ahead of you because you became overconfident. Your head is all messed up now, and if Namine wasn't a decent person, you would probably be stuck there because you believed that coming here was a good idea. If you wish to continue protecting the world's child, you will need to start getting in shape. We both will, I suppose. Naruto sighed, we are the only thing the worlds have, but neither of us is prepared for this kind of thing. We must improve upon where we were, and we cannot afford to take our time. This company. This attack on you was carefully thought out, and if these nobodies have all been enhanced with the Biju, they could later present a serious threat to us. It won't be easy, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. However, we are the Keyblade selected ones. The job description doesn't say easy, and considering the size of the task, I don't think it should be. He waited in silence for a while, and then Namine came back, followed shortly after by Riku. The two of them talked for a while, and Naruto just listened quietly as Riku made the decision to confront his darkness head on rather than have it sealed away. He looked at Naruto before leaving, but the blonde made a shooing motion, and the silver-haired youth left the room. A taller and older man than Riku entered, with dark skin, yellow eyes, and a face partially covered in red bandages. So this is the other Keyblade wielder. The man continued, my name is Diz. Naruto. The blonde nodded, I assume you're not affiliated with the group. With some rage in his voice, he said, no, I am not. At this time, I am here to help Sora and to make sure that his memories are restored. Is that correct? I doubt you are doing this out of the kindness of your heart, said Naruto, getting to his feet and giving Diz a stern look. With some satisfaction, Diz observed, you are rather distrusting. I've had a long day, replied Naruto, and it tends to make me a little edgy around someone that is clearly up to something. And at this time, it would be best if we moved Sora somewhere else, Diz replied. Let's just say that it is in my best interest if Sora is awakened. It wouldn't be prudent to keep Sora here in this state because this castle is still a base for Organization 13. Do you have a specific location in mind? Naruto inquired. Yes. Twilight Town, my laboratory. All right. Before I leave, I'm going to look around this place again. As he left the room, Naruto remarked, I'll meet up with all of you before you depart. There may be more information that I can use to find the organization later. As she and Diz began, Namine said, be safe. The rooms on the top floor were much more helpful than the ones on the lower floors, as Naruto discovered a number of rooms that had obviously been intended for the members present, probably in case the process of changing Sora's memories took longer than anticipated. While most of those rooms were empty, a few had been, and Naruto discovered a few tidbits of information about the organization and the fact that, aside from Axel, those sent there had been expendable to someone's eyes and were probably the weaker links in the chain. Naruto moved into a storage room and discovered that it was a storage room, and the blonde searched through a few of the boxes before stopping when he came across something that was genuinely useful and almost priceless. An orange piece of armor that would go on his left arm, and on the upper part of it was a circle that Naruto recognized from Aqua's. No way. He muttered as he put it on, adjusting the fit as he went, and then he brought his hand up to the circle. In a flash of white light, Naruto was wearing a full set of orange armor, with the gauntlets and boots being a darker orange with black tinges around the edges and in the finger joints, and the rest of the armor on his arms and legs changing from the darker orange to a more vibrant orange that matched his chest plate, which featured the symbol Terra's mark in the middle. On his head, a burnt orange helmet with a black visor to protect his eyes and two horn-like projections pointing backward and slightly upward, giving the helmet a streamlined appearance. Naruto chuckled as he examined his armored limbs, saying, this is too cool. It's fascinating. But why was it here? Kurama inquired. It may have been discovered by the organization, or it was here when they opened for business. Naruto shrugged it off, saying, I wonder if I can pull off that Keyblade trick that Aqua mentioned. The one where you can move between the worlds by turning your Keyblade into a glider. Later, you can give it a try. Naruto was reminded by Kurama to meet up with Diz and Namine right away. The smaller figure, who looked like a mouse and blinked when he saw the armored youth, nearly ran over Naruto as he jogged out of the room, laughing. You discovered something intriguing, huh? He smiled as he noted. Yes. Naruto laughed and covered the left pauldron with his hand, allowing the armor to vanish. Name's Naruto Uzumaki. This is so cool. Naruto bent down to shake Mickey's hand and said, a Keyblade master myself. Mickey grinned and said, Mickey Mouse. Naruto nodded as they began to move, saying, "You must be the king that Donald and Goofy were talking about then." "Yeah. The world of darkness was where you were. Is Aqua with you?" Naruto inquired after realizing that Riku and Mickey had both been trapped and that Aqua might have been with them if they had been able to escape. "Are you acquainted with Aqua?" Mickey let out a startled cry. "Yes, I was trained by her." "Is she?" "No. I apologize. She was not visible to me. Riku and I had a difficult time keeping the dark sides at bay after we shut the door because there were so many of them." Naruto sighed in defeat, which means that she likely fell back instead of fighting insurmountable odds. "Yes. I apologize, Naruto." Mickey said glumly, "I would have tried to help her if I had known she was there." "Yes. You knew her, then?" Naruto inquired. "Yes. I was still a student when I first met her in Ventus." Mickey nodded. "Fought with both of them when we prevented Xehanort from initiating a Keyblade war." Whoa. The circumstances that led to Aqua's imprisonment in the world of darkness were never discussed in great detail. Naruto clarified, "She only told me that she was there because she had attempted to save a dear friend." "I understand. I know a lot of what happened after she got lost, but I wasn't there when she got lost." Mickey nodded, "And what happened before that as well?" Naruto said, "If you have the time, I'd love to hear about it. She holds great significance for me." Mickey smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll tell you as much as I can remember when we get to Twilight Town. I'm sure she is." As they made their way back to Diz and Namin, who were completing the preparations to leave for Twilight Town, Naruto smiled and said, "That sounds great. Did you find anything useful? I see King Mickey has located you." Diz nodded. In turn, Naruto nodded, "Value enough. Will this place be safe?" "What are you asking?" Diz answered, "As safe as anywhere can truly be. While Sora is out of commission, I won't just sit here and do nothing. With Organization 13 wreaking havoc, the worlds need a Keyblade wielder to defend them right now. However, I will require a base of operations. In between hunting for the organization and traveling to other worlds, I need a place to retreat to. I'll use Twilight Town as a base if it's safe enough." "You plan on pursuing the group?" Mickey questioned, startled. "They have stolen something that is not theirs. They're augmenting their powers by using powerful beings from my world. We are going to be in serious trouble if they can even start using some of their abilities," Naruto clarified, adding, "And they are my friends. I'm supposed to figure out how to save them. I will not disappoint them. Since so many others have, no." "Whoa." Mickey remarked, "This sounds like it could be bad." "A lot." Naruto concurred, saying, "The Biju are strong and could destroy the worlds if they fall into the wrong hands." "I understand. I won't stop you if that's your plan, but I would ask that you try to keep these battles away from Twilight Town. We can't afford to be under siege in my lab," Diz cautioned. Naruto cautioned, "But I'll be as careful as I can be. No promises." After putting Sora in place, Naruto steeled himself in preparation for going to fight Organization 13 and rescuing his captured friends, and Mickey and Diz left to see how Riku was doing while Naruto and Namin moved the crystal pods through the doorway of darkness and into the chamber that was waiting for them in Twilight Town. It had taken far too long to get everything set up in Twilight Town. It had been a month and a half since Sora had gone to sleep, and although there had been no deterioration, there had also been no progress. Naruto had taken advantage of the time to practice turning his Keyblade into a glider and then making quick runs to different worlds, where he swiftly eliminated any Heartless he came across. Noting that the number of Heartless roaming the worlds had not decreased at all with the closing of Kingdom Hearts, Naruto was really bothered by this. It shouldn't be happening to this degree. Mickey had said, "Heartless are naturally going to be going to the worlds that they can, but not in the numbers you're describing." "What happens if the worlds remain linked?" did Riku ask. "Possibly. It might be permanent harm from what Ansem did," Naruto thought. "The lanes between have always existed for Keyblade wielders to traverse the worlds. Or it might be something much more serious. Worse." Riku blinked. "A new Kingdom Hearts being made?" Naruto replied, "It would certainly explain Organization Xi's interest in Sora and trying to turn him into a mindless puppet. Nevertheless, we must exercise caution. We'll be staying close to Sora for a while longer." "Riku and I, how about you?" Mickey inquired. "The worlds cannot afford to be without someone who wields a Keyblade. I'll continue my reconnaissance to see if I can trace the organization's path. Hopefully, I can locate their base and then take the fight to them," Naruto said. "You believe that's a smart move? You said that they would be very strong with the Biju powering them up," Riku questioned. "The Biju will not voluntarily give their powers to someone they don't like, and if they all view them as charms or batteries, then I should be able to overpower them and regain them," Naruto said. I'm running on the assumption that they don't know how to really use their powers. And who knows, perhaps some of them will return them after considering reason. That's good. Mickey grinned, always the optimist. Naruto chuckled and said, Aqua didn't train a quitter. Almost all of the denizens were cursed to be inanimate objects, like the candelabra, who was friendly enough, or the bestial form that the castle's master had taken. The only normal one was a young woman named Belle, who was a charming young lady and pleasant conversation. It was day 47 since Sora had fallen asleep, and Naruto had traveled to the world known as Beast's Castle. He had helped them eradicate a few Heartless, and even though he was not welcome in the castle, he was permitted to assist them in any way he could. When Naruto heard voices going toward the catacombs, he stopped walking down the main hall and frowned. He stopped when he saw two figures in black coats standing there, one with a hood pulled up, the other with golden hair that was spiky and swept more to the right side of his head, and both of them with piercing blue eyes. What shocked Naruto the most were two facts. The hooded member had just summoned a Keyblade, and both of them had charms dangling from their left wrists. The two jumped and turned to face Naruto, who said, It's taken some time but I finally found you. The teenager then summoned a Keyblade as well. Who are you? The boy yelled. Naruto said, You both have something that doesn't belong to you. A man is currently looking for what has been stolen. I'll let you go alive if you return the stolen item. Nothing has been taken by us. To Naruto's ears, the hooded one's voice sounded strange, as if it were neither male nor female. Naruto stopped a few feet away from them and retorted, You may not be the thief responsible, but you both carry the stolen on your wrists. Return them now. Final caution. He used Kurama's claws to pull the boy's Keyblade higher up and slam a fist into his stomach in turn, causing him to double over as Naruto prepared to take the charm. The two exchanged glances for a moment before glaring at him and swinging their blades at Naruto, who had Kurama in his hand. Before they could blink, he deflected the boy's swing while using his larger build to land a powerful kick to the hooded one's stomach and knock him back a few steps. Go away from him. The hooded one shouted and Naruto sensed the power building up. Fira. When the mid-level fire spell went off, it turned blue and was headed straight for Naruto, who leapt back and saw that Matabi was hanging from their wrist. You are manipulating abilities that you are unable to comprehend. Naruto shouted as he pointed his blade towards the hooded member, Thundaga. He decided to see how good this nobody was, and he smirked as he twisted to the side to avoid a powerful slash as he swung Kurama up into the guard near the handle and yanked as hard as he could, disarming the nobody who blinked in surprise as Naruto caught the weapon and spun the kingdom key on his fingers. The lightning shot off in a powerful blast that forced the hooded member to leap out of the way as the boy rushed him with a series of strikes that reminded Naruto a lot of fighting Sora. Naruto observed, You fight like him. For example, who? Nobody asked, frowning angrily and bewildered. The response from Naruto was, Sora. You fight almost exactly like him. Before he could continue, the second one struck again, swinging their own kingdom key in a similar manner. They would alternate between using their right and left hands occasionally, which added some variation, but the pattern was there, and Naruto took advantage of it by using Kurama to knock their weapon up while the kingdom key slammed into their chest and sent them falling. Naruto laughed as he observed the two nobodies with Keyblades, two nobodies with fighting styles nearly identical to Sora, and two nobodies that carry a piece of what was stolen. Now I am intrigued by this. Who are the two of you? What are you concerned about? The boy yelled. You've piqued my curiosity. Naruto sighed. Answer or don't, your call really. The second one said, Xian. The hood was now off, revealing a girl with black hair parted to the side and blue eyes, who appeared familiar to Naruto but he was unable to identify her. And the boy said, Roxas. All right, so since you were nice enough to tell me your names, Roxas and Xian, let me repay you. As he threw the kingdom key back to Roxas, Naruto said, My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and this is Kurama. Now, I'm in a good mood and I really have nothing personal against either of you, he said, holding up his Keyblade. Simply return them, and we'll end the day. Who should I return? Roxas asked in a bewildered manner, and it appeared that his rage was intensifying. Nothing was taken by us. We got these charms from the boss, Xian remarked. Where did he obtain them, too? They were taken from me when my world collapsed, Naruto said, causing the two to blink. They're not your property. You say. With Xian right behind him but appearing a little more uneasy due to this new knowledge, Roxas yelled as he struck. Naruto deflected the blows with relative ease as he moved from nobody to nobody, keeping them off balance long enough for Kurama to begin attempting to wake up the two Biju. Get moving. Matabi. Yuki. Get up. Nothing was there at first, but then Naruto heard Xian yawning and noticed that she had also tensed. He looked down at her wrist in surprise. Kurama. Why are you yelling? Matabi inquired. Who said that? Naruto blinked in surprise as Zien asked in shock. Do you hear her? As he backhanded Roxas away, Naruto posed the question. Matabi. We're here to save your life. A lot has happened, and we can explain it all later, Kurama cried. Help. Why would I require? Hold on, where am I? And who are you? Matabi inquired. My name is Zien. Who are you? Matabi. Matabi Kitten is my name. Kitten? Naruto smiled and said, you can hear her. Zien? Glancing at his colleague, Roxas yelled. Can you hear her too, Roxas? Zien inquired. Who can hear? There's nothing to hear, Roxas yelled. I don't think you would. Can you hear him, though? Naruto asked, turning to face Roxas. What's happening? As he tried to direct some of his rage towards the man who had attacked him and Zien, Roxas roared. Naruto heard Kurama concentrating his efforts on Gyuki, and the Biju eventually retaliated. Kurama. I can hardly hear you, Gyuki cried out. Roxas. How about now? Can you hear him? Holding his blade at bay, Naruto posed the question. Know what's happening? Are you insane or what? As his fist struck Roxas's head, sending him sprawling to the ground, Naruto grinned and replied, or something. But this is intriguing. What's going on? Zien asked, his expression a mix of fear and mystery. Naruto laughed and said, that is the question, isn't it? To the best of my knowledge, you did something that nothing else has done. And I'm prepared to move on and wait to see what occurs. What? Are you going to release us? Zien inquired. You? Not him, Naruto said, turning to face Roxas. He refuses to return him and he can't hear his. Thus, the only thing left to do is to kill him. No, Zien yelled. I hate to be a wet blanket but it appears that she can draw on my power, warned Matabi. Everything? Kurama inquired. I won't allow her to use it all. She shouldn't harm you, in my opinion. But I want an explanation. The Biju gave a frustrated hiss. With a slash that sent a blast of fire at Naruto, who blinked in shock as he managed to leap back and send a Blizzaga into its path to lessen the flames, Zien rushed forward with her Kingdom Key, turning it into a ring of blue flames. Naruto frowned as he saw Zien still coming, intent on protecting her friend, and he saw Roxas beginning to stand up as well, the blow to the side of his face turning a nasty shade of purple before he muttered cure and repaired the damage. Roxas muttered, we have to leave because we can't defeat him, Zien. No, he is aware of something significant. He is aware of the charms. If we can cooperate, she said, trailing off. Roxas warned, Zien, he's not going to listen. I am listening, but you refuse to hear what I am saying, replied Naruto. Gyuki doesn't belong to you, and if you can't hear him then you have no right to keep him. Avoid him. Or I'll harm you, Zien cautioned. I just want them back, Naruto said. Zien, it doesn't have to go like this. I find it significant that you can hear Matabi, but he is unable to hear Gyuki. He is tinkering with something he doesn't comprehend. You do, too? Roxas retaliated. Yes. They come from my world. I am aware of their identity and capabilities. I can't and won't let them end up in the hands of people who would treat them like mere tools. You're right, Roxas. We must run. Right now, Zien yelled as she launched another burst of fire at Naruto, who leapt through it, squirming in agony as he landed, and was ready to rush them when he realized Roxas would buy them some time by using some of Gyuki's power to strengthen this last move. Event Horizon. He yelled as the Kingdom Key transformed into a sword of light and he shot at Naruto faster than he had ever been able to do so before realizing the threat. Roxas stopped and sent a blast of light in the form of pillars out in all directions, forcing Naruto back and away from them when he saw that Zien had opened a corridor of darkness. Roxas and Zien wasted no time in going through the door, and Naruto was about to follow, but he knew it would close before he could reach it. Sighing, he let Kurama vanish as he thought about what he had just discovered. Any ideas? They've probably adopted a shape that resembles a Jinchuroki seal. They can use the power to some extent, but they can use even more if the Biju know. If Matabi is willing to cooperate with her, Zien might even be able to use completely new abilities, Kurama thought. However, why was she able to hear Matabi while Roxas was unable to hear Gyuki? I don't know. It has nothing to do with her being a nobody. Perhaps she is simply more open to these kinds of things. Naruto had a sigh and said, food for thought. When Zien and Roxas met up with Axel the Elder, they were both shaken up from the recent battle, and it was immediately apparent that something had happened. So, did something go wrong? They were sitting atop Twilight Town's clock tower when he asked. It did. Zien murmured, but there was trouble after we completed the mission. Is something wrong? Axel scowled. Yes. Someone attacked us with a keyblade. Claimed to be Naruto. Roxas clarified. Ah, a boy. Axel said, looking worried. He didn't follow you, did he? You guys are lucky you got away. No, Xian stated, but he was after the charms. We were able to push him back before utilizing the corridor of darkness. Yes. Axel nodded. I've already met him in Castle Oblivion. Lerxine's death was caused by him. He did? Shocked, Roxas asked. Yes. At first, they were fairly evenly matched, but then he stopped trying to outsmart her and simply destroyed her. He's after these charms for some reason, called mine by some weird name. Axel sighed, gazing out at the lowering sun. It wasn't pretty. Xian nodded and said, same with ours, but I think they're alive. What? Axel glanced at Xian and blinked. Are you sure? She held up the charm and remarked, Matabi talked to me, and after she did I could use more power than ever before. So that's what he meant. Axel was humming. He said something about not knowing who this was. So we can get stronger if we start talking to them? Roxas inquired. Perhaps. It appears to be effective for you, Xian. Axel laughed. As they consumed their sea salt ice cream, Xian grinned and said, maybe. I'm willing to help you, kitten, but not against Naruto. But why? He was the first to attack us, because he's a buddy, and if you would just talk to him, he might become your friend as well. He loves us, Biju, and I am so grateful for the things he has done for us. Does that imply that you wish to depart? Xian inquired. I'm not sure yet. I'd like to know more about you and your life, kitten. You are far more interesting right now than being stranded with Kurama. That keyblade, you mean? I suppose that's just the shape he's taken lately. Perhaps we can do something like that. That's fantastic. Xian chuckled. After carrying multiple sea salt ice creams and giving them to Riku, Mickey, and Namin in turn, Naruto sighed as he made his way back into the deserted mansion. He then stopped by Diz and offered the man one. Diz wrote, you got ice cream. Naruto grinned and said, I made progress and wanted to celebrate the little victory. Then you found them? Diz inquired. 2 people. When I arrived, they were departing Beast's castle. Naruto nodded and said, they both had keyblades and fought like Sora. They also each had a Biju. Since Xian, the girl, could hear what she was saying, Matabi is now completely conscious and could be able to assist me in reaching the others. Diz frowned and remarked, or an enemy has become even more powerful. I'm not sure. Unlike Lerxine, she didn't seem malevolent. Maybe the next time I see her, I can persuade her to assist us. Naruto retorted, it's worth a try. Diz said, I don't like it. You're taking quite the risk. You're not being asked to like it. It's up to me how I respond to this. While Diz continued to work on restoring Sora, Naruto finished his ice cream and went to the cot he had moved into a spare room to sleep for a while before returning to search. I'm just keeping you in the loop since you were letting me crash here, Naruto countered with a scowl of his own. Mickey watched the practice spar that morning as Naruto stood outside the mansion, facing Riku, who fought very differently from Sora, using a one-handed style with a lot of strength behind each swing and relying on quick movements and acrobatics to dodge and maneuver around the opponent. Naruto was grinning as he fought the young man, and he could tell that Riku was having fun. You discovered Sora's nobody, then. As he dodged the kick intended for his lower legs and deflected another blow, Riku remarked, that's something at least. Yes. However, I'm more interested in the girl. The question is whose, but she is someone's nobody. It's really strange that she fought like Sora, Naruto said, pressing the attack with a series of fast slashes that kept Riku regressing until the young man jumped over Naruto and landed in a roll a few feet away, grinning as he readied himself to continue the battle. Well, we can investigate. This works out because I also intended to go out and see what I could learn about the organization. Riku responded, we'll search together, and Naruto caught his swift slash on Kurama's edge. Riku blinked at the counter, then summoned his Keyblade once more and brought it up in a quick block to stop Naruto's next blow. It does have its merits. Naruto acknowledged as he twisted the edge around and landed an open palm strike into Riku's chest, knocking him back and disarming him. Mickey intervened to interrupt them, saying, sounds like you two have a plan, and you can count me in too. Are you certain? I don't want to drag both of you into my business, said Naruto. It's what friends are for. Riku laughed. We help each other out however we can. You're correct. Mickey nodded and said, we'll help you get your friends back. I'm grateful. Naruto grinned and said, after ensuring that the area is secure, we can begin tomorrow. I don't want to leave Sora vulnerable if we all depart. I agree. It wouldn't hurt to scout around and make sure that there aren't too many Heartless popping up, Riku said. nodding as he looked at the trees that would lead to the town proper. Diz and Namin aren't fires. Yes. Naruto hummed. Every other world has had dozens of them showing up all over the place, but here, it's strange that this seems to be one of the only worlds where they aren't appearing in such large numbers. It's strange. They might be showing up in other places that we haven't noticed, or they are drawn more heavily to other worlds, Mickey said, adding that there are many reasons why that is the case. They were showing up in Twilight Town, and someone or something was killing them as quickly as they appeared, so Naruto nodded thoughtfully as he thought about the third unspoken possibility. As Matabi spoke to her, Xian let out a sigh and concentrated on her keyblade. That's it, kitten. Feel my chakra seeping into you. You keep calling me kitten, but why? Because you are a kitten, and that's what you are. Matabi chuckled, and it suits you. A child trying to take their first steps. Xian sighed and grinned, your chakra, it feels warm, if you say so. Because I specialize in fire. Additionally, it will probably affect you as well. Let's try it out now. Right. Xian felt the heat flow through her and down her arm into the keyblade, which shimmered like a mirage before transforming from the Kingdom Key into a completely different form. It was slightly longer than the Kingdom Key, and its shaft was thinner and wider, with a sapphire blue color and black swirls running the length of it. The key's teeth resembled those of a lunging cat, and its body ended at the guard, where two tails wrapped around the black grip before coming to a stop at the keychain, which contained the charm of Matabi, which looked exactly like the one that hung from Xian's wrist, but it was blue and black rather than the gold that Xian had always seen. It was successful. She gave a cheer. Hey, Kurama can no longer boast that he is the only one capable of doing this. Matabi laughed, I'm eager to see how he responds to this. He's able to speak. Xian inquired. We can all. For some reason, he was the only one who remained with Naruto. Did you stay with him? We were partially, if not completely, sealed inside him. It's a lengthy tale, kitten. Well, I'm too excited to sleep so you can tell me tonight if you want. Matabi sighed and purred, then said, well, I guess the day of our birth is as good as any. Where to even begin? Nearly 2 months had passed since Naruto's run.in with Roxas and Xian, and in that time, he and Riku had traversed the worlds together, while Mickey had taken a separate detour to learn more about the organization. Following a tour of the worlds, the two visited Beast's Castle, Neverland, Olympus Coliseum, and Agrabah. Riku found remnants of corridors of darkness in each of these locations, and after staking out the one in the Olympus Coliseum, they verified that the markings were created by organization members. It had been an interesting day because, despite wearing a charm on his wrist as well, the member had decided to flee rather than stand and fight. This Naruto claimed to be Isobu, but the Biju had escaped too fast for him and Kurama to get in touch with him. As they left the mansion, Riku inquired, so where to today? Beast's Castle. After a brief pause, Naruto remarked, we haven't been there in a while, and they seem to be avoiding Olympus lately since we attempted to ambush them there. Naruto put on his armor and entered the world after Riku nodded and opened a doorway. Pulling up the hood of his coat, Riku smirked and followed him inside. They saw someone there killing a few callous people, so they stopped as they were about to cross the bridge. As Riku turned off the armor, Naruto said to him, Xian. He observed, they have their hood up. Naruto frowned as he turned to face Riku and said, no she doesn't. Riku now frowned and added, she does though. You see the keyblade though, right? Yeah. But it's not the Kingdom Key. Naruto eyeballed the blade and smiled, saying, no, it isn't. It looks like Matabi. Matabi! Exclaimed Kurama. The two of them were standing there when Xian stopped and turned, as if he had heard the shout, Naruto. Naruto grinned and said, I see you've awoken her full power. Long time no see. Xian inquired, which one of us are you talking to? Both technically. Xian gave Riku a small smile and scowled at him, saying, you two are the ones that ambushed Demyx, aren't you? Naruto smiled and said, so that's his name. It was us. We're just trying to get back what was taken. Riku responded. Xian responded by glaring at Riku, looking tense and prepared for a brawl. Naruto tried to defuse the situation by saying, Xian, it doesn't have to go this way. We aren't your enemy. You're enemies of Organization 13. Xian responded, I won't let you hurt them. Riku looked at Naruto, who called forth Way to Dawn and shook his head. And are you sure they are worth protecting? Riku responded, I've met some of your members. They weren't nice people. After a brief period of silence, Xian moved across the gap between them and took down Matabi with a fierce preemptive blow that would have taken most by surprise. Riku merely stepped back and swung his own keyblade at her, but Naruto skipped to the side, avoiding the blow and remaining out of her reach. The blows that Riku threw at her were stopped by Xian's lightning fast reflexes, as she raised her blade in a quick guard before retaliating and launching a ball of fire into Riku's direction. Riku blinked in surprise when Matabi was completely covered in hellish blue flames that struck him with enough force to send him flying down the length of the bridge. Riku had jumped away from the little conflagration that arose from the fireball and had moved in close to stop Xian from sending any more fire flying. He saw that the flames were clinging to him like napalm as he skidded to a stop, and it took a Blizzaga to put them out. As he moved forward, Naruto yelled, "Step off Riku, she's using all of Matabi's power." Riku put it this way, "I can take him," Naruto said bluntly, "not with your handicap." He could already feel the darkness rising in Riku in reaction to the threat posed by Xian and Matabi. With a little willpower, Riku pushed back the darkness and glared at the ground. He then stepped back to demonstrate that he was paying attention to the Elder Keyblade wielder. Xian smiled and asked, "Scared?" Naruto laughed as he and Kurama stepped in front of Xian and Matabi, saying, "Hardly. In normal circumstances Riku would wipe the floor with you. But it's 2-on-1. Let's put you through your paces." Xian tried to use the same napalm fire attack again, but Naruto was always anticipating it. He would throw a Blizzaga at her as she was preparing it, or into her hands when she stopped to create a fireball. Naruto rushed forward and struck with a few short slashes, which Xian blocked. As Xian and Naruto argued and the two Biju called out to their partners, Xian was starting to lose her temper. As Naruto attempted a kick, Matabi yelled, "On the left, kitten." When Xian attempted to take his back a few moments later, Kurama yelled in warning, "Fireball incoming." As he flipped backwards and Xian skidded back from his kick, Naruto chuckled and said, "Chatty aren't they?" She gestured to Matabi and said, "Very. Let's try this then, Bijudama," she said. Naruto alternately yelled, "Okay then. Bijudama," as the dark spheres formed on both of their keyblades and shot into one another. For a brief moment, the blast held, but then Naruto's started to overwhelm Xian's, and the ensuing explosion sent her flying backwards. Naruto turned to face Riku as he mumbled in shock, "What the hell? Something wrong?" He raised an eyebrow in question. "Their hood just fell off," Riku replied. "Xian looks a lot like Kairi." Naruto said, "That shouldn't be right. Namine is Kairi's nobody." With firmness, Riku stated, "I know what I'm seeing." As she sat up and turned to face Naruto and Riku, who were conversing softly, Xian moaned, Am I that weak compared to you?" she asked. "Not at all." Naruto responded as he examined her. "It's about experience, and more to the point a Bijudama's strength varies from Biju to Biju. Kurama makes the most powerful one of the bunch. Flip side of the coin though is that he doesn't have as many neat little tricks." Matabi chuckled as the nine-tailed fox yelled, "Hey," in frustration. Riku looked at Xian and said firmly, "We're avoiding the matter at hand." "Who are you really?" he asked. Xian retorted, "You first, and why are you dressed like one of us?" "To make sure my best friend sleeps peacefully," Riku responded quietly, "and to help my new friend here find his missing friends." As the silence dragged on, Naruto finally said, "Xian, whose nobody are you?" I don't know." Naruto nodded toward the end of the bridge and said firmly, "Riku." Riku nodded and went to the end to open a door. "Got it. Xian. You might want to consider what you really want," Naruto replied. "Riku is right. We've both met other members of your organization. We've seen what they have tried to do and what they have done. Are you sure you're with the good guys on this?" Naruto turned and headed for the corridor of darkness, where he put on his armor and entered to return to Twilight Town. "Why'd we leave?" Riku frowned as he said, "Because we have an entirely new problem on our hands." Naruto stated as he headed toward the mansion, "You said she looks like Kairi, and while I haven't met her I take your word for it. But Namine is Kairi's nobody, so Xian shouldn't share that much of a similarity to her. Xian. She isn't like the other nobodies. And that raises the question of what is she? She has ties to Sora and that means that she has ties to another place. Castle Oblivion. Riku grinned. You're hoping to find more clues there. I want to see what Diz and Namine took from there before we go back. It's one of their strongholds and that means that we are going to be walking into a much more dangerous place than it was when they wanted Sora in there. Riku grinned and said, hoping they grabbed something useful? That or Namine might have an idea of what is in there or where we can start looking, replied Naruto. As Xian left the clock tower in Twilight Town without even finishing the sea salt ice cream she had purchased with Roxas, Matabi questioned, Kitten? Are you alright? I don't know. Matabi thought, Naruto and his friend may be right you know. About what? That I'm doing something wrong. That you aren't with the good guys. Matabi replied, I know that you're good, and I'd like to think that Roxas and Axel are too, but the rest. I get a bad feeling about them. Especially Syax. I don't like the way that he looks at us. But what could we do? Where could we go? The organization would never let us leave. Naruto would help you. I'm not so sure. I am. I may not have been with him long, but I know him well enough. He's a good person and would help you without a second thought. All you have to do is ask. Xian went back to her own room in the world that never was without saying anything. As she lay down and attempted to sleep, Matabi's advice and warning kept repeating in her head. After several days, Naruto and Riku had returned to Castle Oblivion in an attempt to unravel the mystery surrounding Xian. They decided to begin their search on the lowest level and work their way up, seeing what they could find as they searched, after learning from Riku that the castle had sublevels. In this sense, progress was sluggish because Naruto was aware that each floor had alternate passageways that would circumvent the card doors, which were the clear route upward but did not provide access to the secret rooms that the organization's members would have been using. They eventually located the door they were searching for on sub-level 1. The organization had been using one of the main rooms, and Sora saw evidence of a struggle that had probably resulted in one of the other members' deaths on one of the walls. As they started looking, Naruto nodded and said, "This is it." Since they discovered several terminals with different bits of data on them, the majority of which was much too technical for either of them to fully understand, they concluded that the room had probably been used by the more scientific members. Notes about the plan to rewrite Sora's memories and how Namin's powers appeared to affect anyone close to Sora's heart were discovered. Additionally, they discovered notes about the replica project, which was used to create a Riku replica that, thanks to Namin's abilities, even thought it was the real one. Naruto eventually located the file. Number 1. Naruto blinked at what he saw when he opened the file and scowled. Riku. The young man with the silver hair moved over and began reading the files. His tense expression indicated that he also understood the implications of what he was reading. He questioned in disbelief, "This? Could they really have done this? It fits. And explains her name. All the members have an X added to the rearranged letters of their real name. Look at Roxas. Sora X, so Xian is really number 1 X, Naruto said. They created an entirely new being. One that seems to have grown stronger and stronger with memory that Sora lost. Now, Riku questioned, "This explains what she is, but what do we do about it?" "That is the golden question, isn't it?" Naruto exclaimed. "If she isn't affecting the process of restoring Sora's memories, then I say we leave her alone, try and get her away from the organization if we can. If she is affecting the process, then we are going to need to take her away from the organization and try to get Diz to help us find a way around it." Riku blinked. "A way around it? A way around?" Naruto replied with conviction, "Look at the time stamps on the entries. The three of them coexisted for a space of time without any negative reactions to them. It's possible that we can find a way of restoring the equilibrium to them. It won't be simple, I'm sure, but we don't get to decide who lives and who dies." Riku questioned bewilderedly, "Why do this much for them? You don't know them and they aren't your friends." "Because it's the right thing to do," Naruto replied. "Xian and Roxas didn't ask to exist, and just because they weren't born the same way that you and I were doesn't mean that they are worth any less than we are worth. Xian has formed bonds of her own already, even though she has only been alive for a few months, and Roxas likely has done the same. To destroy those bonds would be to continue the cycle of hatred for no other reason than a prejudice towards nobodies and those who aren't born the old-fashioned way. I want to try and save them, to try and pull them from the darkness that they have found themselves in because of no choice of their own. I intend to do what is right to the best of my abilities, to save those who need saving and stop those that need stopping. To do anything less would be a discredit to all of those that have taught me." As he made his way to the door, Riku gazed at Naruto and, for the first time, he caught a glimpse of the man's back. A man who lived by a strict but flexible philosophy, a man who stood up for what was right even when it wasn't obvious or obvious. A man who was the embodiment of the full power of the Keyblade. Riku nodded and followed the blonde, even though he knew it would be a much harder road to walk. However, he knew that one day he would be able to look Sora and Kairi in the eye and be able to say that he did the right thing in the best ways possible. As he stood in Diz's lab with Riku and Namin, Naruto questioned, "Well, it had taken some effort to remove all of the data from the Castle Oblivion computers, and now it would be up to Diz and Namin to interpret it and decide how this information would affect Sora's restoration." "It explains a great deal," Namin replied quietly. "The process of restoring Sora's memories has been becoming more and more difficult. Because Roxas and Xian are bonding." Naruto replied, "Makes sense, the two of them are likely drawn to each other." Diz said plainly, "Then she must be dealt with." "What?" Riku exclaimed, startled. "She is interfering with our work, and is our enemy." She must be removed if we are to succeed. No, Naruto snapped. We aren't killing her just because she's making the work harder. Please. Diz grumbled. She isn't even a real person. She's a replica. She has even less right to exist than a nobody. Nobody in the room could have foreseen the result of those words, as Naruto moved faster than Riku had ever seen the blonde cross the distance between him and Diz. His fist struck the side of Diz's red bandaged face, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Naruto! Exclaimed Namin, startled. With red chakra oozing from his wrath, Naruto roared. How dare you? Who gave you the right to play God? Who gave you the right to decide who lives and who dies? He tried to place a hand on Naruto's shoulder but flinched back as the chakra began to singe him. Naruto, calm down, Riku cried. Xian lives, and you have no right to take that from her, Naruto exploded. If you are really as smart as you think you are, then you should be able to find a way to save them too. As he stood, Diz retorted, I will not help that creature survive to pleasing your ego. My ego? Naruto yelled. I am not doing this for my pride, I am doing this because it is the right thing to do. Can you say the same, Diz? Can you tell me that you aren't doing this because of your wounded pride? Namin and Riku exchanged glances as they both took a step back, unsure of how this would turn out and unsure of who they would support if Naruto used his Keyblade to engage in combat. Although they both knew Naruto had the moral superiority in this dispute, they still needed Diz. The standoff dragged on for seconds before Diz let out a huff and bounded out of the room, but no one moved. Riku turned to look at Naruto, who was still furious but was now making his way to the lab's exit doors after the red chakra vanished. You can tell him that I am not budging on this. I refuse to kill her just because she is making the job difficult. Naruto added, they existed together for a while before all of this, we can find a way to restore that balance. As Riku trailed behind him, Namin vowed, I will see what I can do. They left the mansion without exchanging words, and Naruto paused as he considered his next move. If he could, he would try to get Xian away from the organization in order to save her, especially if they were keeping the truth from her. However, he was aware that Diz's behavior made it impossible to bring her here, and he was even more certain that Organization 13 would find her no matter what. Then Roxas's problem surfaced. Xian would probably want to assist him as well if they had a bond. However, considering how their last encounter had gone, Roxas was either less likely to agree to help them or more likely to do so, depending on how close he was to Xian and whether he was prepared to put his trust in Naruto. Naruto questioned, do you think I'm being foolish for attempting this? No, you are being who you are. Kurama responded with a laugh. You wouldn't be the man you were if you were willing to throw away a life because they were inconvenient. I think Xian will listen and believe you if you tell her this. But the only way to know is to find her again. Naruto looked at Riku and said, ready. Yeah, so what's the plan? Naruto grinned crookedly and said, we find her and save her. The two went into a corridor of darkness to start their hunt after the silver-haired Keyblade wielder nodded and opened it. As Naruto and Riku searched the worlds, weeks went by. They both knew it was like trying to find a needle in a haystack because there were so many worlds and no potential leads, but they continued to work without complaining. 4 months after their search started, they finally got a break when Riku made the strange request to visit his home world. Naruto nodded to Riku as he stepped onto the sand and inhaled deeply of the sea air. Naruto grinned and said, can't believe you'd want to leave an ocean paradise. With a slight smile, Riku shrugged and said, but I have missed it. It's a tiny world. I wanted to see greater things. As they strolled along the shore, Naruto nodded and halted when he noticed activity on a raised portion of the island that was connected by a bridge. Thought you said no one would be out here now, Naruto muttered. As he led Naruto to a small hut that would lead them up to the bridge and the sight of Xian, Riku scowled and said, there shouldn't be. Naruto hurried over and knelt beside the girl, rapidly checking for a pulse. Naruto! Cried Matabi, startled. Naruto inquired, what happened? Is she alright? No. She isn't. Matabit sighed as she started to clarify, Xian has been thinking over what you told her, about leaving and being her own person. She was trying to find a way to get Axel and Roxas to come with her. During all of this she was having dreams of a boy she doesn't know, and while some of the places were slightly familiar they were not her memories. She finally decided to learn the truth and sneaked into the organization's main computer. What she learned drove her to Castle Oblivion, and from there Axel and the truth. She fled after what she learned. We've been running from world to world for 3 weeks now. Holding Xian's hand while Riku assisted in supporting her, Naruto scowled. Well? Inquired Riku. Naruto frowned and remarked, it's getting worse. She's getting his memories. They must be leaking through Roxas. Riku nodded and said, Namin thought as much. Anything else? She knows the truth. She ran. What now? Riku asked, nodding as he allowed Naruto to pick her up. We take her back to Twilight Town. Once she's awake we help her. Diz be damned. Xian started to stir as Riku nodded and opened the door, allowing the two to return to the mansion's grounds. Naruto put her down and grinned, saying, "Welcome back." With a worried expression, Xian said, "Naruto, what are you doing, and where are we?" "You're safe now." Naruto laughed. "We found you passed out on Destiny Islands. Riku and I brought you here, to Twilight Town." "Why? Why are you helping me?" "Because it's the right thing to do. We might not be friends yet, but Matabi is my friend just like she's your friend. And I help my friends." Knowing that he meant every word he said to her, Xian blinked at this while observing the relaxed smile on his face. When Xian realized Matabi was correct, she nodded her gratitude and let out a slow exhale. Naruto sat down beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder while he continued to speak, while Xian sat on the grass and gazed off into the distance. "Matabi told me the gist of what happened, that you learned the truth about who you are." Xian questioned, "Don't you mean what?" "No, who?" He replied strongly, "You may not have been born the same way that I was, but that makes you no less than I am. But the thing is we need your help." "My help?" "Yeah. Those dreams you've been having, those are Sora's memories. They were leaking out of Roxas and drifting into you. The thing is the more of them that you absorb the harder it gets for us to restore Sora." Naruto clarified. "I've talked with Namin and she can separate the parts of Sora from you, so you can keep living your life. But it won't be easy and it will take some time." With a hopeful expression, Xian said, "She can? I could go back?" "If that's what you really want to do." Naruto exclaimed, But that might make us enemies one day. The organization did this to Sora. They took his memories and twisted them all up because they wanted another Keyblade wielder to obey their commands. Are you sure that you want to go back to them? Or do you just want to go back to Axel and Roxas?" After blinking and considering what he had said, as well as everything she had seen and learned, Xian said, "I just want my friends." But they wouldn't leave. Xian nodded as they got up, and Naruto gestured toward the forest and the entrance to the town. "So want to get some ice cream?" Naruto said, grinning. "I understand. We'll see though. If they're your friends then who knows, they might value you more than the organization just like you." "Last one there buys it," Xian exclaimed, laughing as she hurried away. Naruto belatedly pursued the two, feeling terrible that he would have to purchase the sea salt ice cream once they arrived. "Oh, you are on, come on Riku," he exclaimed as he fled after the girl, the silver-haired youth blinking in surprise. "I forbid it," Diz snarled angrily. Gazing down at the elderly man with ease, Naruto said, "And I told you it's happening with or without you. This will delay the process of bringing back Sora. It will take who knows how much longer to restore him. And do you think he would want to know that we had to kill 2 people in order to bring him back? No, he wouldn't. We do this the right way, not the easy way." Riku nodded. "He's right, Diz. Sora wouldn't want that." "You are fools. This is putting the fate of the worlds at risk." "Hardly," Naruto said quietly. "Riku and I are enough to keep things in check in regards to Organization 13, and once this is all taken care of Xian will likely be able to help us get Roxas and Axel away from them as well. That will make 5 Keyblade wielders and 1 Keyblade master out in the worlds." Diz yelled, 2 of which have no hearts. As Riku raised an eyebrow in response, Naruto said, "And I'm not so sure about that. Roxas and Xian are very different from Axel, Lerxine, and the other nobodies that I've encountered. I think that they do have hearts and can feel emotions, they just don't realize it." Riku questioned, "You sure about that?" "It makes sense in a weird sort of way, especially once you spend time talking to Xian. She has no memories before she joined the organization and yet she has clear likes and dislikes and has strong protective instincts regarding her friends. You don't get those without emotions to back them. Plus she told me Roxas doesn't remember anything before joining Organization 13 either, so that means that all that anger he had when he fought me was real, and anger is a valid enough emotion." "This is besides the point," Diz said, "I will not allow this to happen." "You don't get a say in this," replied Naruto. "Besides Namin and Xian should already be in the middle of their first session." Diz yelled, "What?" as he attempted to pass the two, but Naruto pushed him back a step when Kurama materialized in his grasp. "Don't even think about it. Take another step and I'll leave you in a heap on the floor for a few hours." Naruto grumbled. "Let's see what Namin has to say after everything is said and done." As Xian took a seat in the chair across from her, Namin smiled softly and said, "Just relax." Xian said, "I'll try. What will happen?" "I am going to attempt to start separating your memories from Sora's." But I first need to find out how tightly bound they are, and how much work it will take to separate them all. But to do this I need to have unrestricted access to your mind. Namine took a moment to consider the charm. She will have to let me in, or I will be stopped. Much like when they tried to force me to alter Naruto's memories. Matabi, please. I will watch her kitten. If she tries to hurt you, or tamper with things that have nothing to do with Sora, I will stop her, warned Matabi. Namine got to work after Xian clarified the warning. In her mind's eye, she could see the person's heart as a long chain, with each link representing a memory, but no one truly understood her power, and even she found it difficult to explain how she actually accomplished what she did. Normally, the memories would be in a single order, making it simple to detach or reattach as needed. However, the way Xian's memories looked, they were mixed up with the memories the girl already had, which made the work even more complicated. She quickly located it by starting with Sora's most recent memory and working her way back the chain. Matabi's golden yellow eyes, which radiated a protective ferocity and would undoubtedly cause pain if Namine hurt Xian, were visible over her shoulder as she began the first memory she needed to separate from him. After spending several hours in the room with Xian that day, Namine managed to locate several of Sora's memories and safely extract them, putting them in the drawings that she would then give back to Sora. Many memories of Kairi were still present in Xian, and she was aware that they would be more difficult to get rid of given their age and the length of time they had been inside the girl. "Are we done?" inquired Xian. "Yes, for today. We can try again as soon as you are ready." Namine gave a nod. As Namine started the next phase of her work, which involved giving Sora back the memories, Xian grinned and left the room. As the two stood outside the mansion, Naruto questioned, "So all good?" "Yes." Xian laughed. Namine didn't stray to where she shouldn't. "She won't. Unless she's coerced, she doesn't enjoy meddling with other people's memories." Naruto replied, "Then again, she's an anomaly. A nobody from a princess of heart, born from the body and soul of another person as they became a nobody as well." "I see. She is different from the others in the organization. Even Axel and Roxas," Xian said. "Yeah. She's made her fair share of mistakes, but she is good and I trust her." Naruto grinned as he summoned Kurama. "Now, you've sat around long enough for one day. How about we spar a bit and let out a little steam?" Xian turned to the blonde with a slight smile on her face and nodded as she called forth Matabi. "Well?" Riku inquired as the four of them reassembled in Diz's lab to listen to Namine's thoughts on the work she had been doing with Xian for the past week. "I've made progress," Namine said. "We were lucky to get her here as quickly as we did. I've been able to stabilize Xian so the bleeding of memories won't affect her as strongly as before, and the time away from Roxas has eased the flow going into her." "But," said Naruto, "Sora is still leaking memories into Roxas." Namine went on. "I am doing what I can to return them from Roxas to Sora, but the process is far from simple, and if matters continue as they are, it will likely reach a point where they can no longer coexist." With his typical frown, Diz said, "Do not tell me you intend to bring that nobody here as well." "The thought crossed my mind," snidely replied Naruto, "but Roxas isn't on good terms with me like Xian was. We don't have that rapport. And if we try to bring him by force, then it is very likely that not only will he fight hard enough to leave a massive clue as to what we are doing, but it will likely bring the entire organization down on us as they try to recover the last Keyblade wielder they have." "Leave things alone?" Riku asked. "So what do we do?" "No," Naruto shook his head and said, "I'll speak with Xian to see if she can help me persuade Roxas to come here voluntarily for a while so we can try to fix this. And if this does not work," Diz pressed, "are you willing to cast aside Sora to save this nobody?" Naruto glared at Diz and yelled, "We play it by ear for the time being, see what we can come up with. I'm not casting aside anyone. You are taking foolish risks for beings that should not have existed. This will come back to haunt us all." Diz sighed as he turned to return to his computer. As he left the lab and headed back up to the upper levels, Naruto didn't bother to respond. Riku and Namine followed him, exchanging glances that revealed how concerned they were about this feud between Naruto and Diz and the potential consequences if it ever escalated beyond heated words again. After returning to the actual mansion, Namine continued her meeting with Xian, and Naruto and Riku went outside to engage in their customary spar. "Naruto, what are we going to do?" "I'm not willing to sacrifice Sora," Riku replied. "Not asking you to," Naruto replied while preventing a slash. "But we need to explore all of our options before we make any decisions regarding them. There is still a chance to restore the balance between them." Riku ducked around Naruto's counter and asked, "And if there isn't, what will you do?" As he moved forward and pushed Riku back a few more steps, Naruto said simply, "The lesser of the evils." What that will be will depend on what Namin and Diz can come up with in terms of solutions, but it will be the one with the lower body count. Riku nodded in agreement as he gave his full attention to their match and felt the quiet knot of tension melt away when he understood that Naruto wasn't deserting Sora in his defense of Xian and the nobodies. Rather, he was simply unwilling to leave someone he might be able to save, even if it meant less than simply cutting his losses. However, it was a gradual process for Namin, and things started to go south 3 weeks after Xian arrived. To get some ice cream, Naruto, Riku, and Xian had ventured into the actual town, but they chose to wait because of the lengthy line that had formed. It happened as they were walking down the alley toward the sandlot. Xian, Roxas and Axel yelled as they stood in front of the stairs that led to the sandlot. Axel's eyes widened in surprise at seeing him with Riku, who had his hood pulled up, and Naruto stiffened. There was a brief pause as Riku and Naruto faced Axel and Roxas after Xian opened a corridor of darkness and ran into it, closing it behind her. Roxas yelled, "Get out of my way," as he started to pursue Xian. As he called out Kurama, Naruto responded, "Not happening today, kid. Go, I've got business to talk to." Riku merely nodded before turning and heading for the subterranean tunnels, which he intended to use to conceal his disappearance. Roxas screamed, "You? What did you do to Xian?" as he struck, a red aura gradually enveloping him. "Nothing," Naruto responded, sidestepping as one of Axel's chakrams struck exactly where his head had been and blocking the blow. Roxas roared, "You're lying," as he repeatedly swung his keyblade, pressing the attack as the aura solidified. Since he needed to concentrate on the two opponents and was aware that he might be taking on more than he could handle at this point, Naruto remained silent. Even without considering his proficiency with fire, Axel was a seasoned adversary with options at close and mid-range from his weapon. Roxas was still a novice, but it seemed that the organization's frequent missions had sharpened his abilities into something much more dangerous because he fought more fiercely and skillfully than before, especially after Gyuki's strength was added to his own. "Gyuki, Son Goku!" exclaimed Kurama. "Kurama, you're there!" Gyuki cried in a hushed tone. Son Goku said, "Kurama, I can just barely feel you. What is happening?" "You're trapped, being held by the two enemies that are fighting Naruto. I need you to restrain your power as much as you can." "I'm trying. But whomever this is, they're pulling harder on my chakra than anyone I've ever met. I can't even try and overpower them," said Gyuki. Son Goku added, "It seems that mine does not know how to draw upon mine. I am managing." In order to conceal the conversation he was listening to, Naruto kept his face as nearly blank as possible. He was relieved that the two were somewhat conscious and awake because he was aware of how much stronger the two nobodies could become. However, Yuki's remark made Naruto nervous because it implied something much darker if the Biju couldn't defeat the nobody using them. However, it brought up Xian's anomaly once more. Naruto rolled backwards to avoid the blast of fire that Axel had attempted to use to burn Roxas alive after punching him in the face hard enough to knock him back a step. As he twirled Kurama on his fingertips, Naruto laughed and said, "You two make a good team. But I'm not ready to lose here." Axel scowled now, apparently sensing that Naruto was becoming serious, and Roxas glared at him. Naruto rushed forward and hit Axel first, knocking him back a few paces and keeping the chakrams busy while he awaited Roxas' blow. With a smile, Naruto disarmed the younger nobody by catching the key-shaped weapon after he struck and spun Kurama into a reverse grip that caught the guard of the Kingdom Key. As he slammed the Kingdom Key into Roxas, sending him flying back, Naruto swung Kurama up and knocked back the two chakrams that had been thrown at him. The young nobody responded in a way that Naruto approved of, sending a Blizzara flying at him. Naruto pointed Kurama at Axel and said, "Faraga." He then hurled the enormous fireball out of the Kingdom Key and said, "Slow." As Naruto turned to face Roxas, who appeared both shocked and irate, Axel slowed to a crawl. Roxas yelled, "Why? Why are you doing this?" "To protect a friend," Naruto went on to say. "I could keep fighting the two of you, take back the charms you wear. But there is no guarantee that you two would survive the fight. I promised her that I wouldn't kill either of you if we fought, and I always keep my promises." Roxas blinked in surprise. "You promised Xian? So I'm going to leave now." Naruto continued, disregarding Roxas's assertion, "You can choose to try and follow me, but you'd have to leave your friend behind. Or you can stay, and the spell will wear off in a few minutes." After saying that, Naruto turned and left, making his way through the tunnels while paying close attention to his surroundings and making sure Roxas wasn't following him. Naruto left the tunnels as soon as he was positive that he would be met by Riku and Xian on the grounds of the mansion. As he and Axel ate their ice cream on top of the clock tower, Roxas sighed. Why did she run? Who knows? But Naruto didn't take her charm. Axel added, saw it on her wrist, so we know that she's safe and she'll come home when she's good and ready. Roxas whispered, but won't they turn her into a dusk? As they ate in silence for a few more moments, Axel sighed and said, not necessarily. I'm more concerned with the fact that Blondie is working with the imposter. Yeah. I know he's dangerous on his own, but the two of them together. Roxas continued, he could have killed us today. Axel laughed and said, nah. We had him. No, he could have. Roxas replied with conviction. He had me disarmed and you slowed down to where you couldn't react. He could have taken me out at least, but he didn't. Said he promised. Her, I think he meant Xian. Could be. Axel thought. Could be that Xian is trying to do something and he's helping her in return for the charm. As he continued to consider why Xian was with the imposter and the man who had been pursuing organization members across the worlds, Roxas nodded in agreement. You're okay? Xian inquired as she watched Naruto return. Yeah. The brunette replied. That was unexpected though, didn't expect to run into those two. Do you think that they'll tell the others that they saw us? Riku inquired. Naruto sighed, observing the conflicted expression on Xian's face. No question about it, meaning we need to keep our jaunts into town to a minimum. Probably be best if we use corridors of darkness for a while. You want to go back? Rejoin the organization? Naruto asked. I just want my friends to stop fighting each other. Xian said quietly. I know that if they got to know you that they would be your friends too. Yeah, I'd like to think so too. As he left, Riku said, you know Diz is going to use this incident to say that he was right. I'm going to let Diz and Namin know what happened. As Riku laughed, Naruto snorted, let him say what he wants. We know the truth of the matter and that's all that matters. Xian said, his eyes sad, if it weren't for me. I apologize for causing so much conflict between the two of you. Don't talk like that. Naruto laughed as he placed his hand on her shoulder. You did nothing wrong, and Diz and I would have come to a head like this eventually. I don't judge someone based on what they have or don't have, but on what they do and how they act. It's why I don't hate nobodies, because I am sure that there are those among them that are good, and are only doing what they are doing out of desperation to try and reclaim something that they lost. A tiny smile tugged at the corners of Xian's mouth as she glowered at Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. If it wasn't for you and Riku, I don't know what I would have done. Don't sweat the small stuff like that. Friends look out for each other. Naruto responded, so, have you thought about what we talked about before? Now that we know Axel and Roxas are going to be snooping around here looking for you, this might be the best chance that we are going to get to try and convince Roxas to help us. Yeah. Roxas and Axel are my friends, they'll listen once I explain it to them. Xian replied, we'll try and find them tomorrow. As they made their way back into the mansion, Naruto said, sounds like a plan. He was aware that, regardless of Roxas's choice, tomorrow would be a memorable day. When they emerged from the corridor of darkness, Naruto questioned, ready? Xian looked down at the streets below and nodded, I guess. At Naruto's insistence, Riku had left, explaining that they still needed to investigate the other worlds the organization might visit and that Roxas and Axel might be open to hearing if it was just Naruto and Xian. The idea was to watch the main shopping area for the two of them alone. Xian would then use herself as bait to lure the two to a quiet place where they could converse without being bothered. They stood guard for a few hours because they didn't know how long this would take, and then Xian tapped Naruto's arm and gestured to the sandlot where Roxas was leaving. Silently, Naruto asked, where's Axel? As he stayed out of Roxas's sight. No idea. He might have been ordered on a different mission. Xian responded quietly, should we change the plan? After giving it some thought, Naruto responded, no, Roxas is the one we need to talk to anyway. Stick to the plan. Xian nodded as she stepped up a little to make herself visible to Roxas. The nobody fled in a sprint to reach the roof, and as he disappeared, Naruto leapt to the ground and made his way to the alleyway. Xian initiated the pursuit, allowing Roxas to pursue her for a short while before entering the alley herself. When Roxas saw Naruto leaning against the wall, he halted his rush inside. Naruto laughed and held up a hand, saying, you have my word. Easy there. I'm just here to make sure things don't get violent. Roxas frowned and said, and why should I believe you? Before continuing. Because he promised me, Xian replied, and I trust him. Looking down at the dark-haired girl, Roxas decided to believe his friend and said, Xian. Where have you been? Axel and I have been looking all over for you. I'm sorry. I had to leave. Looking at Naruto, Roxas questioned, had to? Xian, what's going on? Is he making you stay away? No. Xian cried in disbelief. No, Naruto is also my friend and has been attempting to assist me. Help you with what? Xian, whatever it is you can tell me, he begged. Naruto sighed and squeezed the bridge of his nose, saying, so you don't know. That makes this more complicated. Know what? What are you talking about, Xian? Naruto asked, waiting for her permission. When she nodded, he kept going. Xian isn't a nobody like you and Axel. She's a replica, a program that Vexen started and that Xemnas continued to work on in order to create more Keyblade wielders. The replica is supposed to be a copy of a person's heart or the data that was created by one, and Xian. Xian's was copied from your own data and Sora's memories that were taken from him in Castle Oblivion. Xian has been absorbing those memories as they leak out of Sora and into you. The memories were beginning to overwhelm her, and when she learned the truth about her origins she ran. Roxas whispered, how do you know all of this? Castle Oblivion. My friend, the one you all have been calling the imposter, he didn't see Xian as you and I do. He saw her as his friend Kairi. It's what led us to taking a much closer look at Castle Oblivion and how we found out about all of this. It was also why we were looking for her. Roxas, Naruto found me and took me to someone that was able to help me, to get those memories out of me and back into Sora where they belong. But there's a problem, Xian said. The memories are still leaking out of Sora and into you. Naruto concluded, if we do nothing, then eventually the progress of restoring Sora will come to a halt, and when that happens there will only be one solution. As Roxas listened to everything that was said, his eyes widened and he asked, what solution? Silently, Naruto uttered, your death. What? Why would I have to die? Because you are Sora's nobody, replied Naruto. If we were to put all of the memories into you and then put them back into Sora, it would destroy you but would restore Sora within a matter of days, according to our expert. We both agree that this is a move of last resort. As he called forth his Keyblade, Roxas yelled, last resort? I'm not going to let you kill me. Roxas. Xian yelled, attracting his focus. No one here wants you to die. Naruto has been fighting with his allies to try and save us both. It's why we're here right now. We need your help to stop this from happening. We can just defeat him then go back home. Not that simple. Naruto laughed. You already know I'm a tough customer, and while Xian and you have both improved a great deal since Beast's Castle, you are still not on my level. Plus, this wouldn't solve anything. All it would do is ensure the inevitable. Xian would start absorbing the memories out of you at a much faster rate until there was nothing left, and we would have no choice then but to destroy both of you in order to bring Sora back. Sora, Sora, Sora. I'm sick of hearing his name. Why should we have to die for him? Roxas yelled. You shouldn't. But is it fair to have him sleep forever because of what Organization 13 did to him? Naruto retaliated by making Roxas blink. Castle Oblivion was a trap set for Sora to rewrite his memories and make him another obedient tool for the organization. You both had nothing to do with this, and because of that I want to save you, but I can't save you at the cost of Sora. Roxas, if you come with us we can fix this before it gets worse. We can get these memories out of us and back to Sora. Xian replied with a sense of optimism. Please Roxas. You're the only one that can make this choice. Roxas gave Naruto a fierce look and said, and you won't force me? Not today. You make your decision and we either take you to our specialist or go our separate ways. But if you choose to leave without us, then know that one day I will have to come for you. I won't like it but I will. Naruto cautioned. This might seem like an ultimatum, but all I am doing is telling you the truth about what your actions will entail. What about you Xian? Will you come back? After considering Matabi's charm, Xian said, I won't go back to the organization. Not after knowing what I know now. Roxas, you and Axel are two of my best friends, but the rest of the organization, I don't think they are good and I can't sit idly by while they put people in danger. She appeared conflicted and was unable to look Roxas in the eye for a few moments. Xian, what are you saying? I want to do the right thing. Roxas, come with me. We don't have to stay with them. That's crazy. They'll destroy us. Only if you were alone. Naruto replied quietly. Xian has been away for months now and they haven't destroyed her. Not yet. But Axel was told to find her and kill her if she doesn't come back, Roxas gasped. And that explains where he is. Naruto sighed, but that doesn't change a thing Roxas. You don't have to stay with the organization. You might feel like you have no other place to go, but that is far from the truth. You, Xian and Axel could go anywhere you wanted to. Live whatever life you would like. And you just let us go? Why wouldn't I? Replied Naruto. You three have done nothing that merits me trying to kill you. You aren't threats to the security of the worlds, and I don't get the feeling of a black-hearted monster when I look at you. All I see is a young man trying to find a way through life with his friends by his side. I won't take that from you. For a few moments, Roxas fixed his intense gaze on Naruto before turning to face Xian and then the ground. Now he felt conflicted and unsure of what to do. One of the things he most desired was to help Xian, but he was aware that doing so would betray the organization and prevent things from returning to their previous state. Xian. Roxas sighed just as Naruto moved, causing her to turn and gaze at him before turning to face the stairs as Axel approached them. Well, isn't this interesting? Axel was humming. Naruto, Roxas and Xian. What could you be talking about? Now, standing between Axel and Roxas, Naruto responded, saving their lives. The damage done to Sora has gotten worse and is dragging them into the mess. Axel sighed, oh. This is going to get icky, isn't it? Axel laughed as the blonde said, about as icky as sticking your arm into a manure pile. Is this why Xian has been with you? You're helping her? Axel responded. That's what he said. Roxas replied, and they said that they need me now too. As he looked at Naruto, who maintained eye contact, Axel hummed, oh, if I didn't know any better I'd say this was a trap to try and get rid of Roxas. But you don't like doing underhanded things like that. So it wasn't just Lerxine that got a tour of my life, huh? Axel shook the charm slightly to make his point, saying, hey, you were a wild card there. Had to know what we were up against, especially since you were after this. As he looked over his shoulder at Roxas, Naruto remarked, it's still me, but that's on hold until we figure this out. The choice is yours, like I said Roxas. This plays out one of two ways. Axel added, as his chakram blazed into existence, or a third way. As Kurama materialized in his grasp, Naruto responded, try me hotshot. I won't swing first, but I am more than happy to knock you down a couple of pegs. While Xian watched anxiously, knowing that anything she said would break the impasse, but perhaps not in the way she desired, neither of them moved as they stood tensely, waiting for Roxas to finally express what he wanted to do. I don't believe you. I think you are tricking Xian into this. Roxas replied with conviction. Things were fine before now, and once she comes home they'll be fine again. Xian's eyes were watering and she said, Roxas, please don't do this. Roxas looked at Naruto and said, so are you going to keep your word? Taking a step to the side while maintaining eye contact with Axel, Naruto stated, always do. You are free to go and do what you want, but actions have consequences. And that brings us to my part. I've got orders, Xian. You either come back willingly or I bring you back by force. Axel went on to say. Your turn to choose. I'm not going back, Axel. Xian responded with determination. I don't want to fight you, but I won't go back to the organization. Axel merely let out a sigh before hurling the chakram at Naruto and Xian after glancing between them. As Xian called forth Matabi and knocked Axel's second chakram up and away from her, Naruto effortlessly had Kurama up in a guard. Axel was kept on guard as Naruto moved in with a swing of Kurama as the weapons were returned to the taller man's hands. Xian then moved in from the opposite side and surprised him by striking with a loud crash that sent Axel reeling backwards. As Roxas didn't move or even draw his keyblade again, Naruto turned and had Kurama in a defensive block that never encountered resistance. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the power of Son Goku flowing into Axel, and the young nobody appeared torn as he looked between Axel and Xian in shock as Axel resumed his offensive. Even though the flames had significantly increased in intensity, Naruto was able to block the next blow and warned, Xian. He's drawing on it. As she launched a blue fireball at Axel, who hurled a chakram into it to destroy it, Xian nodded and said, I know. As they battled, Axel's expression was a mix of frustration and rage, and Naruto soon saw that Son Goku's power was increasing Axel's own strength to the point where he would have struggled if he had been alone. Axel used his chakram as a shield to deflect the ice when Naruto skidded back and launched a blizzaga at him. Xian then struck with a barrage of blows that Axel was able to withstand despite the flame-covered blade until Naruto leapt over him grinning. Block this. Bijudama. Naruto nodded to Xian, who opened a corridor of darkness, as he bounded the sphere of destruction and jumped away in a roll as it hit Axel. Axel flew out of the flaming wreckage and into a wall. Looking at Roxas, Naruto said, take care of him, or chase after us, your call. With Naruto just a moment behind her, Xian entered the doorway first and said, I'm sorry, Roxas. After giving the closing door a fleeting glance, Roxas hurried to Axel and swiftly used a cura spell to start healing the worst of the harm done to him. After the third healing spell, Roxas asked, you okay? As the taller nobody stood up again, albeit with a more worn-out appearance. Axel laughed grimly and said, but you know what this means now. Nothing a few days of sleep wouldn't fix. She's being tricked. We just got to get her away from them and she'll see. Roxas. Axel breathed a sigh of relief and head with resignation. Even if she is being tricked. The moment that we tell Sayax that Xian is with Naruto, he's going to want us to destroy them both. And this is twice now that Blondie had me. As much as I want Zien back, her being with Naruto has stopped him from attacking us. Both of their missions failed, and Roxas remained silent as they began to return. They were sitting in a study on the first floor of the mansion when Naruto said, "You okay, Zien?" Zien replied softly, obviously still in shock from what had just transpired. "Not really." Neither of them had anticipated that Roxas would refuse to assist them or believe that the information they had given him was false. The fact that he did, and that he was so determined to bring Zien back with him, regardless of the consequences to himself or others, was both noble and risky. However, Naruto didn't want to say what he knew would happen next. Without Roxas's assistance, the process would eventually come to a complete stop when the rate at which the memories were being absorbed was equal to the rate at which Namin could restore them. Naruto was aware that this would signal the end of Roxas's tenure and the breach of his pledge to Zien to keep her friends safe. He didn't particularly enjoy the idea, but he also realized that they were running out of time and options. Zien spoke up as he opened his mouth to speak. "You did everything that you could, Naruto. You did more for us than our own organization has for us, and more than most people would think a nobody or a replica are worth. I know you're going to have to go after Roxas again. That you are going to have to capture him and bring him here by force. I want you to know that I free you from your promise to me, that you can do what you have to in order to bring Sora back." Naruto stared into the girl's eyes and uttered the startled words, "Zien." Even though the pain and fear persisted, a steely resolve was hardening behind those blue eyes, indicating that she would no longer be easily broken. "I trust you, Naruto. You're one of my best friends and I know that you will do what is right." "I'll do my best, Zien." Naruto sighed. "It might not get that bad just yet. We'll see how things go first." Zien simply shook her head because she knew that things would get that bad, but she also understood that Naruto's words weren't just for her. Rather, they were a wish he was sending out into the world in hopes of somehow resolving this issue without having to kill someone else. After Axel and Sayax had finished explaining what had happened to him, Xemnas reflected from his throne. "So that is how it is. It would appear that our little replica has become quite dangerous. You are certain that it is drawing on the charm's power to such an extent?" he asked. "Yeah. She packs a punch now, and if I didn't have a charm of my own she'd have gotten me. She could probably take down 2 maybe 3 of us even with their charms." Axel gave a nod. "How interesting. It is a pity that we will have to destroy it. It could have been such a useful test subject." Xemnas responded, "The matter of this other wielder of the Keyblade. You have encountered him several times now, Axel, and he has shown up several times now in worlds where we are conducting missions. I would know your thoughts on this young man." "He's dangerous," Axel said. "Fast, strong, and when pushed he can be absolutely ruthless. Last 2 times I fought him he had me dead to rights. He's looking for the charms and says that they belong to him. But he's letting Zien keep hers, so that might be a lie. Or it is the truth and he is letting it keep it as it is clearly helping him." Xemnas responded. "Sayax, how many worlds has he been sighted in?" 6 if you count his appearance in Castle Oblivion. He has appeared the most often in Beast's Castle and Olympus Coliseum, though the latter has decreased after Demyx fled rather than fight him. He targets worlds where we appear the most often and the imposter has been sighted with him multiple times." "I see. And you believe that he possesses one of the charms?" "Yeah. A fox one," Axel replied. "His is different than ours though. It's active and protected him from Namin." "How very intriguing." Xemnas replied. "He is one of the Keyblade's chosen and I would rather avoid killing him as he could prove quite valuable in accomplishing our own goals. If he continues to be a threat to us we will of course remove him." Sayax then inquired, "And the replica? Kill it. It knows far too much about us and cannot be allowed to roam free. Inform the rest of the organization about Zien and its true nature. And they are to recover the charm if it still has it. There is no sense in depriving ourselves of a resource." Now, Axel scowled as he appeared to want to say something but instead just made a disapproving sound before vanishing into a corridor of darkness, followed shortly after by Sayax. The day after their failed attempt to bring Roxas, Namin told Naruto, Zien absorbed new memories. Namin had asked to talk to Naruto, but they were in her own room now, after a session with Zien had just ended and the girl had gone off to spar with Riku for a while. Naruto blinked in surprise. "She did? It appears that being near Roxas like that was enough for her to absorb memories from him. They were not chained tightly and I was able to bring them back to Sora with ease, but if she were to come into contact with Roxas again, she could absorb a great deal more, and if we had brought him here it might have been a lot worse." Naruto nodded. "Have you told Diz yet?" "No, I wanted you to know this first and see what you thought about it. It means we are going to have to change our approach to handling this. If Zien is absorbing memories from Roxas when he's near we can't just bring him here. We would need a secondary facility, or somewhere that the two wouldn't be too close to one another. So what will we do now? Namine frowned slightly as Naruto gestured for her to follow him down the stairs. When he opened the front door, he saw Xian thwarting Riku's slash. Okay, you two, meeting time, he said. Me too. Xian, who was accustomed to being excluded from the four's private meetings, inquired startledly. As he led them down to the lab, Naruto responded, it involves you, and you've proved that we can trust you. Besides, we need your help now more than ever. Xian was amazed as they entered the computer room where Diz was working. Diz sneered and said, what do you want, and why did you bring Xian down here? Namine. Diz's expression became more irate as Naruto prodded, causing the nobody to rapidly explain what she had just discovered. We have a whole new problem now. Ideas. Diz sneered and asked, do you still intend to try and save that nobody's life? Not that I don't want to. He doesn't want to be saved. Naruto replied, and we are running out of time here. Organization will likely have a kill order for Xian given to all the members, and like you said before, this place can withstand a siege. We need to move quickly if we are going to finish this. So what do you have in mind? A virtual Twilight Town. I can make a data copy of this world and the hearts of the people that live here. We can place Roxas within it while Namine does her work. He will live out his last few days unaware of what he truly is. Diz clarified. It will take some time to finish, but the moment it is, we can place him within it and hide him from Organization 13. It could work. The problem is if the organization just uses corridors of darkness to enter it. Riku continued, if he doesn't remember who he really is, then they're just going to grab him. Just to get the others to look at him, Naruto said, 2 teams. Riku, you go in there and keep an eye on things once we have Roxas. Handle any overt threats that would overwhelm Roxas. Xian and I would stay out here and stop them from attacking on this side. Namine questioned, then how will we get Roxas? Xian. Naruto stopped and looked over. I never asked you this, always saw it as a breach of trust, but we need to know where the organization is set up. Our best bet is to grab Roxas from there instead of trying to find him while he's out on a mission. It's a world that resides on the border of the darkness, a world that shouldn't exist. I can take you there. Xian said without hesitation, causing Riku to blink in surprise. It's called the world that never was. That would be great. Naruto replied, we won't try anything right away, but if we have a chance to do some recon, that would be best. Then we have our plan. Riku gave a wink. How long will you need to get that virtual Twilight Town up and running? I will need a few weeks to make the appropriate scans and data renditions. And once it is done, it will need to be tested. Diz said quietly, we can begin in 2 months' time. As Naruto began to walk away, Namine grinned and said, that will give me enough time to remove the last few memories from you, Xian. We've got a lot to do then. Let's go. Most of them didn't like how fast the days went by. Naruto and Riku were left to observe the world after Xian, who had kept her word and shown them the world that never was, left shortly after, stating that she didn't want to be too close in case she began to draw Sora's memories into her. They had been skulking around the streets of a dark city on their first foray into the world, avoiding the constantly wandering nobodies, mostly dusks, though they also saw a few others. Since they couldn't find a way to enter the castle, they had discovered that they would have to open a corridor of darkness straight into it. They weren't thrilled with this idea, but they were willing to take action if they couldn't find another way to get to Roxas. Diz was able to construct his virtual world, and Xian spent several days testing it out for the man. In spite of his reservations about Xian, she had discovered several vulnerabilities in the system that could have been used against him, and he had been able to fix them or make them into lethal traps for anyone who was stupid enough to use them. The last of Sora's memories had been taken out of Xian and reinserted into Sora during all of this, leaving Xian with only her own memories and changing her into the young woman Naruto had never seen walk with such confidence. After they got back, Naruto said to Riku, everything is set here. We strike tomorrow. You ready for this? He asked. Looking over at the woods, Riku said softly, as ready as I can be, though I got something to do first. Assuming who was in the woods, Naruto grinned and said, go and talk to him. Give Mickey my regards, and Riku. Yeah, you know that I'll look out for Sora too. If worst comes to worst and you don't think that you can face him, I'll keep him safe until he's back to full strength, Naruto said. Riku walked off with a smug grin and said, I know, but who will keep you safe? Xian yelled from the mansion, Naruto, do you have a second? To which Naruto replied, sure thing Xian. As they made their way through the streets of the dark city, tension was in the air. They decided to play it by ear, and when they heard Axel, they stopped walking down an alleyway. Your mind's made up? As they heard the next voice, Naruto stopped Riku with a raised hand. Why did the Keyblade choose me? I have to know. You can't turn on the organization. You get on their bad side and they'll destroy you, Axel roared. As he kept walking, Roxas answered, no one would miss me. That's not true. I would. As Naruto and Riku silently retreated and attempted to interrupt Roxas in the wide plaza in front of them, nothing more was said. The young nobody was just entering when the two arrived, and he froze upon seeing them. He said softly, of course you show up now. I tried to warn you, Roxas. Naruto sighed and shook his head, saying, you brought this on yourself. Maybe. It was my choice though, like you said. Roxas responded with conviction. You were telling the truth though, about Xian being a replica. And you were telling me the truth about me too, I guess. I was. Having second thoughts? Naruto responded, it's not too late. Riku raised an eyebrow and said, Naruto? It adds time on, but we have the necessary steps in place to stop any problems. If he's changed his mind, then we owe it to him to try. Hey. You're a nice guy. I can see why Xian trusts you. Roxas laughed, but I'm not going with you. Why not? Inquired Naruto. I have my own reasons. I need to know the truth, and I will find it on my own. Roxas went on to say, I won't go with you to help someone that I don't even know, or care to help. So what will you do now? Now, Naruto said, drawing his keyblade and flying across the gap between them, we take you by force. Roxas, who had used the kingdom key to block the opening blow, was knocked back a step by the first blow. Riku then swung in from the side with a slash of his own, blinking in surprise as Roxas was completely covered in red chakra. Oathkeeper and Oblivion were the two blades that the coating transformed his kingdom key into, with the black blade deflecting Riku's blow. Sensing Naruto close, Yuki yelled, I can't stop him, he's drawing on my full power. When Naruto skidded back from Roxas's counterattack, he smiled and said, well, this is new. As he spun the twin blades, Roxas laughed and said, tell me about it. I've never felt this powerful before. Riku moved in and helped Naruto, waited on moving in to block strikes or to knock them off balance as he and Naruto effortlessly weaved around each other. As he rushed forward, his twin blades fell upon Naruto, who blocked the strikes with Kurama while moving around the nobody to try and find a hole in his offensive. The keyblade disappeared and reappeared in Roxas's hand, allowing him to start his own counterattack against Riku. Naruto stepped low, allowing Riku to use his back as a springboard and launch himself up and over Roxas. This forced the nobody to raise Oblivion up to block Riku, while Oathkeeper went low to block Kurama. Naruto grinned as he slammed a Rasengan into Roxas, sending him skidding backwards, but not before sending Oblivion flying into Naruto's arm, knocking him back a step. When Riku attacked himself, Naruto rejoined the battle and brought up Kurama to catch Oathkeeper with the fox-shaped keyblade's claws to hold it in place. However, Roxas jumped with Naruto's upward pull and slammed a foot into Riku's head, knocking him back a few steps as he released Oathkeeper and started pushing Naruto back a little. After deflecting a few blows, Naruto was able to gain Roxas' support and smirked as he cast his spell. Thundiga. The lightning blasted out of his hands, sending Roxas hurtling backward and landing against a building's side. Riku, who was standing next to Naruto, gasped, he's strong. Yeah. We might need to go all in now. Sorry. Don't be. It won't take much for me to get him, but I'll need you to distract him, Riku responded. Naruto smiled and said, step back and get ready, I've got it. With a frown, Roxas got up and charged at Naruto, who returned the blows with his own until he missed a block. Roxas smiled as Oblivion struck him in the side. Just for a log to be launched into the air and a cloud of smoke to emerge. What? Shocked, Roxas blinked. He heard a voice behind him as he turned around in an attempt to locate Naruto. Roxas. Roxas yelled, Xian. As he turned to face Xian, who was holding Matabi. What are you doing here? He asked. A cloud of smoke revealed Naruto standing there with Matabi in his hands as well. Before he could react, an uncharacteristic smile split her face as Matabi slammed into Roxas's chest and sent him flying backwards. How? Roxas exclaimed, startled. The preceding day. Xian put Matabi's charm in his hand and said, I want you to take this. Attempting to force the charm back into her hands, Naruto remarked, Xian, she's not mine to take. I know. It was our choice. Xian laughed. You are going to need every trick you can to bring Roxas back here, and you and Riku too. And I don't need Matabi anymore. Naruto inquired, and how does Matabi feel about this? Xian and I had a long talk about this. She is no longer a little kitten that needs my protection. Xian is a lioness and I pity anyone that crosses her. Matabi responded with firmness. You on the other hand need me more than ever, Naruto. Naruto nodded as he accepted the golden charm and observed it return to Matabi's typical blue and black hue. If you're sure. Naruto felt a part of himself return as he realized what had been lost. A smile split his face as he made a quick hand sign and startled Zien by how much he now resembled her. Looks like I got my transformation and substitution jutsu back. Outraged, Zien questioned, back? You lost them? Naruto nodded and went back to his usual self. That and so many other skills. But this answers what happened to them. But now I have a few new tricks to use against Roxas, plus Matabi's power as well. Now time. The how doesn't matter, Riku, Naruto retorted. Riku's form changed as he started to draw on his own darkness, and there were no more warning words. The young man with silver hair had vanished, and in its place was a tall man with long, straight white hair and bronze skin. Before Roxas knew what to do, his shadow materialized as a monstrous form and rushed forward, encircling him in a bear hug that quickly knocked him unconscious by squeezing the air out of him. As Riku covered his face with his hood, Naruto whistled, damn. As Dusks showed up, Riku picked up Roxas and said, it had to be done. Any longer and the organization would have shown up. Spoke too soon. Naruto laughed. Go, I'll take care of them. Zien should be on a different world until tonight, so go straight there. As he opened a corridor of darkness, Riku nodded and said, got it. I'll come back and get you once I'm done. As the Dusks gathered in front of Naruto, he slammed a hand onto his fully armored body and said simply, don't. I'll get back on my own. Now go. Riku vanished into the darkness with Roxas as Naruto stood in his full armor. As Matabi was covered in blue fire, Naruto grinned and said, come on then. I'll teach you what happens when you play with fire. On the first morning following Roxas's placement in the simulated Twilight Town, Naruto finally made his appearance. He flew down and landed on the ground, placing a trembling hand over the pauldron that would reverse the armor once more, with one hand resting on the grass outside the mansion. Zien yelled, Naruto, as she rushed to him after spotting him come down from the second story and quickly jumped to the ground before running out the door. Her organization code was gone, exposing her new wardrobe, which she had chosen to purchase on a trip into town proper. It consisted of a dark purple double button shirt, a black skirt that fell just past her knees, and a pair of black boots that reached her midcalf. The lengthy journey served as a clear reminder to the blonde that he knew very little about shopping with women, as one of the local girls, Olette, had even approached her to assist her in making her decision. Hey! Naruto moaned and stumbled to his feet, the smaller girl supporting him under his arm as they entered. We all good here? He asked. As they made their way to the stairs leading to the lab, she nodded and said, yes. Roxas is in the other Twilight Town with Namine and Riku. Diz is keeping an eye on things right now, though he did ask to see you when you got back. As they descended the stairs, Naruto complained, of course he did. As they entered the actual computer room, they discovered the man seated in front of the terminal, which displayed pictures of the fictitious Twilight Town. It is good that you have returned. Diz replied, though ashamed that Riku had to pay such a price. Naruto walked over and looked at the screens, his hand trembling on the chair, causing the older man to look at him. We understood the risks, he said. Are you unwell? Exhausted? Naruto replied, wasn't just dusks and creepers. Near the tail end of that fight started seeing a few new ones that I'd never fought before. The ones with the claymores and the ones that make those almost invisible cubes were getting hard to fight when they started showing up in waves. Zien responded, berserkers and sorcerers. Naruto and Diz both gave her a startled look as she said, they're higher level nobodies but nowhere near as strong as a member of Organization 13. Berserkers report to Sayax while sorcerers report to Xemnas. Naruto smiled feebly and turned back to Diz, saying, Namine and Riku in there. Remind me to pick your brain later. Diz scowled and typed a few commands before saying, yes. Riku is keeping his distance for now, though it appears that we already have an intruder. Naruto blinked as he looked at the screen, where Roxas was battling the intruding Dusk. Diz gave Roxas the ability to fight by typing a few more commands, which caused the struggle weapon to change into the Kingdom Key. Zien smiled slightly as she watched the boy, who moved effortlessly even without his memories, swiftly knocking back the Dusk as if it were nothing. Naruto smiled and said, even without his memories, he moves like a fighter. Kid has talent. As they kept watching and watched the pictures of Roxas fall to the ground after Roxas had vanquished the enemy, Diz just made a noncommittal noise in response to this statement. Pictures? Why did it go after those? Zien was perplexed. Dusks aren't the brightest creatures, I'll admit, but they would know the difference between a picture and Roxas. Due to both being data, it could not likely tell the difference at this time. Diz responded, We were lucky only one managed to get in at this time. We will need to be more careful. As he observed Roxas engaging with 3 other teenagers he recognized from the Twilight Town area, Naruto said, "As long as it's the low-level grunts then I'm not too worried about it. The moment that they find a way to get one of the organization members in, that is when I will be worried," Naruto said. "Depending on who they send it might be more than Riku can handle," Diz replied, "even with his new powers. If that happens Naruto can go in and handle it." Xian responded, "I can keep things safe here by myself if I have to." "Let's hope so. If they decide to go at it from both sides we will be in big trouble." Naruto smiled. "I'm going to lay down for a while. Let Riku know that he can exit whenever he likes. They aren't going to send a main member in right out the gates until they are sure they know where Roxas is." Diz acknowledged with a grunt as Naruto and Xian made their way back up the stairs. The girl remained silent as she checked to make sure Naruto was back on his cot before leaving. She went completely past the gates when she noticed a familiar red-haired person emerge from the doorway. "Why'd I always get the icky jobs?" When Xian saw him, she nodded, "Axel." "Xian." Axel shook his head and sighed. "Where's Roxas?" he asked. Xian firmly said, "Not here." "Don't screw around, Xian," Axel shouted. "Naruto and the imposter took him as he was leaving, now where is he?" As she looked down at the man who merely shook his head, Xian reiterated, "Not here." As he turned to face the girl, Axel snarled, "The two of you. You two think that you can just do whatever you like. Well, I'm sick of it," he said, calling forth his chakram to his outstretched left hand. A threatening red aura surrounded him. "You go ahead and keep running. But I'll always be there to bring you back." As Xian extended her own hand and called forth her new keyblade, a melancholy smile spread across her face. The grip was a gray steel rod, and the guard was the same color, encircling the rod in an oval pattern. At the base of the guard, the chain that led down to the keychain was black. As it connected to the keychain, which was a circle with a mottled blue and white pattern, each link faded out to a white color. This coloring was matched by the blade, which had a wavy pattern that extended outward like a flame and ended at the last section where the teeth were shaped like a saw. Despite appearing taken aback by the weapon's change, Axel continued to charge at Xian, who deflected them with a straightforward guard. Xian hurried forward as the weapons were returned to Axel's grasp, bringing the blade down in 3 quick swings and allowing the blows to bounce off the weapons before avoiding Axel's attempted counterattack, which resulted in her own hand slapping into his side while she spoke. "Blizzaga." A chakram flew at her with such force that it sent a shockwave, and Xian took a step back before rolling to the side as the ice shards struck Axel and knocked him across the grass. She was backed up towards the forest when she noticed Axel getting closer once more. His chakram was spinning as he swung them at Xian, who blocked them. She smiled and let her block send her flying back into the tree's shade. Axel twitched when he heard her laughing and scowled when he couldn't see her as he followed her into the forest. "Just going to hide, Xian?" exclaimed Axel emphatically. Axel turned and attempted to launch his chakram at her, but she was gone again, her laughter resonating, and he was forced to roll forward as Xian struck him before the nobody could react, her blade striking him in the back. He turned to try to see her, expecting her to rush at him, but all he could hear was her laughter as she would vanish into the tree shadows, strike when he wasn't looking, and then vanish again. Axel roared in rage after the 4th blow, encircling himself with a ring of fire. When Xian reappeared inside it, he blinked. He scowled now and asked, "What was that?" Xian swung her keyblade down at him and remarked, "I've picked up a few new tricks." She appeared to his left and let her weapon slam into him, and Axel blinked when there was no resistance and then cursed as he was knocked to the side. His face was simultaneously intrigued and irritated as he asked, how do you keep doing that?" As she moved aside, Xian said, "A replica isn't meant to exist, even more so than a nobody according to some." Axel scowled and said, "That has nothing to do with what I asked." "But it does." Xian grinned as she swung her weapon at Axel, who moved to block out of instinct. However, since there was no attack coming from that direction, he was once again rendered foolish, and this time he was knocked off balance by a kick to his lower back, which caused him to roll away from Xian, who was still grinning confidently as she faced him. "If you can manage to see it." Axel blinked as Xian went on the attack. This time, he fought the impulse to block her attack when she slashed at him vertically. He instantly cursed as it hit home, pushing him back a step as she continued to attack. Every time Axel attempted to block or attack, Xian disappeared and then reappeared in a different location, hitting him with her own attack before he could even think to react. As he yelled, "That does it!" he sent a burst of flames around himself and saw Xian appear a few paces away, appearing slightly exhausted but unharmed. "I'm not going to just sit here and let you run all over while Roxas needs us. Don't you care what happens to him?" I thought he was one of your best friends, he exclaimed. I do care. Xian replied softly, but Roxas made his own choice, just like I made mine. Paused and sighed. Up until the end Naruto offered him the chance to save himself, a chance to save all three of us, but Roxas wouldn't listen. What happens now is the consequences of his own choices. All I can do now is what's best for everyone. And how do you know? Axel asked. How can you be so damn sure that this is right? Because I know that Naruto is good, that he wouldn't be doing this if he thought it was evil. And I trust him. Can you honestly tell me that you trust Organization 13? After everything that they have done? After everything that they have ordered you to do? Xian responded now, observing the confused expression in Ax's eyes. It's not too late, Axel. You don't have to stay with them. Hey. Is that what you think? Axel laughed. Sorry Xian. My path is set in stone. I'm bringing both of you back, even if it kills me. He saw the weapon pass right through the girl as he threw a chakram at her, and as he turned, she vanished like a ghost. He then raised the other chakram a block to his side, where Xian reappeared, only to hear her laugh as she vanished once more and reappeared directly in front of him, her keyblade swinging straight into his stomach. You're catching on, Xian replied, but you don't understand it yet. As he got back up, Axel grunted, What, are you teleporting like Xigbar? No, Xigbar moves through space. What I do is something very different. Xian shook her head. I guess you could thank Matabi for awakening this power within me. My true strength, a power unique to me. A power that I am going to use to protect those that are important to me. Now, frowning, Axel was trying to think of what to do when he heard a sound coming from behind him. When he turned and saw Naruto standing there with Matabi balanced on his shoulder, he blinked in surprise. Was wondering what all that noise was. Some of us were trying to sleep, the brunette murmured. You looking for a fight here, Axel? Axel was about to lash out at Naruto when he saw Xian step forward, determined to stop him. I'm looking for my friend, he yelled. Give it up, Axel. Roxas made his choice and has to accept the consequences of it now. I'm not going to let you stop Sora's reawakening, Naruto said with determination. Glancing between the two Keyblade wielders, Axel frowned before opening a door and entering. I'm not giving up. I will bring you two back home. Axel responded with determination. Once I get Roxas, I'll come back for you, Xian. Axel then closed the door and vanished, leaving Naruto to stand and gaze at Xian, who was grinning sheepishly. You took a big risk there, Xian retorted, so did you. You're not in any shape to fight. As they began to return to the mansion, Naruto remarked, maybe. I only caught the last bit of that fight. What were you doing there? I used the power that Matabi helped nurture. Xian laughed. I'm a replica of a nobody built from the memories of a whole being. In all the laws of how the world works, I shouldn't exist. So using that, I ceased to exist for a few moments. Naruto questioned in disbelief, you temporarily erase your own existence, disappearing from the world? Vanishing point. It's what Matabi and I called it. I step into this sort of shadowy world that lies underneath the real world. From there I can move around freely and reappear at will. I can't stay in there too long though, or I might get stuck and really cease to exist. And I can only use it a few times in a row before I start to get tired. Xian clarified. Matabi and I practiced with it a lot before you went after Roxas. It's why she was comfortable returning to you. Matabi laughed and said, I told you that you didn't need to worry about her. Naruto laughed as they made their way back into the mansion, saying, she just said I told you so. Xian laughed and said, of course she did, she is usually right. That's why you were keeping him talking. You were buying yourself time to recover. Yeah. Axel's too strong to go head to head like that. I needed to keep him off balance for as long as I could, and since he was so willing to talk I decided to use that to my advantage. As he allowed the truth of Xian's power to set in, Naruto just closed his eyes. The capacity to vanish and then resurface anywhere she desired. She could easily defeat any number of opponents, depending on how often she could use that power in a row and how strong her opponent was. The idea grew more unsettling as he pondered what she might accomplish in the future if she could fully master that power. She had only practiced with it for a few weeks prior to this, and Matabi helped to ensure she didn't overdo it or to give her a boost if she began to feel too exhausted. To fully utilize that power and its potential, she would need to undergo extensive training. As he climbed the stairs, Naruto acknowledged, you might just be one of the most dangerous warriors that the worlds have ever known. Maybe. But you and Riku are way stronger, I think. With a yawn creeping up on him, he responded, we'll have to wait and see about that. For now, I really am going back to bed. Try not to get into any more fights while I'm asleep. She yelled, no promises if Diz keeps giving me those dirty looks. As he walked to his cot, he only said, "I said fights, not smacking around an arrogant dick." As Axel emerged from his throne, Xemnas said, "You were unsuccessful." All of Organization XII's surviving members had assembled, most of them anxious about the recent attack that had destroyed a large number of nobodies and the loss of their number 13. "We were wrong about Xian's strength," Axel said. "She's stronger now than she was before. Once she got serious I couldn't touch her, and when Blondie showed up it was better to retreat. All I can say for sure is that Roxas isn't in Twilight Town." "Not that Twilight Town." Syax replied. "One of the Dusks did manage to escape and report what it had learned. It appears that the man who has been sheltering our enemies has created a virtual version of Twilight Town and placed Roxas within it, even going so far as to have the witch place new memories inside Roxas to make him more likely to fight off any rescue attempts." Zigbar laughed and said, "Hey, that's pretty clever. A nuisance." Zaldin grumbled. "We send a large enough group of nobodies they will take Roxas by force and bring him back here. From there we snap him out of whatever the witch has done to him, or leave him like that. As long as he continues to destroy Heartless it doesn't matter what is in his mind." "I don't know guys, he might try and fight us," Demix said concernedly. "I mean, he did beat you up Syax before he left." Syax scowled at the other man, who merely raised his hands to appease his colleague. "It is a valid point." Luxord sang, "Roxas is far from weak, and if he fights seriously he will be a threat. We need to consider all of the odds before we place our bets." "We do have a few options left." Zigbar laughed. "We know where he is now. We do get that larger force and see if we can get him that way. If that doesn't work, one of us goes in and snaps him out of it, or drags him back." "I'll go," Axel replied with authority. "We work together the most, he's more likely to remember me." "Then it is decided." Xemnas smiled. "Summon Twilight Thorn. We will send it in as many dusks as we can to retrieve our wayward member. If Twilight Thorn fails, the matter will fall to you Axel." Before the one-eyed man spoke, Zigbar and Xemnas exchanged glances as the other members nodded and gradually vanished. "Gotta consider the possibility that we lose our last key. I am not worried. Roxas was a useful tool, but Sora can be just as useful if given the right motivation. And with so many keys out in the worlds now it is only a matter of time until our goal is reached." Xemnas grinned. "We will have our Kingdom Hearts, of that there is no doubt." Naruto yelled, "Again Xian." The girl nodded and vanished from sight. Shortly after, she vanished once more to avoid his own counter, and Naruto sidestepped, avoiding the swing of her Keyblade. Her third strike came from his right, but it was met with a kick that sent her back a step as she blinked in surprise. The next strike came from above him as she came down at him in a spinning slash, which Matabi blocked as the resistance against their blades vanished. She questioned in disbelief, "How'd you do that?" "Instinct." Naruto laughed. "After spending almost 10 years training to fight and having a ton of near-death experiences you get an instinct for fighting. Add that to the fact that this isn't the first time I've fought someone that can phase out of reality. I can start to guess where the most likely place for you to attack next will be." Xian blinked and said, "You fought someone that can do what I do." "Similar. His name was Obito Uchiha." Naruto replied, "He was the former teammate to the Jonin that trained me and my team. Obito was able to enter this pocket dimension called Kamui, either with his whole body or just a part of himself." Xian observed, "But you beat him. Had help. It was me, Killer B, Kakashi and Might Guy that faced him." "Long story. But Kakashi got one of Obito's eyes when they thought he was dying and Kakashi had already lost an eye. The eyes could open the Kamui dimension so he used that to fight him. Of course it all got a lot worse once Madara Uchiha showed up, and spiraled way out of control from there." Naruto said, shaking his head and staring towards the heavens. "I don't even know how long it's been since that day. Feels like years." Xian said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up bad memories." Naruto sighed and let Matabi vanish, saying, "Don't be sorry, can't tiptoe around it. Come on, it's been quiet these last 2 days. Let's go and check on Roxas." As they descended to the lab, Xian nodded her agreement and discovered Diz at his regular location in front of the computer, typing a few commands and scowling at the screen. Although Roxas was still in the virtual world that Diz had made, he was not in Twilight Town at the time. Naruto blinked at what he saw as Roxas repelled the approaching dusks. "Are they in Sora's heart?" "Yes. I am uncertain as to how this has happened, but it appears that they have managed to enter the virtual rendering of Sora's heart within the simulation." Diz continued to type. "What's worse is that we are unable to have Riku move in to assist as he would be unable to enter such a place, and there appears to be a powerful nobody that managed to fight its way past the security measures that I put into place. As she stepped forward, Xian questioned, "Powerful nobody, what does it look like?" "Larger than any nobody that I have seen before now. It looks like it is wearing some kind of armor," explained Diz. Xian looked at Naruto and muttered, "Twilight Thorn. It's Organization XII's version of a dark side, you could say, although there's only one. It's powerful, very powerful." Naruto questioned, "As bad as an organization member?" "No," Xian replied after giving it some thought. "It has a lot of power, but it's not as smart as one of the organization members. It does have a sort of cunning, but it prefers straight-up violence to get its missions done." Diz inquired, "And whom does it report to?" "Anyone in Organization 13 can order it around if they want, but it's only allowed off-world if Xemnas gives permission." Xian clarified. That they sent it after Roxas means that they aren't taking any chances. They know that he's there and that he will fight back if approached. "They know we have Namin with us." Naruto replied, "The organization isn't stupid. They probably put all the pieces together and realized that we rewrote Roxas's memories before we put him in there. They're going to knock him out first, then take him back." Diz said, "They will find that much harder than they believe. Roxas was fighting the giant nobody on screen, and he was winning because he was using his smaller size to hit it repeatedly with the Kingdom Key. If they sent Twilight Thorn now, it means that one of the organization members are going to be next. We need to be ready." Xian spoke quietly. Naruto inquired, "Is Riku ready in there?" "Yes. He will move in at the first sign of their presence," was the older gentleman's response as he typed a couple of additional commands. "I have also activated a few commands that will halt time within the simulation should the presence of a nobody be detected. It will allow us time to respond without matters within the simulation deteriorating any further." Looking at Diz, Naruto scowled and asked, "What do you mean further? Something going wrong?" "They are not just hollow imitations, they have data renditions of hearts as well. They are aware of the world around them and are capable of acting and seeing things. It is because of this that they are noticing odd things happening, and the more that they happen or the more that we intervene, the more that they will try to unravel the mystery, much like they would do if things like this happened in our reality." Diz put it simply. The more Organization 13 makes waves, the more the data versions of the people will notice and begin poking the simulation. It could eventually lead to the destabilization of the entire simulation if allowed to go too far. Naruto put pressure on him. "What happens then?" "Cataclysmic failure. Sora's memories that are not restored will be destroyed, and likely Roxas along with them. Sora will be stunted in ways that we cannot begin to understand, and anyone that is trapped within the simulation will perish as well." Diz continued for a moment. Xian exclaimed, "And you just put them in there knowing this?" Xian glared back at Diz, who yelled, "This is just the best out of a bad situation that could have been avoided. I was not in favor of this plan to begin with." Diz looked at Naruto in shock as he said, "You're towing the line, Diz, and Riku isn't here to stop me this time. We're already in the thick of it now, so less complaining and more solutions." "How much longer will it take for Namin to finish?" Diz asked. 3 more days. Diz responded, "The rest of the memories will be restored in the next 2 days, but to assure that he awakens properly, Roxas will need to return to Sora on the final day. And it's safe to assume that someone from the organization will be inside the simulation sometime within the next few days. Okay, keep an eye on things and we see if Roxas can handle matters. Riku is one of our trump cards in there, and I don't want to expose him too early if we can, otherwise they will likely hit us with a lot more firepower than we can stop. And I do have one more trap that will handle matters if a member arrives before the final day." Diz added, "It will only work the one time, however." Roxas could only reach out blindly in the darkness before he felt a hand grab his and was drawn from the strange place where he had fought those things by a blinding light. He was taken to a large white room with white objects scattered all over it and the girl he had seen earlier sitting on an elevated section. The girl put a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture as Roxas moved forward to try to speak. "My name is Namin," she started by saying. "Roxas, do you remember your true name?" A man wearing a black coat with the hood drawn up stepped up and said, "Namin, that's enough." Roxas appeared perplexed and was about to say something. She started, but if no one tells him. He looked at Roxas and said, "We cannot risk it now." Roxas scowled at him. "We are running out of time, and can't afford any more delays." Roxas yelled, "Hey, you're that pickpocket." Just before he was pushed into it and sent back into the virtual Twilight Town, the man holding up a hand somehow created a doorway of dark energy that stunned Roxas. Namin insisted, "We should tell him, Riku. It could undo the memory alterations that you did." Riku said with a sigh, "Diz already told me that Xian and Naruto fought off Axel a few days ago. The organization is already moving in faster than we would like. We can't afford to have new variables added in now." He stopped and looked at the girl. I know you want to help him, and I don't like this any more than you do. But he chose his own path. All we can do now is carry out the plan that we agreed on. Namine looked down at this, understanding what Riku was saying and why, but not wanting to agree with him about how Roxas should be treated. Now that she was standing, Namine opened her own door and went back to the room where she would keep drawing the memories and give them back to Sora. Axel had tried to take Roxas away during the struggle tournament, but the younger nobody was able to hold him off long enough for Diz to activate the security measures he had put in place, which forcibly removed Axel and the other nobodies who had broken into the simulation. The day after Roxas's encounter with Twilight Thorn didn't turn out any better. As Roxas and his friends searched Twilight Town for the 7 Wonders, it was now day 5. Though 2, 3, 4, and 5 were all easily defeated, each instance proved puzzling to Roxas but was readily explained by his friends thanks to Diz's coding. Naruto, who was watching the screens, could see the source as nobodies trying a new method of weakening and capturing Roxas. For the 7th wonder, which Naruto had assisted Namine in setting up so she could speak with Roxas once more, Roxas and Pence were now standing in front of the mansion. Naruto carried out the command that drew the young nobody into the room that Namine used to attract in both the simulation and real life. Naruto heard Diz banging on the door that Xian was keeping closed as he leaned back in the computer chair while the command was being given. Xian questioned, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" "Nope. But Namine wanted this chance to talk to him, and I agree. He deserves to know what's going on," replied Naruto. Diz roared, "Open this door," and kept beating on it. Roxas looked about the room he was in and noticed some drawings on the wall. Namine's voice called out, "Roxas." He looked around, hoping to spot her, but he couldn't find her. As he came to a drawing of 3 people standing together, he exclaimed, "Namine? This is me? And Axel's here too." Namine said, "You are best friends." Roxas laughed and said, "Very funny, but who's the other person?" Namine answered, "Xian, your other best friend." "Another one? Is she going to attack me too?" Namine paused for a second before continuing. "No, don't you want to know the truth, about who you really are?" she asked. "No one knows me better than me, of course." After a brief period of silence, Roxas said, "But I don't get what's been happening lately." He was perplexed by the events that had been occurring in the town and the strange dreams he had been having lately. After passing the window and continuing down the wall, he came to a stop at another drawing that featured 3 well-known people. "You know these 3, don't you?" "Yeah. Sora, Donald, and Goofy. They're from the dreams." Roxas gave a nod. "About a year ago, some things happened, and I had to take apart the memories chained together in Sora's heart. But now I'm putting them all back exactly the way they were. It's taken me a long time, but pretty soon Sora will be his old self again. The process has been affecting you too, Roxas." "You mean the dreams?" "Yes. You and Sora are connected, and in order for Sora to become completely whole again, he needs you." "Me? What for? You hold half of what he is. He needs you, Roxas." "Namine?" Roxas inquired as he was suddenly blinded by light and seated across from Namine at the table in the center of the room. "Namine? Who are you?" he asked. "I'm a witch with power over Sora's memories and those around him." "A witch?" Roxas asked, blinking. "That's what Diz called me." Altaf Naruto disagrees with him. Namine clarified, "But I don't know why I have this power, I just do. I'm not even sure that there's a right way for me to use it." Namine grinned back at Roxas as he shook his head and said, I can't help you there. It's funny. Suddenly I feel like I don't know myself at all. I guess I would like to know. What do you know about me, that I don't?" Roxas said, taking another look around the room. After a few seconds, Namine said, You were never supposed to exist, Roxas." It was obvious that she didn't like the sentiment behind them. "What?" Roxas looked up. "How could you even say such a thing, even if it were true?" "I'm sorry. I guess some things are really better left unsaid," Namine replied. As soon as it seemed like no time had passed, Roxas was back where he had been standing when Naruto tapped the last key and Diz finally succeeded in overriding the door and storming in. As Naruto rose from the chair and left, Diz yelled angrily, "How dare you? What was the point of all this?" "Doing the right thing," Naruto said. "Roxas deserves to know what's happening to him." "He doesn't even have a right to be," said Diz. "And after tomorrow all of this foolishness about protecting nobodies will come to an end." Smiling, Naruto turned to face the man and said, "Is that what you think? Do you really think Sora's just going to go out there and commit genocide? You don't understand him nearly as well as you think you do." "And you do? I know him well enough to know that he isn't just going to go after the organization and try to destroy them. He'll oppose them, but on his terms and in his own way. Naruto said with a straight face. And trust me, once tomorrow is done with, I'll be leaving too. I've had just about enough of your attitude as well. As Naruto and Xian left, Diz sat back down and muttered something in a growl. After waiting for a few minutes while standing in the study, Riku entered and sat down in one of the chairs, his coat's hood still drawn up. Nice work with the train there. Riku laughed. Got to wonder why though? Because Diz is a jerk. Naruto sighed. He's focused on his revenge to the point of madness. It's probably the only thing keeping him going at this point. Tomorrow is the last day. Then Sora wakes up. Riku observed. He wants me to kill Namin. Are you? Xian raised an eyebrow in question. No way. Riku replied. I'll get her out. You know Axel is going to go back in there tomorrow, right? I'm counting on it. Naruto replied with a grin. I'm back to 100% again, and I need to test out something. Besides, someone needs to see Roxas off. You going to be okay here by yourself tomorrow? Riku asked, nodding as he turned to face Xian. With a melancholy smile of her own, Xian said, once this is done, we can leave this place behind. I'll be fine. Diz will be too focused on matters tomorrow to cause any trouble for me. For Roxas, the sixth day began slowly and strangely, as if he wasn't quite getting along. After completing his morning routine, he headed to the usual spot, where Hainer, Pence, and Oled were already chatting while standing together. As he approached, Roxas said, Man, I couldn't sleep last night. The three did not react to his presence at all. Guys? Roxas reached out to grab Hainer's shoulder, but his hand went straight through him, shocking him because he couldn't even hear their laughter. This was especially true when Hainer turned and ran through him as if he hadn't been there, with Pence and Oled running swiftly after him. As he moved forward, Roxas picked up the picture they had taken outside the haunted mansion, only to be shocked to see that he was no longer in it. When the dusks appeared, Roxas turned and walked back out into the alleyway, looking from side to side, worried that he would not be able to escape up to the hill that led to the train station or down to the sandlot. Axel was standing there, looking upset by the turn of events, when a doorway to darkness opened and vanished. Look at what it's come to, he exclaimed. I've been given these icky orders to destroy you if you refuse to come back with me. Looking at the taller man, Roxas said, We're best friends, right? As Roxas's words completely sunk in, Axel scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said, Sure. But I'm not getting turned into a dusk for. Wait a sec. You remember now? Why? Yeah. With a sheepish nod, Roxas hoped his trick would work. Axel smiled and said, Great, but, you know, gotta make sure and all. So, what's our boss's name? Roxas shook his head and wasn't saying anything, so Axel looked down in disappointment and said, I can't believe this. Just as the dusks were about to attack, Roxas leaned down to pick up a stick, which, once in his two-handed grasp, transformed into the kingdom key. In order to avoid being encircled by the approaching dusks, Roxas moved swiftly. He skidded on the ground around a few of them, confusing the simple-minded creatures as he attacked them with his weapon, and the keyblade lashed out swiftly and viciously at anyone who attempted to approach. As he watched Roxas obliterate dusk after dusk, he kept a watchful eye on Axel, observing that the man was motionless but had a distressed expression on his face. After a few minutes of fierce fighting, the dusks ceased to appear, and Axel raised his chakram and prepared to battle. Time seemed to stop all around him as he lifted his right arm to launch the weapon at Roxas, and he froze. The voice of the enigmatic man who had appeared out of nowhere during the struggle tournament, when Axel had first appeared, rang out, Roxas, to the mansion. The time has come, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Hainer. Pence. Oled. Roxas yelled into the sky, hoping that everything would return to normal and that it would work like it had the last time, but his hopes were in vain because nothing changed. Roxas took one last look around before running down to the sandlot and toward the stairs. As Axel overpowered the simulation once more and stood there shaking his head in grief, a red chakra materialized around him just moments after Roxas vanished from view. The Roxas that I knew is long gone. Fine, I see how it is. Nobodies trying to pursue Roxas were slain by two figures that leapt from the rooftops as he approached the mansion. Riku landed next to Roxas, who was making his way through the wall hole and toward the mansion proper when Naruto skidded to a stop. Riku said, This is it. Ready? Ready as ever. Naruto gave a nod, I'll ghost him. You keep the party crashers away. Since Roxas was already running toward the mansion's gates, Riku simply nodded as he opened a doorway and entered it, ready to move in once Roxas was inside. Naruto then leapt down and entered the hole himself. Naruto noticed the nobodies encircling Roxas, who was trapped outside the gates, as he was moving slowly through the trees. Then, as if recalling something, he pointed the kingdom key at the lock, and a beam of light emerged, unlocking the door and enabling him to dash inside. Riku used this opportunity to make an appearance. As Roxas ran inside, he appeared at the gates, holding way to Dawn, and he killed the first 3 dusks that came in. Naruto then leapt over the walls and followed Roxas, who had explored the first floor briefly before going upstairs to Namin's room on the second floor. Knowing that Namin would soon send him on his way, Naruto took a step to the side and stood at the study's door, right below where Roxas was. As he entered the room, Roxas took a quick look around before moving along the wall and examining the drawings until he came to a halt at one that depicted him leaving a dark city. He recalled that night as he gazed at it, and memories that had been suppressed started to surface. Axel had tried to stop him, warning him that leaving was a bad idea, but he hadn't cared. He had left with feelings of cold anger and disdain for the organization. When the pain subsided, he turned to see Namin waiting for him in the same chair where he had last seen her the day before. Organization 13. They're a bad group. Bad or good, I don't know. Namin replied quietly. Diz thinks they're evil. Naruto and Xian on the other hand think that they are desperate, and because of that desperation they are willing to do anything to accomplish their goals, no matter how bad they might think it is. What I do know is that they're a group of incomplete people that wish to be whole. To that end, they are desperately searching for something. What? Kingdom Hearts. Roxas laughed a little at the response. Funny. As he approached the edge of the table, Roxas said, It's just, I think, I've been running away from the question that I really want to ask. What's going to happen to me now? Just tell me that. Nothing else really matters anymore. Namin started as a crisscross of light spread out over her whole body. Namin. She was violently removed from the simulation before she could say anything more because a data representation of Diz was standing next to the chair she had been in. Diz said icily, No knowledge has the ability to alter your destiny. Roxas firmly retorted, Even if it doesn't, I want to know. I have the right to know. A nobody doesn't have a right to know. Diz grumbled, nor does it even have the right to be. Roxas asked, But what is a nobody? The dark figure next to Diz materialized in a flash of darkness before he could receive a response. With a worried tone, he said, Diz, we're out of time. Too many nobodies. Before Diz could say anything more, another doorway of darkness opened, and Namin emerged. Nobodies like us are only half a person. You won't disappear, you'll be whole, she said without introducing herself. Roxas. With a start, Roxas said, I'll disappear? Diz yelled, No more tantrums, as he reached for the young girl. Namin said, No, you won't disappear, as Diz covered her mouth and attempted to yank her back into the doorway from which she had come. Roxas hurried over and yelled, Wait! The man in the black coat stopped him and stood between them as Namin struggled to free himself enough to speak again. As Diz pulled her back into the doorway of darkness, Namin cried out, Roxas, we will meet again. And then we can talk about everything. I may not know it's you, and you may not know it's me. But we will meet again, someday soon. I promise. Roxas yelled, Let her go, as he attempted to approach them, but the doorway closed once more, and the man vanished in the same burst of darkness that had greeted him when he had first entered the room in Namin. Roxas looked around the room and blinked when he saw Namin's sketchpad. He picked it up and decided to give it back to her when he found her, so he left the room. When Naruto returned to the study and left the door open, he saw Roxas leaving and heading back down the stairs. Dusks and creepers now seemed to be fighting him as he moved, but they were easily defeated as he approached the door that would take him to the computer room. Naruto noticed that the nobodies turned to face him as he left the room, and they all paused for a moment. As the blonde approached the door Roxas had entered, Naruto smiled as the creepers and dusks started to fade away, leaving him alone. Boo. Naruto laughed and the Biju laughed back, saying, I guess our stunt back at the world that never was has turned me into their version of death. Naruto approached the doorway and peered inside to discover Roxas had already unlocked the stairway leading to the lab and was entering. Naruto walked slowly down the stairs and paused at the doorway to the computer room where Roxas had gone. He could hear the young nobody groaning in agony as his memories seemed to be coming back to him now. As he started to recall everything, Roxas held his head in pain. His friendship with Axel and Xian, his role as number 13 in Organization 13, his determination to leave the organization that day, his battles with Naruto, his final battle with Naruto and the imposter, and the Vaj listenings as Diz and the imposter sent him into the virtual Twilight Town, where the imposter felt sorry for him and what would happen to him when he finished typing the command to virtualize him. Diz, however, seemed to care very little about what was happening to him. When the pain finally subsided, Roxas stumbled to his feet and unleashed his rage. The Kingdom Key materialized in his hands, and he struck out, repeatedly hitting the computer terminal and its numerous monitors until the screens were covered in cracks and the entire setup was rendered completely useless. As he stood there panting, Roxas looked to his left and noticed a door sliding open, indicating the way ahead. He then stood up straight again. As Roxas entered the next room, he stopped when 4 Dusks emerged, and Roxas once more engaged them in combat. As Roxas slid past them, he quickly disoriented them so they could be punished by striking the 4 down. As more nobodies started to arrive, their former comrade also struck them down. Roxas looked up as the last one was destroyed and saw Axel crossing the room. The red-haired nobody said, "Simply amazing, Roxas." His tone betrayed the hurt and anger he felt. Quietly, Roxas said, "Axel. But you're too late," he yelled, completely engulfed in red chakra as a wall of fire encircled them. "You really do remember me this time. I'm so flattered." Uncertain of how he accomplished it, Roxas raised his keyblade and felt 2 weapons in his hands as he brought them down, Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Axel yelled in surprise, "2," and then extended his own hands to call forth his chakram, but this time there was a difference. The weapons were thicker and more vividly red in color, and they now had a shield with a snarling monkey's face on the outside edge. As the temperature of the flames increased, Axel appeared somewhat taken aback by this new development, but his anger was too intense to give a damn. As a keyblade sliced through the flames, a voice yelled, "4." Axel was shocked to see that the weapon was unfamiliar and had to raise his new chakram to defend himself. The keyblade had a light purple color and resembled a single tentacle L for the grip, with 2 more guards wrapping around it to form an oval shape. The blade kept resembling tentacles until it got to the end, at which point it started to resemble a bull. 3 ends of the tentacles were represented by the key's teeth, and a single horn rose up to create a stabbing point. The purple version of Gyuki's charm, which Axel and Roxas immediately recognized, was fastened to the chain. Then they saw a flash of yellow light, and Naruto was standing beside Roxas. Kurama was standing on one shoulder, and Gyuki was back in his grasp. His eyes had turned into orange vertical slits, his whisker marks had solidified into black lines, his hair stood up into longer spikes, and his entire face had changed to a golden yellow that flickered like flames. Underneath his usual jumpsuit, which was mostly black at the top with 6 gold matagama along the collar there as well, he had changed into a golden haori with matagama along the collar. His pauldron was also sitting on top of the haori. Below the haori, he had a vertical golden line that went down to his stomach, where there were 4 circles. An outer circle connecting the line, a black circle, another yellow circle, and finally a much larger black circle that was roughly the width of Naruto's outstretched palm. 2 lines extended from the darker, more substantial part of his torso down his legs, landing on the tops of his feet where a black circle had formed. From there, the lines continued at 90-degree angles to go beneath his feet. "You," Axel snarled angrily. Roxas blinked in surprise. "Naruto?" He grinned and maintained his ready stance, saying, "The one and only. Ready, Roxas?" Roxas turned to face his old friend and nodded, "Yeah." Axel smirked as he began their battle by slamming a chakram to the ground and turning the entire floor into lava, causing Roxas to wince in pain as Naruto took off like a shot, Gyuki and Kurama whistling through the air. "Come on then. I'll make it all stop." Axel lifted his new chakram and allowed the shields to absorb the blows, but he blinked in surprise as Roxas leapt to the side and Oblivion thrust forward, knocking one of the chakrams up in the process. His eyes widened with the thrust as Naruto appeared to vanish and then reappear just above him. Kurama then struck him, knocking him to the ground where he bounced off it, but not before Roxas took advantage of the situation and slammed both keyblades into Axel in an X. This was followed by a burst of light that cleared the battlefield of the lava. Axel swore in frustration as he launched the new chakrams at them, and his eyes even widened when lava struck fiercely enough to cause the 2 to skid backwards, despite the fact that each of them had been able to block their own blow. Axel rushed forward, aiming for Roxas, but had to roll aside when a golden claw struck the spot where he was going. He leapt back up and out of the fire ring as Roxas ran over to stand back. Back with Naruto as he flashed to the center of the ring. With his weapons spinning, Axel hurled himself back into the ring, forcing the 2 to dodge his lava jet. The older man moaned a curse as he brought his weapons back and used the new shields to block the strikes as he twisted and tried to slash into the pair, but Roxas managed to throw up a guard that sent him flying away as Naruto jumped over Axel's strike and had both keyblades pointed down towards him. Roxas had dodged past the attack and had Oathkeeper striking home as Naruto had blocked his and was now back in the fight. Naruto roared, "Bijudama!" as twin black spheres materialized at the tips of the keyblades that descended toward Axel, who raised his chakram. The twin chakram had created a lava shield that had prevented the worst of the blast from striking Axel, but he appeared somewhat exhausted. Naruto saw what had happened as the spheres struck and blinked in surprise at how effective it had been. Roxas returned to the battle before Axel could recover any more, charging in with quick fire slashes that forced Axel back. Naruto then used his exceptional speed to move to Axel's side, slamming home another blow that knocked him off balance and exposed him to a barrage of blows from Roxas. "That's it," Axel roared, launching a lava shockwave into the air. The pair dodged and leapt past the onslaught as Axel whirled his chakrams in front of him, launching jets of lava at them. The two responded similarly, each hurling a keyblade in the direction of Axel, who was grinning ferociously as he deflected the blows and spun to launch a broad arc of lava at them, only to discover Naruto alone. The red-haired man blinked, but it was too late because he saw Roxas spinning down towards him from above while holding Oblivion in a two-handed grip. He looked back down to see Naruto grinning as he suddenly leapt forward, Roxas slamming Oblivion onto Axel's shoulder, narrowly missing the man's head, and Kurama slamming into Axel's stomach. Axel dropped to his knees and attempted to get up, using more of Son Goku's power, but blinked when he felt nothing. Naruto raised a hand to reveal the golden charm that was gradually reverting to its original hue, asking, "Looking for this?" The flames that had surrounded them vanished, leaving the room in a smoky haze as Axel's chakram reverted to their initial forms, and he stood up shakily, laughing. "Hey, Axel," Roxas said, looking sorrowfully at his friend. Axel smiled and said, "Let's meet again in the next life." Roxas nodded and said, "Yeah, I'll be waiting." Axel trailed off, disappearing into a doorway of darkness, leaving Naruto and Roxas standing there, the former having transformed back into his normal form. "Silly. Just because you have a next life." As he gazed at the blonde, Roxas questioned, "Why are you here, Naruto?" "Because Xian couldn't be." Naruto replied, "We weren't sure if there might be a chance of memory absorption still, and with Axel being sent after you." Roxas concluded, "You didn't think I could win." To be fair, it was 2-on-1. Naruto laughed. He was using all of Son Goku's power. "If I hadn't reclaimed Gyuki from you last week, I would have been hard-pressed to win." "So what now? Here to make sure I go back to Sora?" Roxas asked, shaking his head as he looked at the door leading deeper into the underground complex. "If you want me to leave, I can." Naruto replied, "These are your last moments, I won't intrude on them." After a moment, with his eyes slightly watering, Roxas said, "No, I could use a friend." As they began walking down the next corridor, passing a number of smaller pods before coming to a familiar pair, Naruto nodded and placed a hand on Roxas' shoulder. "Donald, Goofy," blinked Roxas. "Had to bring them in here too." Naruto replied, "All to make sure that they woke up okay." "Then Sora is." Naruto paused, looking at Roxas, and said, "Just through that door. For what it's worth, I am sorry. I never wanted this to happen." "I know." Roxas replied quietly. "I should have trusted Xian more. Will you tell her I said I was sorry?" He nodded and said, "I will." At last, Roxas said, "I'm afraid, but I don't want to vanish." "You won't." "Not completely." Naruto clarified, "You and Sora are two sides of the same coin. A part of you will always exist within him. It's not the end." After a brief period of silence, Roxas moved to the door leading to the next room. The giant pod Sora was in was surrounded by a large circular room with white walls and a blue floor with green markings. Diz was standing in front of the pod when Naruto made a sound of disgust. Diz said, "At last, the Keyblade's chosen one." Roxas yelled, "Who are you talking to? Me, or Sora?" "To half of Sora, of course." Diz responded as though it were obvious. "You reside in darkness. What I need is someone that can move about the realm of light and destroy Organization 13. Roxas shoved. "Why? Who are you?" Before he began to laugh, Diz responded, "I am a servant of the world. And if I am a servant, then you should consider yourself a tool at best." The man turned to glare at Naruto when he said, "The only tool here is you, Diz." Roxas snarled, Was that supposed to be a joke? "'Cause I'm not laughing." Roxas charged forward with the Kingdom Key, swung at Diz, and went straight through him, exposing him as a mere projection of data. Roxas roared in rage as he swung at Diz repeatedly until the projection vanished and reappeared behind him. "Come, over here." Diz laughed again, saying, "My apologizes. This is only a data-based projection." When Diz gave him another glare, Naruto simply smiled and said, "I'll hit him for you later." Roxas said, "I hate you so much. You should share some of that hatred with Sora. He's far too nice for his own good, said Diz. The procedure to reawaken Sora came to an end when Roxas yelled, "No, my heart belongs to me," as he rushed Diz once more and stabbed the data projection, making it vanish as the pod containing Sora started to open. For a brief moment, Roxas remained silent while gazing at his significant other. "Sora, you're lucky. Looks like my summer vacation is over." As he turned to go, Naruto muttered, "Goodbye, Roxas, until we cross paths again." When Naruto emerged from the virtual Twilight Town, Xian was standing there, looking worried. As he made his way to the stairs, Naruto declared, "It's done. The last details are being worked on, and Sora will wake up on his own in no time, so we had better get going." Following the blonde, Xian exclaimed, "We aren't going to wait for them?" "No," he responded as they emerged from the mansion. "Riku mentioned that Mickey is going to be coming by soon. I want to meet up with him and compare notes on Organization 13, as well as discuss what we're going to do about Sora." A worried frown pressed the young woman. "Do about Sora? Is something wrong? He's been asleep for almost a year now. Odds are good that his skills that he honed during his last adventure have suffered atrophy. Combine that with his growth spurt while he slept, and Sora isn't going to be anywhere close to his full strength. We need to decide how much information we give him until he is back to full strength," Naruto clarified. As they hurried through the mansion grounds and into the trees, Xian accepted his response. "So then while we wait, want some ice cream?" he asked. As they entered the actual downtown area through the hole in the wall, Naruto merely laughed at this. As he made his way to the stand, he talked to the elderly proprietor of the confectionery and gave her the money so she could purchase 3 sea salt ice creams. He then passed one to Xian. As he ascended the hill, he noticed a figure outside the station and saw Pence and Olette heading down towards their regular hangout. As the two approached, Mickey exclaimed, "Ah, Naruto, and you must be Xian." Xian grinned and said, "Oh, yes." As Naruto gave him the 3rd scoop of ice cream, Mickey grinned and said, "Riku told me all about you. It's nice to finally meet you." As they made their way to the station, Xian nodded and said, "It's nice to meet you too." As they ascended the clock tower, Mickey trailed off. Riku said that today would be the day. "It's finished. Sora should be up by now. Knowing them, they'll be on their way out of the mansion by now. Give them about 30 minutes to explore the town a bit before they eventually make their way up here," Naruto thought while eating. "Well, I asked a few people if they had seen him, so they'll point him this way sooner or later," Mickey acknowledged. Naruto prompted, "Good call, though we need to decide how to handle things now." "Yes. Riku said you were worried Sora wouldn't be as strong as he was before. He went through a bit of a growth spurt while he slept. He's taller than Goofy now," Naruto clarified. "That alone is enough of a problem. Throw in the time he's slept and it's safe to assume that his other skills aren't going to be as sharp as they should. And Sora was barely able to walk away from the trap in Castle Oblivion," Xian added, "and they wanted him alive for that. So we need to be careful what we tell him." Mickey smiled. "Are you going to stay close then?" "A bit, yeah. Thing is that there are a few different worlds that Riku and I flagged while we were tracking Organization 13. We didn't see any activity, but there was a solid presence of doorways of darkness being opened, and regularly. Safe to assume that they were up to something in those worlds. I want to take a look at them myself and see what I can turn up." Xian finished her ice cream, pointing out that the stick was blank, and asked, "So what should we keep from Sora?" "The location of the world that never was is one for sure," Naruto continued. "Sora isn't ready for a head-on clash with them at this time, even if there is no skill drop. And Riku doesn't want Sora to know about what happened to him. I don't like it, but I'll respect his wishes," Mickey continued. Naruto and Mickey both looked at Xian in shock as she said, "I think we shouldn't tell him about Roxas either. Sora would want to do something to try and bring him back, or it might leave him open for the organization to manipulate him. Probably for the best then." Naruto thought to himself. He'll need to know about the Biju and the organization. And we can give him a rundown of what happened at Castle Oblivion and tell him a bit about Namin as well, though not everything. "That sounds good." Mickey smiled as he finished his dessert. "I won't be able to stay too close, unfortunately. Organization 13 has taken an interest in me too, unfortunately, and they have already sent a few different groups of nobodies after me. I have something to give to them though, and if you are going to be traveling with them for a bit, I'll be able to rest easier knowing that they'll be okay." Naruto grinned and nodded down toward the ground, where 3 recognizable figures were approaching from the hilltop. Speak of the devil. Sora looked at one of the dusks directly in front of him in bewilderment before appearing to snap out of it and summoning out his Keyblade, with Naruto mentioning that he had the kingdom key again. They stopped and started turning slightly as if they were searching for Mickey, but then half a dozen of them appeared around the trio, causing Donald and Goofy to draw their weapons. They wasted little time, and the three on top of the station kept a close eye on the battle. Despite losing a step, Sora was still able to keep up with the majority of the Dusks. He appeared to use some of Roxas's knowledge as he skidded around a few of them to confuse them and take their backs. Donald's magic had reverted to a nearly primitive level, and Goofy and Donald had both lost a step because they were not moving nearly as fast as they once did. As the battle went on, more Dusks and Creepers joined the fray. Sora's endurance was obviously degrading as he found it increasingly difficult to keep up with the relentless horde of nobodies that were attempting to overwhelm him and his companions. As the three stood back, the 5 surviving nobodies circled them. Donald and Goofy collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, and Sora struggled to stay upright before passing out. Naruto got up and said, "Showtime." Xian and Mickey nodded in agreement. The 3 Keyblade wielders dropped down just as the lead Dusk made its attack, with Sora futilely attempting to raise a guard. Mickey took the lead and slashed apart the 3 that were aiming for Sora, while Naruto landed with a spinning slash that had Kurama effortlessly slicing through the Dusk. Xian simply appeared behind her Dusk, slicing it apart before it realized what was happening. As Donald and Goofy stepped forward, still kneeling on the ground and pushing Sora farther down, Sora dropped his guard in surprise to see Mickey standing in front of him. "Your Majesty?" exclaimed Donald. He and the other 2 had managed to stand while Naruto and Xian cautiously looked around to make sure that no more enemies were approaching. "Shish!" Mickey hissed, his back to them. "You gotta board the train and leave town. The train knows the way." He then handed Sora a familiar-looking pouch of money. Naruto nodded at the sight as Mickey began to head down the hill and into town proper before more could be said. Naruto said firmly, "Let's go." When Sora saw the blonde, he exclaimed, "Naruto? Was that really the king?" The blonde answered, "Yes, but we don't exactly have time for 20 questions." Donald grinned and said, "Well, now we know he's okay." "What about Riku?" asked Sora. As she nodded in the direction of the station, Xian remarked, "Tick-tock. Unless you want another horde of them showing up, we need to go." As they made their way to the actual station, Goofy nodded and said, "Good point." Naruto stopped when he heard a voice calling after them as they entered the actual lobby. "Wait up." As the 5 turned, Hainer, Pence, and Olette were running up. They slowed down as they got to them. "Hey, Sora." "Yeah. Nothing. But," Hainer started, obviously troubled by something but unable to articulate it. "We came to see you off," Pence clarified. "It seemed like something that we ought to do." Sora grinned and said, "Oh. Really? Thanks." When Olette saw Xian, she grinned and said, "Oh, hi again." The young girl grinned and said, "Hello. Thanks again for your help the other day." Olette laughed and said, "No problem. Boys aren't much help in shopping for clothing." As Sora went to buy the tickets, bringing out the money pouch and making Olette make a startled noise when she saw it, Naruto sighed and said, "I'd take offense to that if it wasn't true." The 2 girls simply laughed. Donald said, "What is it?" And Olette pulled out her own pouch, which was the exact same as the one Sora now had. Goofy said, "They're the same." "Yeah." She nodded, drawing puzzled glances from everyone except Xian and Naruto, who exchanged glances and decided to avoid discussing it for the time being lest they inadvertently start talking about things they had decided were off limits. As he began to hand over the money, Sora said, "5 tickets please." He took the tickets and stopped as he started to head for the stairs, looking ahead for a few seconds before he said, "I can't help feeling like we won't see this town again." As Naruto and Xian stood at the base of the stairs, Hainer, Pence, and Olette paused to stare at him after he made the remark. "Why not?" demanded Donald. Goofy smiled and said, "You're thinking too much." Naruto laughed and said, "A rare problem for him." Naruto laughed as Xian smiled and said, "Like you're one to talk." Before Naruto knew it, the group was making their way up the stairs and toward a blue train car that wasn't typically seen or found in Twilight Town. Naruto stood by the doors as Donald and Goofy followed, while Sora bid farewell to the 3 Twilight Town natives. Xian stepped towards the doors, grinning, and said goodbye to Olette as she boarded the train. Hainer rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Hey Sora, you sure we haven't met before?" Sora scratched his head thoughtfully before responding. "Positive. Why do you ask?" Hainer finally grinned and said, "I dunno." Sora grinned as a single tear trickled down his cheek. Olette worriedly asked, "You okay?" As Naruto looked down to conceal the melancholy grin at Roxas that was visible through Sora, she confessed, "Why? Yeah. Don't know where it came from." With a new smile, Hainer said, pull it together. Right. See ya. Sora nodded as he boarded the train, and Naruto followed him, nodding goodbye to the three when he did so. While Donald and Goofy were sitting at their seats, staring out the window opposite the one facing the three they had left behind, and Xian was sitting across from them, staring out the window with a sad smile of her own, Naruto stood close to Sora, who took out the money pouch and discovered another item inside, a blue crystal that he held in his hand before looking through it and speaking. Soon after, the train was leaving the station, and Sora stood by the door for a while. As he lowered the crystal, he said, you know, which made the other three turn to face him, I'm sad. Donald smiled, saying, we'll be back. Goofy nodded and said, yeah, we can visit Hainer and those guys again. As he placed a hand on Sora's shoulder, Naruto muttered, nothing is forever. Not even partings. Your road will lead you back there again. But for now, we have a lot to talk about. Sora moved to sit next to Donald, while Naruto sat across from him, and there was a flash of light as the train departed Twilight Town and headed in a completely different direction. Sora started, so what happened, Naruto? First, what is the last thing that you remember? That will determine how much I can tell you, Naruto said with determination. We defeated Ansem, closed Kingdom Hearts and restored balance to the worlds. You came flying out of the door just as it was closing, and we started after Pluto, who had a letter from the king. Sora was done. Naruto pushed. That's it? Nothing else? After Xian and Naruto exchanged glances, Goofy said, Gwersh, nothing else happened that we can remember. The blonde then nodded. It looks like it worked then. Namine did her job perfectly, Naruto exhaled. Sora inquired, who's Namine? Xian replied, a friend. She's the reason you're still you. Xian laughed when Sora said, oh, are you Aqua? This is Xian. Naruto responded, another friend, and someone I trust with my life. Oh, then. My search for my master is on hold. Naruto replied as he glanced at the three people next to him. There's a lot to cover and not a lot of time. Shortly after we met, we walked into a trap laid by a group of beings called Organization 13, or to be more exact, a splinter cell of this group. Their goal was to tamper with your memories and make you into an obedient puppet that would obey their commands. During this we were separated, and your memories were altered heavily. Namine, the one responsible for the damage, had been forced to do this, and once you saved her she began the work to restore everything back to the way it was before you walked into the trap. Because of that, the three of you have been asleep for almost a year. A year? The trio cried in disbelief. Yes. Naruto let out a sigh. During this time a group of us kept you safe while Namine worked to restore you, culminating in your awakening in the basement of the mansion back in Twilight Town. Xian was instrumental in helping to restore you and keeping you safe, as was the king and Riku. Sora cried, Riku? He's okay. He's alive and well. We parted ways recently. He has his own work to do right now. Sora asked, where is he? Naruto said, when he's ready he'll come and find you. This made Sora frown. Why did this organization want to mess with our memories? Asked Goofy. They wanted Sora's power for their own ends. Xian responded, the group that was running that operation was a splinter cell, traitors. Their leader wanted Sora's power for himself so he could take over the organization for himself. In truth, the leader of Organization 13 expected you to defeat them, or at least was counting on his own infiltrator to take care of the rest. If you had wound up with your memories altered and the traitors killed, then he would have taken you himself and used you for his own aims. Who are they anyway? Demanded Donald. That's a little complicated to explain. He said, do you know what the three aspects of a whole being are? After shaking his head he continued, the three parts are the heart, the soul, and the body. When a heartless is born from the heart of a person, what is left is their soul and body. If the soul has a strong enough will, it can survive, but is cast out by both the light and the dark. They become what's called a nobody, those without hearts, and the stronger the will of the person, the stronger the nobody. The strongest of them formed Organization 13 and were able to retain human form. The creatures you were fighting back in Twilight Town, those were nobodies. Dusks were the more humanoid ones while creepers were the smaller ones that had a bit of shapeshifting to them. Then are they bad guys? Sora trailed off, nobodies. At the very least they aren't good. Naruto sighed. We have some suspicions about them, and what their goal is, but for the time being you don't need to worry about that. Why not? Blinked Sora. Because your primary goal needs to be getting back in fighting shape, all three of you to be fair. Donald cried out, hey, what's that supposed to mean? It means that you aren't ready to fight Organization 13, not as you are right now. Xian clarified. You've all been asleep for a long time, and the skills that you honed during your adventures have grown dull. You need to regain those skills before you face them. There's no way that a bunch of dusks should have overpowered you like that. Naruto concurred. I've been fighting them for quite a while now, and while they are stronger than your average Heartless, they aren't anywhere close to a threat if you were well trained. You lost a step, Sora, and before you take the fight to the organization, I intend to make sure that you not only pick it back up, but are a few steps further than you were before. Oh, but what about Kairi and my home? Safe. Riku, Xian and I have all been there to check on it at different times, and there hasn't been so much as a single Heartless or nobody there. Kairi is safe and sound for the time being, and if she's waited this long, she can afford to wait a bit longer if you still intend to keep the Keyblade. Calmly, he said. Sora's eyes blushed at the suggestion. Sora scowled and asked, what's that supposed to mean? It means that if you want out, this is your chance. I know that you got dragged into your last battle mostly against your will, but out of a desire to find your friends. They're both safe now, and your islands are back. You can go home now, and not have to worry about this fight if you don't want to. But Riku, Xian, the king, and I are going to be fighting. This is your choice, and no one in this train will think any less of you for choosing to live quietly, Naruto clarified. Without even pausing to consider it, Sora yelled, no way, Riku is still out there and I'm not going back without him. All of the friends that we made throughout the worlds need us. Good answer. Naruto laughed. Then the first thing we'll need to do is get you back up to your previous level, and get you used to your new size. Sora looked down, blinked, and realized what Naruto was referring to. After a few more minutes, the train started to slow down and eventually came to a stop. They arrived at a tiny island that floats over a sea of green and orange, with a dark sky above. There were trees scattered along the island's edges, a huge tower that bent at strange angles as it rose, and someone peeped through the doorway of the tower. Donald and Goofy looked around as the five got off the train, while Naruto and Xian both stared at the person standing in the doorway to the tower. Only the blue glowing tracks remained after the train they had taken to get there vanished in a white light after they had taken a few steps away. Sora gave an uneasy laugh and said, there goes our ride. As they made their way to the stairs, Naruto said over his shoulder, hopefully, we won't need it anymore. The individual was still looking through the door. He was big, wider than the two of them combined, and taller than Naruto and Sora, who were both by far the tallest of the group. They came to a halt, and Donald asked, what's going on? I sent some of my lackeys inside, to see if the master of this here tower's as big and tough as they say. The man chuckled. Word is he's a real powerful sorcerer, which would make him a perfect bodyguard for me. See, it don't matter how tough he is, once he's a Heartless he'll do as I say. Donald yelled, a Heartless? And prepared himself, Sora, and Goofy for battle. Naruto didn't particularly change his stance, but he had both hands free, and Xian tensed just enough to begin using Vanishing Point. That's right. They're those things that come out of the darkness in folks' hearts. Why, with all those Heartless at her side, my dear friend Maleficent is gonna conquer everything. At the mention of Maleficent, Sora, Donald, and relaxed as the bigger man kept talking, and since I got me a debt to pay, I'm going around to a bunch of different worlds and building an army of Heartless, special for her. Oh, why am I talking to you, Pip? Squeaks anyway. Go on, Scram. I'm behind schedule as it is. Goofy said, you ought to find something nicer to do. Or something less likely to end in your premature death. Naruto continued, I hear sticking your head in a shark's mouth is a lot better for your health than messing around with the Heartless. His face changed from shock to anger as he stared at Donald and Goofy. Says who? He snapped as he turned and showed them his face, revealing a large blubbery chin and a larger belly. Ah, it's you, he exclaimed. Surprised, the two said, Pete? What are you two Nimrods doing here? Demanded Pete, who had now been identified. In turn, Donald yelled, what are you doing here? Xian simply rolled her eyes at Naruto's remark, making Heartless. I thought that was obvious. Gazing at Goofy, Sora questioned, you know him? We sure do, Goofy replied. Pete's been causing trouble for ages. His Majesty banished him to another dimension a long time ago. I wonder how he escaped. You wanna know how he? Well, Maleficent busted me out, that's how. And now your world, no, all the worlds, are gonna belong to yours truly. Because Maleficent is gonna help me conquer them, Pete said, laughing uncontrollably. Sora smiled as he exchanged glances with Donald and Goofy, who both began to laugh. Maleficent, huh? What are you laughing at? Why, Maleficent's power is so great that. With a smile, Sora said, she's toast, huh? Goofy said, sorry, but Maleficent can't help ya now. Before he appeared to finally connect the dots, Pete demanded, what do you mean? So you're the ones that did it. Sora smiled and put his arms behind his head, saying, well, we might have had something to do with it. Can't say that I ever got to take a swing at her, Naruto said, though I remember the name from a story master Aqua told me. Pete trembled with rage, and Naruto briefly believed he was going to have a seizure before he yelled, Heartless Squad, round up. As the 5 of them called forth their weapons, shadows arose from all around them to follow their commands. Naruto and Xian were clearly superior in skill, so it wasn't much of a battle. Sora, Donald, and Goofy were good at cooperating, and the longer they fought, the more they appeared to dust off their old skills and get closer to the level Naruto remembered them being at. The Heartless were quickly annihilated, leaving the 5 of them standing across from Pete, who appeared utterly incensed. You just wait, he growled. Nobody, and I do mean nobody, messes with the mighty Purr. Sora smiled and said, so, mighty Purr, who lives in this tower anyway? Oh, ya don't know well, it's old Yen Sid. Course, he's probably a Heartless by now. Pete was beaming. Donald screamed, Master Yen Sid lives here, and started running in the direction of the tower. Goofy clarified, Yen Sid is the king's teacher. Wow. Sounds powerful. Sora smiled as he and Goofy started to head for the tower while Xian made her way there. As he made his way to the tower, Naruto said, Master Yen Sid isn't going to fall to your Heartless. After all, he is a true Keyblade master himself. He probably thought that they were a nuisance. As Naruto closed the door behind him and noticed that the others were still waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs, Pete gaped in shock at being so completely ignored. Trump yelled, come on, let's go. As he drew the duck back a step toward Goofy, Naruto grinned and said, hold on now. This seems like a good chance for Sora to get some much-needed practice. What now? Blinked Sora. It's simple. Sora, Xian, the 2 of you are going to climb up the tower and destroy all of the Heartless that you encounter. Whomever defeats the most Heartless wins. Xian, who had become accustomed to Naruto's training methods and his more naughty outbursts, frowned anxiously and asked, wins what? Xian's eyes widened at this, and then a determined frown appeared on her face as Naruto explained, if Sora wins we'll tell him everything that we know about Riku, but if you lose Xian, you don't get any more sea salt ice cream. She disappeared and then reappeared halfway up the stairs toward the door, saying, sorry Sora, but I won't lose. Sora yelled, hey, no fair, as he ran after her. As the 3 walked, Goofy questioned, shouldn't we help them? Nope. Naruto laughed. Sora needs training, and competition is one of the best ways to do it. Donald frowned and said, are you really going to tell Sora everything if he wins? If he does I will, but he won't win. Xian is stronger than he was when he defeated Ansem. And with him not used to his new size, she'll win easily. The threat of losing out on the ice cream was to make sure that she didn't go easy on him. Naruto clarified as they entered the first room to discover that the 2 were long gone. Sora needs a kick in the pants, and being weaker than Xian, someone who hasn't had the Keyblade as long as he has, or been trained by a master, it will light a fire under him to make him improve. Goofy said, that's real sneaky. As they continued to walk, all he said was, it's for his own good. As Sora entered the 3rd landing, Xian slashed through another soldier Heartless, destroying it with a ferocious smile. She had so far destroyed nearly 30 Heartless, while Sora had only managed to get 10. She appeared frustrated as Xian blinked out of sight once more, entering the gray realm between worlds as she stepped back into reality and struck down a shadow before vanishing as another shadow attempted to attack her from behind but was confused when she appeared to its right and slammed her Keyblade, Void's End, into it with enough force to send it crashing into another shadow. She then vanished and reappeared in front of them, destroying them easily. She saw Sora defeat his own soldier Heartless, one of the final ones in the room, as she looked over her shoulder. Knowing that they were nearly at the summit of the tower by this point and that if this Master Yen Sid had been transformed into a Heartless, it might be more than she and Sora could bear, she paused and looked around at its devastation. Sora looked down and moaned, man, I barely got 13 Heartless. Sorry Sora. Xian laughed. But sea salt ice cream is my favorite, and I won't give it up for anything. Besides, you'll learn what's going on with Riku eventually. You're really good. Were you trained by a Keyblade master too? And how do you keep disappearing like that? Sora glanced at her and shook his head, saying, I guess. It's one of my powers. I call it Vanishing Point. And I wasn't trained by a master like Naruto, though he and Riku did help me practice a lot. I learned on my own, and from my former partner. Partner? Matabi. Naruto said as he walked, getting Sora to run. Xian had Matabi, one of the Biju from my world. She gave her up to me when they decided that she didn't need her power anymore, and that I needed it more. It was their choice in the end, and to be fair, Xian really doesn't need Matabi's power, though she would be even more dangerous with a Biju in her corner combined with that vanishing point of hers. Sora inquired, so you got the Biju back then? As he approached the door, Naruto said, a few of them. Organization 13 has the others and they aren't too keen on giving them back. Now then, let's go. Master Yen Sid nodded as the group hurried through the door and ascended to the summit of the tower. Naruto approached the door with Kurama in his hand and pushed it open, revealing a large circular room devoid of any Heartless. Directly in front of them was a large wooden desk, a skull covered in melted candle parts, and an elderly man seated in the high-backed chair behind the desk. A long gray beard grew past the middle of his chest to twin points, and his face was severe but not harsh. Naruto immediately started comparing the man to the late third Hokage Hijiran Sarutobi because of the way he carried himself, wearing blue robes and a big blue pointed hat with yellow stars and crescent moons on it. Donald and Goofy stepped forward and bowed deeply, while Naruto let Kurama vanish and he, Sora, and Xian came to a halt behind them. Donald continued to bow and said, Master Yen Sid, it's an honor. Sora waved a light smile and said, hey there. Donald yelled, Sora, show some respect. As he nodded to Yen Sid, Naruto laughed and said, Master Yen Sid, we are going to have to work on that. After gesturing for Donald to relax, Yen Sid said, so, you are Sora, Naruto, and Xian. Have you seen the king yet? She asked, glancing at each of the three in turn. Goofy confirmed, yes, we did, Master, but we didn't get a chance to talk to him. Xian gestured between Naruto and herself and added, we had a bit more time to talk with him. Yes, he has been quite busy of late. The elderly teacher replied. Therefore it seems the task of instructing you three, Sora, Donald, Goofy, falls on my shoulders. You have a perilous journey ahead of you, you must be well prepared. Yeah. Naruto mentioned a bit of what's been going on. Sora gave a nod. That will speed things up. Before floating over to Sora, a big book materialized in a cloud of smoke and said, this book contains valuable knowledge you will need for your journey. Study it carefully. Once you have finished, we will speak of the enemies that you will surely confront. That will expedite matters. Naruto and Xian retreated a little as they surveyed the enormous room, taking in the shelves brimming with books and other magical objects, while Sora, Donald, and Goofy moved forward to start reading the pages of the enormous book. After reading the pages for about half an hour, Sora finally spoke up and asked a question that had obviously been on his mind. Wait a sec, how come the Heartless are still running around? He explained, causing Sora, Donald, and Goofy to sag at the idea of never being totally free of the Heartless. Your past endeavors did prevent an immense effusion of Heartless from the Great Darkness. Make no mistake about that. However, the Heartless are darkness made real, and darkness yet lingers in every heart. The Heartless are fewer, but while darkness remains in a single heart it will be difficult to eliminate them. Goofy then woke up and began to speak. Gwrsh, then that must mean, if everybody's hearts were full of light, the Heartless would go away. That's the hope. Naruto said with a smile, but it's far from easy and it won't be done anytime soon. It's a task that will take years to really start seeing the result. But don't get discouraged, the best goals are often the hardest to reach. Yen Sid nodded at this as he started to speak again. Now it is time to speak of the enemies you will encounter. Raising his left hand, he motioned to an empty section of room, creating a glowing circle of light that showed an image of Donald before it transformed into a shadow. If one, such as you Donald, were to yield to the darkness in your heart, they too will become a Heartless. But you know this. The Heartless are always lurking, ever seeking to capture new hearts. Never let your guard down, now then. Pausing he raised his hand again and created a second circle, revealing a dusk within it now. At times, if someone with a strong heart and will, be they good or evil, becomes a Heartless, the empty shell they leave behind begins to act with a will of its own. The shadow disappeared now, leaving only the dusk standing there, an empty vessel whose heart has been stolen away, a spirit that goes on, even as its own body begins to fade from existence, for you see, nobodies do not truly exist at all. Naruto frowned now as he gently put a hand onto her shoulder as Xian looked away, an action that Yen Sid noted but chose to not speak on it at this time. Nobodies may seem to have feelings, but this is a ruse, they only pretend to have hearts. You must not be deceived. As three more dusks emerged behind Sora's group, making the three of them jump, Sora muttered, nobodies. They don't exist. Now then. The being you see before you is known as a dusk. They are the most common form of nobody, but there are others. Some larger, some with frightening and unique powers. Be vigilant. The three turned and nodded, and Yen Sid went on, saying, on your journey you will meet an alarming number of dusks. They will all attempt to do you harm. The three dusks then vanished, but they are still nothing but empty shells, destined to return to the darkness. He raised a hand and called forth a new group of three taller humanoid figures, all of whom were dressed in long black coats with their hoods drawn up to conceal their features. The beings you see before you now are different. These powerful nobodies have formed a group called Organization 13. It commands the lesser nobodies. Naruto nodded and said, the group we told you about on the train here. While heartless act on instinct, nobodies function in a higher manner. They can think and plan. And it seems they are working towards a goal. What that goal is, we do not know. The king sensed the danger, and journeyed forth to fight it. He found the Dark Realm's Keyblade, and with it, closed the door. Now he's traveling from world to world, fighting the heartless as he seeks an answer to the riddle of the nobodies in Organization 13. The images of Organization 13 vanished. Sora firmly stated, then I guess we better go find the king first. Donald scowled and crossed his arms, asking, but where could he be? Goofy smiled and said, well, we won't know till we look. Sora nodded and said, yeah, and the king must know where Riku is. When Sora looked at the clothes he had been wearing for his previous adventure, Yen Sid said, before you go, you will need more suitable traveling clothes. Those look a bit too small for you. Yen Sid pointed to a door to his left and added, through there, you will find 3 good fairies. If you ask, they will create for you appropriate garments. Goofy laughed and said, Gwersh Sora, you sure are growing fast. Xian laughed and said, a year of sleep will accomplish that. Go get change. Naruto responded, Xian and I need to talk with Master Yen Sid a bit in private. Naruto, Xian, and the older Keyblade Master stood there as the three entered the next room, and Sora nodded, oh, okay. Now then. I noticed that you did not seem to agree with my assessment of nobodies, Yen Sid remarked. Yeah, was Naruto's response, and yet you did not speak up about it. I am curious as to why? Because Sora doesn't need conflicting opinions on the nature of our enemies. Naruto replied simply, he has enough to worry about right now and I don't think anyone wants him hesitating at the wrong moment because he isn't sure which one of us is right. Yen Sid gave a hesitant nod and continued. However, to say that they don't really exist is wrong, in every sense of the word. With an inquisitive tone toward Naruto's line of reasoning, Yen Sid questioned, oh? How so? Because we are not gods. Xian continued, who are we to say who has a right to exist and who does not? Nobodies didn't ask to exist but were born due to a series of circumstances that are more than likely beyond their control. We aren't the ones that should judge them. If they are a threat, then we oppose them. But to destroy them simply because they exist is wrong, and I won't be party to it. Naruto said with determination. Looking at the two in front of him, Yen Sid sat quietly. A tiny smile came to his face as he said, Master Aqua would be quite proud of you. You know Master Aqua? Naruto exclaimed, blinking. Indeed. I met her and her friends during those events 10 years ago. Losing her was a tragedy, as was what befell Ventus and Terra. Yen Sid continued, it is good to know that her light has not gone out even after all of these years in the dark. Then you understand that once we are done dealing with Organization 13, I intend to find a way back in to rescue her. I am aware of your intentions. The king was quite clear on your motivation, and I commend you for your loyalty and for your clear understanding of your responsibilities. Once the current crisis is dealt with, we will speak of the steps that can be taken to rescue Master Aqua. Yen Sid responded, now then, Xian, the question is now what are we to do with you? Me? Blinked Xian. Organization 13 will not tolerate your existence in the worlds. You are a threat to them, with both your skills and your knowledge. Yen Sid clarified. Xian looked at Naruto in disbelief and blinked when he said, if possible, Master Yen Sid, would she be able to stay here? Xian needs a teacher, someone to show her the path to becoming a Keyblade Master. And while the king could certainly take her on, tracking him down would be tricky at this time. I'm not sitting on the sidelines, Xian exclaimed with disbelief. You need me, and if Sora is strong enough to be out in the worlds right now then so am I. It isn't about strength, it's about making sure that you're safe. Naruto responded, you've already had too much happen to you in a short time, I don't want to throw you into this while you're still in pain. As admirable as your concern is, this is Xian's choice to make and I have a different solution. Yen Sid continued, causing the two to blink and put an end to their dispute. As Xian has clearly shown, she will not be content to step out of this fight. So, if that is her will I then task you, Naruto, with acting as her interim teacher until the matter of Organization 13 has been dealt with. Teach her everything that Master Aqua taught you, show her the way that you have been shown. Naruto looked at Xian, who had a resolute expression on her face that said she would begin to tear into him if he even considered trying to leave her. You try to leave her behind and I will be very angry at you, Naruto. Matabi screamed. You need someone to watch your back, Naruto. Son Goku continued. Organization 13 will likely be trying to kill you as well. As he watched Xian calm down, Naruto said simply, okay. But the problem is that Xian can't travel between worlds the same way that I can. And I can't use corridors of darkness anymore. Xian breathed deeply. Once I gave up Matabi and really started using Vanishing Point, I lost the ability to use them. I had to have Riku drop me off in Agrabah before he and Naruto went and grabbed Roxas. As he got up and moved toward one of the shelves, Yen-Sid said, I have a solution to this. He tapped a hand to make the illusion above it go away before picking up a small object. It had a star-like shape, was primarily light blue in color, and had a green circle inside of it. Green diamonds ran up the star's points, and there was another green star inside the circle. What is it? Xian asked, staring at the thing bewildered. It's called a star shard. It is a special gummy block that can allow a person to travel between worlds. It would normally take a great deal of study to learn how to use its power properly. However, I can cast an enchantment upon your armor, Naruto, that will allow the star shard to home in on your location, taking Xian to whatever world that you are in. Yen-Sid went on to explain. All right then. Naruto said, turning his arm so that the pauldron faced Yen-Sid, who held up a hand. A beam of light then connected Naruto's armor and the star shard. Now then, I trust there is more that you are aware of that Sora is not, and the king mentioned that you were not going to inform Sora of everything that has occurred. Yen-Sid went on to say, I will trust your judgment on this, Naruto, Xian. The moment that you believe him to be ready to learn everything, I trust that you will inform him of the pertinent information. The door opened and the three of them left, with the two nodding their agreement as Xian picked up the star shard. Sora's new outfit consisted of black shorts that hung down to his mid-shin, black and yellow boots that reached just past his ankles, and two yellow belts that crisscrossed at his waist and around each thigh above the knee. He was wearing a black hooded jacket over a red and black shirt, with silver cross patterns on each palm and black fingerless gloves with yellow straps holding them to his wrists. Naruto nodded as Yen-Sid got up and moved toward one of the windows with the crescent moon shape, gesturing for the others to follow suit. Looking good, Sora. Donald yelled in surprise as a red and yellow ship floated up to eye level as they were doing so. Hey, it's the gummy ship. Goofy, Donald, and Sora ran over and grinned as they gazed at their old ship. Looking at the others, Sora asked, so, you guys ready to go? Donald and Goofy nodded, while Naruto merely grinned and Xian grinned. Donald, Goofy, and Sora turned and jumped to their feet, facing Yen-Sid. As the three realized that more bad news was on the way, Yen-Sid said, Now, just a moment. Because of your previous endeavors, the worlds have returned to their previous state. That means the pathways between them have disappeared. Donald inquired, how do we get around? Do not fear. If what the king suspects is true, the worlds have prepared new pathways for you to travel. These pathways may be utilized by unlocking special gates. How these gates are open, I'm afraid I do not know. Yen-Sid sighed. However, the Keyblade will serve as your guide. When a beam of light emanates from the Keyblade, return to the gummy ship. Though the worlds may seem far apart and out of reach, they nonetheless remain connected by invisible ties, as do our hearts. With a slight nod, Sora reiterated, our hearts are connected. Yen-Sid grinned and said, that is correct. Smiling, Sora said, got it. But, be warned. As you proceed, the Heartless and the Nobodies will be using their own paths. Corridors of darkness to travel from world to world. They may be attempting to link these dark pathways to the gates between the worlds. Donald yelled, hey, that's not fair, with rage. Yen-Sid merely shook his head when Naruto said, in my experience, life is very rarely fair. Now then, that is all the information that I can give to you. Go forth, Sora, Donald, Goofy, Naruto, and Xian. Everyone is waiting. As he, Donald, and Goofy saluted Yen-Sid, Sora said, okay, let's get going. According to Donald, Master Yen-Sid, Goofy went on, we sure do appreciate the help. Xian grinned and made her way to the door with Donald, Goofy, and Sora, saying, thank you, Master Yen-Sid. As he followed the group, Naruto vowed, we'll be back when this is all over. It was easy enough to descend the tower again because there were no enemies left inside and, once they were outside, even Pete had gone. He was standing by the gummy ship when Sora called, well, hop in. As he put on his armor and tapped his pauldron, Naruto responded, I've got my own ride. He was grinning at the shocked looks on Sora, Donald, and Goofy's faces. Sora exclaimed, "What is that?" as he threw up Kurama and allowed the Keyblade to change into his glider. A long, oval-shaped board whose color matched his armor. Naruto explained, "Keyblade armor." Keyblade wielders used to be given this as a means of protecting themselves when they traveled between worlds. And this is my glider. It's a trick most Keyblade wielders learned. I had to teach it to myself since Aqua wasn't able to show it to me. That is so cool, Sora exclaimed. Where can I get a set of armor like that? After standing on the glider for a moment without saying anything, Naruto said, "To be fair, I don't know. I found this one at the location of the trap that you were hit with. There might be other sets there, but I can say for certain. The only place that had such a stockpile was the Land of Beginnings, and it's gone now." "Oh," Sora replied, "well, I have the gummy ship, so that's more than enough for me." As she produced the star shard, Xian grinned and said, "It suits you. Be ready when you are Naruto. Let's see if the enchantment truly works as Master Yen Sid said it would." As he opened the doorway to the lanes between, Naruto exclaimed, "Okay, let's get going." He then launched himself through it and out of the world, where he saw a bouncing flash of light that had to be Xian and the gummy ship flying up to join him as they began their journey to their first destination. As they landed, Naruto realized that they were actually rebuilding the world, which appeared to be undergoing extensive reconstruction. Naruto stepped forward and looked over as Xian landed in a flash of light and staggered a little, appearing lightheaded, while he tapped his pauldron to reverse the armor. Naruto took hold of her arm to support her and asked, "You okay?" With a feeble laugh, Xian stood up and said, "Yeah, that was different. I'll be fine." Naruto nodded and turned to see that Sora and his group had also landed safely. They were jogging up to the stone railing that overlooked the enormous castle that was being rebuilt. Sora said, "It's Hollow Bastion." Goofy remarked, "Gwrsh, looks kinda different now." As he approached Donald, Naruto said, "I haven't had the time to come to this world myself. I never picked up any signs that the organization was heading this way. It's been a year since you were last here." As Xian and Goofy glanced up at one of the roofs and noticed Soldier Heartless vanishing, Donald said, "I hope Leon and the gang are doing okay." Xian's fingers twitched as she said, "Looks like we won't be doing much sightseeing." As Naruto began to descend the stairs and head towards the marketplace below, he responded, "Consider it training. And speaking of time to start teaching you Xian." As they walked, Xian ran up beside him and said, "Oh? Yep. First things first, if we are going to be visiting other worlds you need to learn the rules." With a frown, Xian asked, "What rules?" "There are two big ones. First and foremost, no meddling in the affairs of other worlds." Naruto started by saying, "Each world has its own ways of doing things, its own rules. We are not allowed to influence those rules, to force your own views on them. We can step in to help cancel out the effects of creatures that are causing problems that should not be there, heartless and nobodies for example, but we can only counteract what has been done." Xian frowned and said, "So, we can't stop something happening unless some outside force has already influenced events there?" "Yes, and no common decency is still a thing. You see someone getting mugged, I hope you would step in and help them. But we aren't allowed to step in and say kill a king just because they're evil. Now if they are drawing upon darkness to do what they are doing, that changes the game." Naruto replied, if say Organization 13 is aiding that king to do what they are doing. "Okay. No meddling unless fixing someone else's meddling." Xian smiled. "What's the other rule?" Sora was chatting with some of the shopkeepers and doing some shopping when Naruto said, "We can't let on that other worlds are out there." "Why though?" "It ties into the meddling rule. Letting them know that there are other worlds, that there is more to the worlds than they know can prompt them to doing things that they wouldn't have normally done. It can leave their world open to new kinds of threats or turn them into a new threat. Ignorance to the greater picture is what keeps the world safe and secure. Our job is to help maintain that." Naruto clarified, "So whenever we go to a world that hasn't been opened up to the larger picture, we need to be careful." After Sora finished his shopping and picked up some potions, Xian nodded and said, "It makes sense I guess. Are those the only rules that we have to follow?" "There are other topics of course. How hearts work, the importance of hearts of worlds, different signs that meddling has occurred in a world, and what little history of Keyblade lore I do know. Most of the latter will have to come from Master Yen Sid. He probably has the last great store of Keyblade knowledge." Naruto clarified, observing Sora, Donald, and Goofy halting to speak with an elderly looking duck that Donald appeared to know. "There are other things to know, but those two rules are the most important." Soon the 5 of them were walking down a long set of stairs and then down a short street that led them through an archway to a small open space with heavy construction equipment sitting on a large stone section of the wall to their left. Donald and Goofy were startled as they stopped Sora because a cylindrical beam of white light with a blue spiderweb pattern descended, with a sphere of blue lines at the bottom. As soon as it hit the ground, it vanished, and then another one appeared and repeated the process, until eventually more and more appeared and vanished. He demanded, "Hey, what's going on?" The group looked around when someone said, "That's the town's defense mechanism." Naruto was the first to look up and spot the individual. With a black bandana around her forehead, a young woman wearing short shorts, thigh-high boots, and a dark blue crop top with a flower design underneath a sleeveless vest was standing there. Sora was looking up now, and she was standing there grinning as she gazed at them. Then he laughed. "Yuffie," Yuffie yelled, "Look out," and her smile vanished. When 2 more appeared behind them to cut off their retreat and 2 more to complete boxing them in, Sora's quick reaction forced a Dusk to retreat. While Xian held Void's End in her hands and smiled confidently, Naruto merely grinned as he had Kurama out. Before the sphere flashed a different color before exploding and knocking the nobodies off balance, Naruto realized what the defense system actually did as it moved about the ground, targeting the nobodies and staying with their respective targets. After dispatching his next Dusk, Naruto faced 3 more who were pursuing him while Xian repeatedly used Vanishing Point, her own Keyblade slashing out quickly to knock the Dusks back. The 3 of them, Sora, Donald, and Goofy, were also holding their own easily, cooperating to defeat the attacking Dusks while keeping an eye on each other. As Naruto turned and sent Kurama flying into an assassin as it attempted to get the jump on Sora, the blonde stepped around another Dusk, opened his hand, and created a Rasengan that slammed into the side of its head, sending it flying into a building before it vanished. 2 Dusks now converged on the unarmed Naruto, who discovered he was far from helpless as he spun past one and, with a flick of his wrist, had a kunai knife out, which he used to slit the second Dusk's throat as he summoned Kurama and killed the Dusk with its back to him. The Keyblade struck true, destroying the nobody. Naruto turned to see that the remaining nobodies had been defeated and that they would no longer be flinging low-level grunts at them in the hopes of striking it lucky. From where she had been standing, Yuffie had been fending off some of her own nobodies when she jumped down to them and exclaimed, "Hey you guys! I see you're still in top form." Naruto laughed and said, "He's getting back there." Sora smiled and said, "Looks like you're doing okay. New friends?" Yuffie asked, laughing as she glanced at Naruto and Xian. "What did you expect?" "Oh, yeah. This is Naruto, and Xian." Yuffie tilted her head, staring at the headband, and blinked as she glanced at Naruto. "Now there's a familiar-looking symbol." "Familiar?" Naruto tapped the headband, blinking in surprise. "You recognize this?" "Yeah. You see," Yuffie said. A voice exclaimed, "You idiot," as a figure with a raised fist swooped down from above and struck Naruto in the head, sending him hurtling back through one of the buildings. As she turned to attack the newcomer, Xian yelled, "Naruto!" Just as Kurama was about to fly out of the hole, a second figure appeared in a flash of movement, his own blade slashing out to deflect the Keyblade as his eyes widened in surprise at the flurry of icicles moving toward him. He swiftly slashed them away as Naruto shot out of the hole, slamming the second one's sword with Kurama back in his hands. The tension left Naruto's body as his jaw dropped in shock, and there was a moment of stunned silence as the 2 were locked in a stalemate, staring at each other. Naruto stepped back to gaze at the 2 and exclaimed, "Sasuke." "Sakura?" Despite having a different wardrobe, the 2 had hardly changed since Naruto had last seen them. Sasuke was dressed in dark gray pants with a big belt that held his Chikuto's sheath and a pouch that probably contained a number of throwing weapons, and black boots that reached his mid-calf. His long-sleeved, dark gray shirt still had the bandages around his wrists, which probably concealed the seals that once held the shuriken he used. Sakura had several pouches on her belt and was dressed in dark blue pants and a basic pair of black boots. She had apparently had a new flak jacket made, and her headband was still in place to keep her hair off her forehead. Her shirt was similar to Sasuke's, but it was red. With the kingdom key still in his hands, Sora questioned startledly, "You know them?" Gazing at the 2 in front of him, Naruto remarked, "I thought they were dead." As the final voice leapt down, a third voice from the wall said, "We thought the same about you." This caused them to look up. When Naruto said, "Kakashi, you're all alive," he laughed. The Jonin instructor was the least changed. He was still wearing his typical flak jacket, his mouth and nose were still covered, and the headband was still over his Sharingan eye. But his shirt and pants were a deeper blue, and he had tied the kunai pouch to his leg as well as several other pouches on his belt. Xian glared at Sakura and asked, "Why did you attack him like that?" Sakura yelled, "How long have you been on this world?" while maintaining a fixed gaze on Naruto. "Less than an hour." Naruto grinned and said, "I've been busy." She pressed, "Too busy to come find us?" Sora yelled, "Hey, leave him alone." Naruto held up a hand to prevent him from continuing, saying, "It's okay, Sora." "But," started Sora. "They don't know what you've been doing," Donald exploded. "They don't have a right to attack you like that." Gazing at Sakura, who blinked, Kakashi said, "He has a point. Attacking him like that was extreme." "Sorry," Sakura exclaimed. "It's just we've been through so much and he just waltzes on in like nothing's happened." "He didn't just waltz on in," Xian snapped now. "He's been busy keeping the world safe." Raising one eyebrow, Sasuke questioned, "The world's safe?" Holding up Kurama, Naruto merely grinned and said, "I'm one of the Keyblade's chosen." Yuffie groaned and said, "Geez Sakura, did you have to punch him through a wall? Leon and Sid are going to be so irritated now." "I'll help fix it," Sakura said, "or, Naruto can speed it up with his shadow clones." Naruto sighed and shook his head, saying, "No, I cannot. Sora, you and the others go on ahead. I've got some catching up to do with my former team." "You sure?" inquired Sora. Goofy said, "We don't mind waiting for y'all." Naruto nodded, "It'll be fine. Go on." Sora asked Yuffie, Donald, and Goofy as they began to walk, "Okay. By the way, Yuffie, have you seen the king or Riku?" As she passed in front of them, the girl said, "Nope. But I had a feeling that I'd be seeing you guys again." With a strangely deep voice, Sora remarked, "We may never meet again, but we'll never forget each other." As the three of them turned the corner, Yuffie said, "Is that supposed to be Leon? Everyone's working on stuff over at Merlin's house. Come on." Naruto looked at Xian, who was still glaring at Sakura and hadn't moved an inch. "You can go with." "No, Xian." Naruto let out a sigh. "You might know them, but I don't. I'll feel better if I can watch your back." Xian looked at him firmly and said, "I'm not leaving you alone right now." Sasuke smirked and said, "Really didn't make a good impression on her, did we?" Naruto answered, "Lay off my student." "Student?" Kakashi asked, his tone tinged with surprise. Xian smiled and said, "He's training me until we're done dealing with the current problem." Looking at the three, Naruto questioned, "Is there somewhere we can talk?" As they leapt back up to the wall, Kakashi answered, "Yeah, this way." While Xian merely used Vanishing Point to appear on the wall close to the shinobi, Naruto trailed behind, albeit more slowly. Accompanying them, they descended into the bailey and proceeded to a section of the wall that provided a view of a vast wasteland with a shadowy castle in the distance. When they came to a halt, Sasuke finally inquired, "Where were you?" "Got stuck in the world of darkness after what Kagaya did. Not sure for how long," Naruto started. "It's how I met my master, Aqua. She trained me how to use the Keyblade, and when Sora closed the door to darkness, Aqua sent me out of it. For the past year I've been protecting Sora's comatose body and tracking down Organization 13 to reclaim the Biju." Kakashi exclaimed, "Reclaim the Biju? How could you even manage to lose them?" "Not sure. Best theory we've come up with is that the darkness ripped them away from me. Not sure as to the how, but it seems like when they left, they took parts of my abilities with them. I'm nowhere near as strong in my ninja abilities as I was back in the Elemental Nation, but whenever I reclaim a Biju, I get some of those abilities back." Naruto sighed. "What about you three?" "We wound up here." Kakashi continued. "We were down in the dungeons of the castle and were immediately attacked by Heartless. We fended them off and laid low until the number of them decreased. It wasn't too long after that we met Leon and his group. They offered to let us stay here, and in exchange we help fend off any roving Heartless and help assist in the reconstruction efforts." Sakura tried to be friendly with the new girl by asking, "How'd you meet Naruto? And what about you Xian?" Naruto and Xian exchanged glances as if trying to figure out how to explain what had transpired at their first encounter and how things had progressed since. The three former Konoha shinobi became aware of this, and Sakura turned to glare at Naruto while Sasuke smirked. With another glance at Naruto at the final word, Xian remarked, "It was something of a misunderstanding?" Naruto nodded and said, "Probably the best word for it." Sasuke shook his head and said, "Oh, this should be interesting. What did you do, imitate Jiraiya?" "No," Naruto exclaimed, blinking in surprise. "We ended up fighting. I was winning before she and Roxas fled." Xian smiled back, "I did much better in our rematch when it was one-on-one. You were still fresh, and we had just finished a mission." Naruto smiled and said, "You were still losing there too." Sakura blinked, perplexed. Wait, if you were enemies, how did he become your teacher then? I used to be a member of a group called Organization 13. Xian started by observing the three of them blinking. When Naruto and I first met, I didn't realize that they weren't good. When I learned the truth, I left, and Naruto helped me. For the time being, Master Yen Sid is having Naruto train me while we fight Organization 13. Which once that happens, I'll let Master Yen Sid, or the king, take over her training. I've got my own task I need to work on, Naruto said. What task? Inquired Kakashi. Finding a way back into the world of darkness. Master Aqua is still trapped, and I'm not leaving her there. Once I have the Biju back, I'm going to rescue her, Naruto said with determination. Having heard Naruto's voice tone enough times when Minato spoke about Kushina, Kakashi laughed and said, she must be some teacher. She's the only reason I'm still standing here right now. Naruto gave a nod. Sakura's smile made Naruto blink in surprise as he glanced at her. Well, after you're done saving her, we can start trying to find our way back to the elemental nations. Sakura. I don't think you understand exactly what Kagaya did. What do you mean? Sakura sighed. Leon said that when Sora closed the door, the worlds should have all been restored. If it had been destroyed by the Heartless, yes. Naruto replied quietly, but Kagaya destroyed the heart of our world. Hearts of worlds are pretty durable, so it takes a lot to destroy them, but Kagaya certainly had the power to do it. The elemental nations are gone, completely destroyed, they aren't coming back. Kakashi frowned and said, what about everyone that was trapped in the infinite Tsukiyomi, or the Edo Tensei of the Hokages? In all likelihood, they're dead. Naruto continued with a somber tone. We survived because we were still awake, and our hearts were strong. The people trapped in the infinite Tsukiyomi, they were trapped in an illusion. They wouldn't have known what was coming. If they didn't wind up becoming heartless, they likely died. As for the Edo Tensei, I can't say for certain. I didn't see them in the world of darkness, and I think that you would have found them here by now. There's a chance that they managed to make it to a different world, or there's a chance that they were released from the jutsu and returned to the pure world. Pure world. Xian looked up. And what's an Edo Tensei, and what is this infinite Tsukiyomi? Kakashi questioned, you haven't told her about our world at all? We've been a little busy with other things. Naruto murmured, pure world is what we called the afterlife. Where souls go after you die. Edo Tensei was a technique that the second Hokage developed that would allow you to use a living person as a sacrifice to bring back the soul of a person in the pure world and have them become an almost invincible zombie, but you need to have some of that person's remains in order to bring them back, and they have to have some lingering attachment to the world of the living as well. They heal from all wounds, never tire, and can be turned into mindless berserkers if that is what the caster wants to do. Only way to stop them is to seal them away, put their soul at peace, or get the caster of the technique to release them. As for the infinite Tsukiyomi, it was an illusion that was bounced off the moon in order to trap everyone in our world in their own perfect illusion, forever. We only escaped it because of Sasuke. Sasuke shook his head and remarked, yeah, but we still lost in the end. The elemental nations destroyed. Sakura placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and remarked, we did the best we could. We couldn't have known that Kagaya was going to take the suicidal route out of that situation. She's right. There's no use bemoaning this. We'd already accepted the fact that we failed before Naruto even came back. All we can do is keep moving forward. Kakashi concurred before turning to Naruto. What will you two do now? We're going to be going our own ways soon. Naruto said as he gazed across the wasteland. Sora and his group need some time on their own to get back into fighting shape, and there's a world that Riku and I flagged an unusual amount of activity on, more than the others we flagged. We'll go there and see what we can figure out. And after? Replied Kakashi. What are you going to do once you're done fighting Organization 13, and once you've rescued Aqua? What comes after that? I finish my training to become a Keyblade Master. Naruto responded, after that, I can either settle down and start taking on students or travel the worlds and act as a peacekeeper of sorts. Xian shrugged and said, for now, I'm taking it one day at a time. I'm not sure what I'll do after this all done. Sasuke laughed and said, probably a good idea with this idiot as your teacher. Xian said, he's not an idiot. You're one to talk, jerk. Sasuke replied to Naruto. I might not have all my abilities back, but I've learned enough tricks to kick your butt across this world. Xian merely blinked as the two began to laugh and then gave each other fist bumps while beaming at one another like brothers. They're always like that. Sakura clarified, their rivals and best friends all rolled into one. The four shinobi jumped into action as the second ambush began, and dozens of samurai, assassins, dusks, and creepers appeared around them. Xian was about to respond when her eyes widened and she vanished and reappeared behind Sakura, holding Void's End in her hands as she deflected a samurai nobody's slash. The pink-haired medic was quick to take the fight to the nobodies, but she was trying her best not to damage the wall they were standing on as she pushed the enemies further back, breaking the ring around them with ease because Sasuke had already moved to cover her back. Sakura recovered quickly, slamming a fist into an approaching dusk, sending it flying back into its fellows before it was destroyed. Sasuke, with his chikudo drawn, deflected several slashes from the three samurai who attempted to take Sakura's back before vanishing from view and emerging behind them as they collapsed to the ground. As the assassin leapt out of the ground, its bladed arms attempting to reach Sasuke, who only interrupted them as they approached, he took a step back, his eyes darting around. With a kunai out to block an assassin's slash, Kakashi had already sent half a dozen creepers flying. Then he lifted his headband, exposing his Sharinganai, and used his Kamui to cut the creature in half. As the young girl blinked out of existence once more and reappeared beside Kakashi, Kakashi turned and threw the kunai knife into the head of a dusk that was approaching Xian, pinning it to the ground before it vanished. As the huge fireball flew out of her hand and struck a rising assassin, sending it tumbling backwards, the girl smiled and said, "Faraga." She then vanished and reappeared above the assassin, Void's End piercing down into it. As he stepped to the side and slammed a foot into the head of a samurai, knocking it back as he sent a Thundiga spell into the dazed nobody, Naruto flipped back onto the Merlin of the wall and swung Kurama's clawed edge through the head of an approaching dusk. Before the weapon changed form, Naruto placed a hand on the keychain and focused for a moment as it was covered in light. The color had changed to a deep red, and the weapon's blade resembled a monkey with the key's teeth shaped like a diadem worn on its head. Before arriving at the jade-colored chain that led to the keychain that had assumed the shape of Son Goku, the guard was made up of 4 tails that were splitting around a jade rod. The wall shook as Naruto, grinning, flipped off the Merlin and slammed the keyblade into the ground. After recovering more quickly, Xian and the other shinobi delivered a viciously effective blow to the stunned nobodies. With a little willpower, Naruto swung the keyblade into a samurai's swinging blade and, as the lava hardened into solid rock, sent a jet of lava into the samurai, knocking it back and crushing the poor adversary. Naruto swung the keyblade into a rising assassin as he bounded off the rock, slicing through it as he skidded to a halt beside Sasuke, who had just defeated another group of dusks. "That thing can change form?" Sasuke questioned, startled. Naruto nodded as he launched a creeper off the wall and onto the wasteland below, saying, "Yeah, and each one has its own unique trick. Not as used to this one as the others though." As she chopped down another dusk, Xian chuckled and said, "You haven't even had him back for a full day yet." The 5 stopped and looked around. It appeared that the other nobodies had temporarily fled. After hearing the sounds of fighting emanating from the covered area of the Bailey, Naruto moved in that direction when he heard a deep voice speaking. Naruto looked down and saw Sora running out as he looked around. The Keyblade, a truly marvelous weapon. Were it only in more capable hands. This prompted several more voices to begin laughing, and both Naruto and Sora looked around to find out where the laughter was coming from. "Show yourselves," required Sora. As Naruto looked across the wall, he saw a corridor of darkness open up. A figure stood there for a moment before raising his arms, which caused 5 more doorways to open, revealing Organization XII's remaining members. Naruto said, looking over his shoulder, "Back me up?" Sasuke grinned and asked, "Do you even need to ask?" As Naruto leapt across the opening, he only laughed as his eyes turned golden with horizontal slits and an orange pigmentation developed around them. And from below, Goofy yelled, "Organization 13. Good, now we can finish this." Sora gave a firm nod just as Son Goku was already swinging and Naruto landed. Their leader made a startled sound as he retreated, dodging Naruto's first blow. Just as another member was about to strike, 6 spears appeared around him, but were stopped when Sasuke appeared beside Naruto, deflecting the first stab with Susanoo's ribs. Sakura landed now, swinging her fist at another member who rolled backwards to avoid the attack. "Oh man! Not good," one cried as he leapt back. "The odds are not in our favor it would seem," the man concurred. Xian blinked into existence above him, slashing into him and sending him crashing into the ground before she vanished and reappeared next to Naruto. One of the blonde ninjas moved in, swinging a claymore down at Naruto. The blonde ninja raised Son Goku up in a one-handed grip that stopped the attack dead in its tracks before punching the nobody in the chest and sending him flying backwards. Before he could say anything more, he vanished in a bit of warped space, avoiding Kakashi and his rakery. "So much for you being a good boy," another member said, his guns out and aimed at the blonde, only to have the projectiles vanish. What the? Their leader looked at Naruto and said, so it would appear that we cannot be friends after all. What a pity. The 5 of them stood atop the castle wall after he created a corridor of darkness and vanished inside it, followed by the other members. Naruto glanced at the other shinobi and received nods before asking, did you see which one was with whom? The guy with the spears had Shukaku. Sasuke replied, and the one you punched had the Rokubi. Sakura went on, the person who escaped my blow had the Shichibi. Kakashi went on, the man with the guns had the Gobi. Zien? The one with the spears was Zaldin, the one with the guns was Zigbar. Sayax was the one that Naruto and I double-teamed, and from the sound of his voice, you were facing Luxord, Sakura. And we already know that Demix has one as well, Naruto said, that's all of them. You sure? Sasuke frowned, drawing an eyebrow from Naruto. Because their leader had a charm on him too. So if you have all the Biju accounted for, what did he have? Sasuke continued. Naruto's thoughts of the enigmatic 10th charm were put on hold when he noticed a light emanating from below. Sora's honorary Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee member card was floating above his head, encircled by a bright sphere of light, and the tip of the Kingdom Key also started to glow. Soon, a 3-pointed crown shaped like the pendant Sora wore appeared beneath him, and the light continued to grow until only Naruto, Zien, and Sora could truly see what was happening. The card sent a beam of light upward, creating a giant keyhole in the sky, which Sora quickly pointed the Kingdom Key at. The blinding light then faded away. Looking at Keyblade, Sora smiled and said, oh, now I get it. That must have been the gate Yen Sid talked about. Oh boy! Exclaimed Donald. The scarred warrior turned to Sora, who apologized, but other worlds are calling. Sorry to run Leon. Organization 13. They look tough. Be careful out there. Leon gave a nod. Before looking up to see Naruto's group still standing, Sora nodded and said, see you soon, you coming? Naruto called down to him and said, you go ahead. Zien and I have our own business to attend to. We'll track you down later. Are ya sure? Goofy inquired, his face worried. Zien grinned and said, you guys be careful too, we'll be fine. As the 3 of them set out in the direction of the gummy ship, Sora pledged, we will. As the 6 surviving members of Organization 13 made their way back to the throne room, corridors of darkness opened up. As he reclined in his throne, Demix grumbled, that was too close. I thought we were just going to check on Sora, not pick a fight with that crazy blonde. His presence should not have come as such a surprise. Zaldin grumbled. The fact that he had such capable allies with him was a surprise, however. They all wore the same symbol. They might have been from his original world. Sayax added, we know from the information that Axel gave us that his world was destroyed in a rather spectacular manner. It would be foolish to think that he was the only one to survive. Flipping cards between his fingers, Luxord observed, it is good that we withdrew then, before we placed a wager that we could not pay out on. The question is what are we going to do about him, and the traitorous puppet? Luxord asked. Remove them. Zigbar laughed. We only need one key, and with Sora out roaming the worlds we can dispatch Blondie and the broken toy. And you think it will be that simple? Replied Sayax. Naruto has already bested Roxas and Axel at their very best, and with the power of the charms boosting their abilities. If we attempt to combat him head-on it will only lead to our own demise. Then we do not. Xemnas spoke quietly and got the other 5 to at him. A head-on confrontation with this wielder of the Keyblade would end poorly. Unlike Sora and Riku, he has been trained quite extensively in the art of combat. But he is still human, and like all humans he will have a weakness or fault that can be exploited. All it will take is finding his weakness and striking at it with deadly precision. And once the 2 have been removed, we can begin focusing our efforts on guiding Sora's actions. We will have our Kingdom Hearts. It is only a matter of time. Now go forth, deal with this threat to our goal, and make sure that Sora's new adventure is memorable. The 5 nobodies opened their corridors of darkness upon receiving the order, and they set out to complete their own tasks on their respective worlds. As the 5 of them made their way back to the market area, Sasuke said, you sure that you don't want to go with those 3? Keep an eye on them? Sora needs a chance to grow on his own. He's not going to get back to his former strength with me hovering over him, replied Naruto. Much like how Jiraiya used to leave you to your own devices while training, replied Kakashi. Naruto laughed sheepishly and said, kinda. Sasuke sighed and shook his head, saying, taking after him after all. Sasuke glared at Naruto as Zien glanced between the 2 in bewilderment. Should I be worried about you then? I mean we know what your last teacher was like. She sighed, I feel like I'm missing something here. It's a bit of a long story. Sakura replied, next time you're here I'll explain it, assuming Naruto doesn't. At the top of the stairs, the group came to a halt, with Naruto and Zen standing opposite the three former Konoha shinobi. The blonde was grinning and nodding to them. Well, we better get going ourselves. Lots to do. Kakashi said, sure you don't want us to come with? Yeah. We don't really have the means of brining you along, and besides, Hollow Bastion needs you guys here. Naruto responded. Zen pledged, we'll be sure to come back as often as we can. Good. Try to keep him out of trouble. Sasuke laughed. He might act like he always knows what he's doing, but he's still a bit of an idiot. Naruto retorted, I know more than you jerk. Zen said, I'll watch his back. The two Keyblade wielders turned to leave the world, but the three shinobi simply nodded as they turned and began to return to the town proper. But before Naruto could put on his armor, someone rolled to the ground and almost ran him over. He said, sorry about that, before crashing into Naruto, the blonde snagging the newcomer's arm. He was about the same height as Naruto, with a red coat with gray lined pockets and light gray elbow pads, blue jeans, black shoes, and a pair of gloves with additional protection along the palms. A yellow metal skateboard with a dark gray band around the trucks connecting the wheels to the board and in the center of the board was strapped to his back. However, the most startling thing to the two people observing the young man was how much he looked like Goofy. After the initial surprise was over, Naruto said, it's okay, first time landing? He laughed, then blinked and turned to face them, saying, oh, shouldn't have said that. Yeah. I can fly the thing fine, but getting the gummy ship to land is not an easy thing. You aren't meddling. Zen laughed. We know about other worlds. The young man looked between them, blinking in surprise, and simply sighed, oh good. Thought I screwed up already. Naruto said, you said gummy ship right? It's fine. Yeah. Do you know what they are? I've seen a few. Naruto sighed. Though I thought they were mostly defunct now that the worlds were separated again. Yeah, they normally are. But Chip and Dale were tinkering with a new means of using them, and after looking over some of the king's notes on the lanes between they managed to get a working prototype. It's part of the reason I'm here. The king? You mean Mickey? Zen asked, blinking. He cried out in surprise, you know the king? Do you know where he is? He's laying low. Naruto clarified, he's busy handling Organization 13, so you're looking for him. Him and the others, Naruto said, Donald and Goofy? Yeah. They've been gone for so long, and it's not like my dad or Donald to not send word back. Queen Minnie was worried, so I volunteered to go see if I could track them down. Dad? Cried both Naruto and Zen. I guess I haven't introduced myself yet. Maximilian Goof, you can just call me Max. Yeah. He blinked and rubbed the back of his head. Goofy is a dad, Naruto repeated, utterly taken aback by the realization that he could sense Kurama. The other Biju were equally taken aback. Max inquired, so you know him? You just missed him. Zen replied, he left with Sora and Donald about 30 minutes ago. Then he's okay. Max laughed. That's a relief. Do you know where they were going? Max sighed slightly, and Zen shook her head, saying, sorry, no. Darn. After noticing Max's sad expression, Naruto said, we were planning on meeting up with them later on. If you don't want to just hang around Hollow Bastion, you could come with us. We have our own errand to run first, but it would probably be faster than waiting. Max looked between the two, blinked, then smiled and held up his hand, saying, sure, thanks a lot. As they shook hands, the blonde said, no problem, name's Naruto Uzumaki, this is Zen. So, Goofy is a dad, Zen started, still attempting to process this information. That hard to believe? Beaming Max inquired. Just kinda came out of nowhere. Naruto clarified, Goofy never mentioned anything about having a son. Wow, surprised he listened. Max chuckled. He used to be this really overbearing dad, really embarrassing, worse when he went back to school with me. I asked him to tone it down and not embarrass me so much. Naruto blinked. Back to school. Yeah. Dad dropped out of college to get a job and look after me as a baby, so he wound up going back the same time that I went. It's how he was able to get the position of captain of the Royal Knights. The king wanted him to have the job but couldn't just give it to him without making it look bad. Max clarified. Well, sounds like you're going to have a lot of stories to tell. Zen laughed. But shouldn't we be going? Naruto asked. Yeah, you said you use the lanes between, right? Max cautioned. Yeah, it's only a one-man craft though. As he put on his armor and tapped his pauldron, the blonde answered, we have our own means of travel. Max blinked as he prepared his glider. Ready, Zen? He asked. With a sigh, Xian reached for the star shard and said, "Yeah, hopefully it's easier the more you use it." As Naruto's glider entered the lanes between, it was relatively simple to leave the world. Xian's bouncing light followed him, and soon another craft joined them. Although it was much smaller and resembled a modified Keyblade glider, it was red and yellow like Sora's gummy ship, with the pilot leaning forward in the cockpit. There were two small cannons visible at the bottom of the hull, and the majority of the hull was red and streamlined with thin yellow wings near the back by the small engine. Following their departure from Hollow Bastion, the three set out, Naruto leading the way, Xian's light bouncing around and remaining close by. It was easy enough to approach the world, and as they touched down, they stayed out of sight of the people in the small city they had reached by staying in an alleyway. Naruto took a quick look around before turning to face Xian, who was standing close to her with a worried expression on his face and had a hand on the wall as she regained her bearings. "You okay?" he inquired. Yeah," Xian sighed. "I never thought I would say this, but I miss the corridors of darkness." As she managed her nausea, Naruto placed a hand on her lower back and remarked, "You're looking a little less green this time." As they walked to the alley's edge and looked out at the street, Xian managed to straighten up and only shook her head. As they began to move down the sidewalk, Xian inquired, "So you and Riku visited this world a bit?" "We flagged it but didn't spend a lot of time here," Naruto clarified. "We knew that Organization 13 was making regular stops here, but there were no Heartless of Nobodies running around. We decided to keep this one marked as a priority to investigate when things calmed down enough for us to spend more than a couple of hours poking around." "So what makes you so sure that they were even coming here?" replied Max. "Riku is skilled with darkness, to the point that he was able to pinpoint where doorways were opening and what pathways were being used. There was a regular pathway to this world, but we couldn't figure out why, or who it was." Pausing, Naruto noticed something wasn't right, "But I get the feeling we're about to find out the why very soon." A terrified voice exclaimed, KP, creepy shadow monsters." The three wasted no time in starting to run, making it across the 2 blocks in time to spot a restaurant parking lot where 2 teenagers were encircled by shadows. The girl had long red hair that fell just past her shoulders, and she was wearing an aqua shirt, blue pants, and white tennis shoes. The boy, dressed in a red jersey, brown cargo pants, short blonde hair, and a navy blue long sleeve shirt underneath, was slightly taller at 5 feet 9 inches, with a look of panic on his face because his own fighting stance was too tense. She was a good height at 5 feet 8 inches, with a slim and fit build, and she was already in some sort of fighting stance, though she had no idea what they were up against based on her face. A tiny pink creature perched on the boy's shoulder appeared to be as shocked by the adversaries as it was by them. It appeared to be talking as it stood on its hind legs and shook a closed fist at them. As they began to enter, Max remarked, "Whoa, those are Heartless, huh?" Naruto called out Kurama and said, "Yeah, can you fight?" Max smiled and took the skateboard off his back, saying, "Hey, you don't get to be a knight with just good grades." Just as the horde of Heartless started to attack, the 3 of them hurried over. As more shadows attempted to attack her, the girl was fast, flipping out of the way and kicking one of them away with a quick motion. Conversely, the boy's movements were more frantic, and he tried to stay out of the swarm and only struck the enemies as a last resort. Max yelled, "Incoming," as he slid up on the skateboard and flipped it up in a spinning motion that slammed into the Heartless with savage force, dispersing a few of them as he landed and turned. He quickly turned to bring the board back around for another quick hit, and as he flipped it up, the metal going down the center of it revealed itself as it separated into 2 tonfa. Like weapons, with the trucks for the wheels turning into handles and the length of the boards going up his forearms as he moved forward to slam into any Heartless that came too close. Naruto had already sent Kurama flying into some of the shadows close to the girl when Xian blinked back into existence in front of the blonde, Void's End lashing out quickly as she knocked back the shadows. Naruto recalled Kurama after flipping past a few Heartless and noticed something very different about them that he hadn't noticed before. Rather than the typical yellow, their eyes were a fiery red. Naruto was convinced that they had just uncovered a portion of whatever Organization 13 had been working on here, especially considering their almost unwavering focus on attacking the 2 natives to this world. Naruto knocked down another Heartless and asked, "You okay?" As she punched a leaping shadow back, the girl questioned, "Yeah, but who are you guys?" As another shadow was annihilated, Naruto grinned and said, "Right now, exterminators." While Max strapped his skateboard to his back and allowed it to return to its normal form, more shadows appeared for a few more moments before they all stopped moving and sank back into the ground. This caused Naruto and Xian to pause and look around for a while before letting their keyblades vanish. The boy said, "Whoa, who are you guys? I mean, you were all here. Hawa," He then performed a poor pantomime of their fight, which made Xian laugh. With the hair on the back of his neck still standing, Naruto looked around once more and shrugged, saying, "For the time being, friends. This is Xian and Max, and I'm Naruto." With a smile, Max said, "Nice to meet ya." "Hello." Xian gave a nod. "This is Ron." The red-headed person grinned. "I'm Kim Possible." After Rufus had returned to his shoulder and started making a chattering noise that only Ron seemed to understand, Ron laughed and said, "And this little guy is Rufus?" Kim inquired, "So what were those things?" Looking at Xian, Naruto remarked, "Heartless. Did you notice?" he asked. Xian nodded and scowled slightly, saying, "Yeah. Their eyes were all wrong. I've never seen a Heartless with red eyes before." Naruto nodded and said, "No one has. Heartless. What are Heartless?" Ron asked, blinking in bewilderment. "Better question might be why they were so focused on these two," Max responded. At the same moment that his stomach growled loudly, Naruto said, "Good question, and it probably relates to why we're here." Kim volunteered, "Sounds like you could use a bite to eat, on us?" With a sheepish laugh, Naruto said, "I won't object." Xian smirked and said, "I don't think I've ever seen you turn down food." As they entered the restaurant, he retorted, "High metabolism." The man with the blue skin turned and yelled, "Arg! You told me these Heartless would be able to destroy Kim Possible." And they would have. The man in the black coat laughed, "I didn't think they would be here. I thought they would be watching Sora more closely." "And what are you going to do about this? You promised me that these creatures would destroy Kim Possible and give me the army I need to take over the world." The woman sitting back in a chair filing her nails said, "Hate to admit it, but Dr. D is right. So far, unimpressed." "Wow. Tough crowd." The individual chuckled. "Listen Doc, the blonde showing up was unexpected, won't lie. But it isn't over. Now that I know he's here, I'll help you get rid of him. Just remember your end of the bargain." Yes. All the hearts you want, but if you want to reap the rewards you are going to have to do better than those weak shadows. Just prior to opening a corridor of darkness and passing through it, he said, "I can arrange something, and as an added bonus I'll even help take care of those interlopers personally." The woman frowned and said, "So why are we trusting this guy again? We aren't Shigo. All we are doing is using him until we are ready to cut him out of the deal." The physician laughed. "We are almost done analyzing the signals that these Heartless use to communicate. Once we have done that I will turn these Heartless into my perfect soldiers and conquer the world." Shigo sighed and went back to filing her nails, her tone more than expressing her opinion of this plan. "Whatever you say." Max and Xian sat in the booth across from Kim and Ron, who were seated at a table with them. Naruto pulled up a chair and they started eating, though Naruto kept his eyes fixed on the monstrosity Ron was consuming. Kim clarified, "It's called the Nako. It's called terrible for your health." Naruto simply shook his head in response. Ron cried out in surprise, "Hey, the Nako is amazing." As she picked up a taco, Xian said, "Naruto, you don't have much of a leg to stand on there. I mean, you have quite the unhealthy fixation on ramen," she said. As he turned to face Xian, who merely rolled her eyes, the blonde retorted, "Ramen is the food of the gods." "Ramen huh?" Max laughed. "Would have thought you were a pizza guy in all honesty. But ramen is the all-time favorite." Naruto acknowledged, "It's not bad." "So, care to explain what those things were?" Kim asked. "And how you were able to fight them so easily? I mean, we've been around the world a lot and have never seen anything like that." Before he began to explain, Xian took a bite out of a fish taco and Naruto exchanged glances. "Alright, this is the redacted version of events," he started, noticing that Ron and Kim were both about to protest. "It's either this or nothing. There are secrets here that are not mine to share, and information that could cause a lot of damage if it was spread carelessly." That seemed to stop them, and as they closed their mouths, Naruto continued, "Xian and I are a part of a secret order of warriors that are trained to fight Heartless and other such creatures. Heartless are creatures born from the darkness in people's hearts. They are a void that constantly seek new hearts, but they are very primitive, not capable of higher levels of thinking or planning." Kim questioned, "How can you fight them then?" "Xian and I are wielders of a weapon called the Keyblade. The swords you saw us using. It gives us the power to fight the Heartless, grants us access to magic, and a few other powers and abilities that most normal people don't have." Ron said, "That is so cool. Whoa, magic?" Xian grinned and said, "It has its uses." Kim turned to face the teenager and said, "You said you and Xian, not Max." "No, the leader of my home is a member of this order, and my dad is actually traveling with another member." I've been trying to track him down and Naruto offered to let me travel with them until they meet back up again. Max responded. Kim looked at Naruto and Xian and said, so you guys just wander the world and fight these Heartless? How do you even find them? Xian laughed, something like that. It was another member of our order and I that flagged this area. Naruto clarified. It's not a common skill but one our members can sense when someone is using corridors of darkness, dark roads that Heartless and other beings rejected by the light used to travel. Riku and I were tracking down members of a very dangerous group called Organization 13, and we found signs that they had been passing through this area quite frequently, but we were never able to piece together what they were up to. It's what brought us here. We were checking to see if something had changed. Kim pressed. You mentioned that their eyes were wrong. Naruto nodded and said, Heartless have solid yellow eyes. They were. Always, inquired Ron. Even the emblem Heartless have them. Xian nodded. Always. Ron blinks. Emblem Heartless. Artificially created Heartless. Naruto replied, made by a very smart man who fell to the darkness. Heartless exist naturally, usually being solid black or having dark purple mixed in. Emblem Heartless take on a wider variety of forms and with varying abilities, but they each will have the same emblem somewhere on their bodies. They are far more versatile and dangerous. Returning the conversation to the red-eyed shadows, the red-headed person asked, so you think someone in the area is controlling Heartless? After that encounter I'd be willing to bet on it. Naruto firmly said, those Heartless were focused on the two of you. They only fought us because we were in the way, and most tried to go around us to get at you. Can you think of anyone that would want to go after the two of you like this? Ron said, where to begin? Kim concurred, we have stopped a lot of bad guys. And here we thought we lived a highly dangerous lifestyle. Max laughed. We're kind of heroes. We just help people when they need help and stop bad guys, Kim said. Naruto inquired, is there a name that appears more frequently than others? Kim and Ron said at once, Draken. Xian blinked and said, that was fast. We've stopped more of Draken's plans than anyone else's. Kim clarified, he's always trying to take over the world, or cause mass chaos somehow. If he found out about these Heartless he would definitely be trying to take control over them. Ron questioned, but how do you learn about them? Organization 13. Not sure which one it is, but one of them have been here regularly. Naruto gave a nod. Kim said, you've mentioned them a few times, who are they? A group of beings called nobodies. Those who have lost their hearts to the Heartless but had strong enough wills to keep their bodies moving. Xian went on to say, because they don't have hearts they are desperately trying to reclaim them, but without hearts they have no emotions, or only the vaguest hints of them. Naruto went on, it makes them dangerous. Ron blinked in surprise, and one of them is here? The blonde shinobi sighed, more than likely. According to Kim, alright, so what's the plan then? Find Draken, or whomever is controlling the Heartless, and stop them. If we can find Organization 13 in the process that'd be great, but the priority is stopping the Heartless. Naruto sighed. So do you guys have any idea where Draken is? Max inquired. Ron said, at the moment no. Kim produced a blue gadget. As the screen came to life, Kim said, hey Wade. That boy's voice asked, what's up, Kim? We think Draken might be up to something. Any chance that you can track him down? Wade said, should be able to. Any specifics? Max urged Xian and Naruto to look at their new friend and said, check for unusual signals. If he's controlling the Heartless, he likely found a way of hijacking whatever means of communication that they use. Doing that should be loud and noticeable. Wade questioned, huh? Who's that? As Kim flipped the screen to display the three newcomers. Oh, new friends huh? Said a younger, heavy-set boy with pale brown skin, black hair, and a blue shirt. Naruto nodded as he made brief introductions, saying, yeah, nice to meet you. Think you can find them? He asked. Might take a bit to pin down the specific frequency. If these Heartless things show up again try to keep them contained for a bit so I can get a lock on it. Would help speed things up. No promises. Naruto cautioned, if they come in too large numbers or Draken manages to get a stronger one under his control I don't want to put innocent lives at risk. Not asking you to. Wade laughed, do what you have to do to protect people. As the small group completed their meals before departing, he signed off. So what now? Inquired Kim. If Draken is aiming at the two of you it would be best to stay nearby, said Naruto. Xian said, sorry for the trouble. Don't worry about it. Kim laughed, so who's going with whom? As he looked at the time, Ron said, well, I've got to go to work. Naruto answered, Xian, Max. You two stay with Ron for now. Max and Xian nodded, saying, "Got it." Naruto and Xian both blinked in surprise as the blonde began kissing Kim, who said, "Okay. Meet up at my place after." Xian followed him and inquired, "So where do you work?" "Smarty. Mart, the pet department." Ron laughed, "It's where I first bought Rufus." Soon after, Naruto and Kim began to walk down the street, and the three disappeared from view. Naruto said, "So you and Ron, huh?" Naruto shrugged, and Kim questioned, "That surprising?" "Kinda. Guess it's not what I would have expected. We've been friends since we were little. Didn't actually start dating until a few months ago." Kim responded, "So, what about you?" "Me? Yeah. Seeing anybody?" Naruto laughed clumsily and said, "Not really. There is somebody, but things are complicated right now." Kim smiled and said, "Complicated? Can't be that bad. Who is she?" "My master. Aqua." Kim raised an eyebrow at him and blinked in surprise. "Wasn't expecting that. So, tell me about her?" "She's strong and caring. Determined to do the right thing, no matter the personal cost, and was likely one of the youngest Keyblade masters named in a long time. She found me at what was probably the lowest point in my life, helped me find my light again, find a way to keep moving forward when I thought it was all over. Taught me to summon the Keyblade, and what it meant to be one of the Keyblades chosen. Helped open my eyes to a wider world and helped me realize what I could do with my life. She saved me, in every sense of the word. So what makes it complicated? There's some kind of rule about not dating your teacher." "No rule that I'm aware of." Naruto laughed. She's trapped. Locked away somewhere that I have no way of knowing how to get back to. No one to my knowledge knows how to get there. The realm of darkness. The land of the heartless." With her eyes still slightly wide, Kim said, "Whoa. So the drama, I guess. So how'd you get there, and get back out then?" she asked. "Not sure as to the how I got there. As for getting out, there was a temporary doorway that was being closed by Sora, another new member to our order. We saw it, tried to get to it, but there were too many heartless between us and the door. Aqua made the choice that one of us had to get out and sent me flying out of it before I could try to do the same to her. Now I have to honor my responsibilities as a member of this order before I go searching for a way to save her. She's been trapped for too long." Kim nodded in agreement, saying, "If you need any help, you can always ask," doing what you know she would want you to do. As they walked on, Naruto simply shook his head. "So have you been doing the saving the world thing long?" he asked. Kim shrugged as she started to describe how she and Ron got their start in the freelance hero industry. "A few years, yeah." The remainder of the day went by in silence, with Ron coming home from work without seeing any more heartless. In an effort to avoid any issues with either family, Naruto and Max spent the night close to Ron while the younger girls stayed with Kim. This allowed them to meet Ron's parents and his adopted baby sister, as well as Kim's parents and her twin younger brothers. Both families were accustomed to strange things happening around the two freelance heroes, as evidenced by the explanations provided about the three of them and the lack of inquiries about why they had to stay nearby. Wade made no attempt to locate the signal being used to hijack the Heartless, and 2 more days went by without any more Heartless appearances. But that changed on day 3. The 3 newcomers had to remain up in the stands because Ron and Kim had practiced that afternoon, so the 5 had been close to Middleton High. Before the whirling pool of darkness appeared in the center of the football field, everything appeared normal to them. The rest of the team fled in panic, while Naruto leapt up and down the stands as a giant Heartless emerged. Xian blinked down to the field and yelled, "Dark side!" Ron had managed to skid to a stop close by while still wearing his full football uniform. As the fiery red eyes locked on Ron and it swung a fist at him, Naruto snarled, "Looks like he got a big one this time." Ron had already leapt to the side, but Max hadn't been watching passively. He had leapt up and slammed one of the metal tonfa into the dark side's wrist, knocking off its blow. Kim yelled, "Ron," after running over him, "You okay?" Looking at the enormous Heartless, Ron smiled and said, "Yeah, KP. So, how do we stop that thing?" he asked. "Any ideas how long we would have to keep this thing busy for Wade to track the signal?" Naruto asked, glancing at Kim. "One hit at a time." As she took out the communicator, Kim said, "I'll ask. Wade?" When they heard him frantically typing at his computer, he called back, "I'm working on it. It's going to be a bit though. Can you hold that thing there?" he said. "Yeah." Naruto nodded, startling the other 4. "Of all the beasties you could throw at me, you just had to pick the one that I've killed the most of." Naruto smiled and used his keychain to change the Kurama Keyblade into the Gyuki Keyblade. "Now then, let's play big guy."
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.